All right. Looks like they have everything sorted out there. A little bit of an internet problem at the venue. Not really much you can do about that.
Okay, we're back on, I guess, huh? So, yeah, internet outage at Q1. I guess everything went down. So they've been having some issues with the internet connections there. So that's the pitfalls of live streaming. You are...
First world problems, right?
Yeah, first world problems. Well, actually, it's really bad third world problems because internet access is really shaky in certain parts of the world.
That's true.
We have these kinds of issues.
Rack number 7.
So
Let's see if YUTO's figured out the break.
When we got cut off, was it 3-1 YUTO?
It was looking 3-1, and they were just finishing that fourth one.
He was about to play a safety. Oh, and a scratch on break. So I have not yet seen a successful break from YUTO.
No, and he almost kept that one, but it got kicked away from the side pocket. He almost made it in the side.
Yeah.
But unfortunately for YUTO, the ball that saved the cue ball from scratching in the side knocked it in the corner.
Yeah. And as much as he's having a struggle on the break, I wonder if 10 ball is not his primary game that he plays. Not saying that, this is normal for him or anything, but I'm saying it's probably not. Either he's just struggling with getting a good tight rack on the balls, but
I think it's just today. He just hasn't quite dialed it in today, because I remember seeing him on the weekend and his 10 ball break looked pretty solid. So
is that right? Okay.
ERIK with a pretty open table.
Yeah, and he got the perfect angle on the 3 to get over the 4. So everything is connect the dots here.
That being said, weird things happen all the time, right?
Yeah, you never want to let your focus off just because you have an easy pattern. It's only easy if you keep your position right and keep on the correct side of every ball. Otherwise, you turn a very simple pattern into something very difficult. And we all know what that's like. Using inside to come...
I do that without any effort.
Yeah, and I mean, it was kind of risky. If he bumps the 5 there, which he almost did, he would have gotten really poor shape on the 4 ball. But missing the 5, and it worked out nicely.
6 to the 7, while not being hard, it can make this easier. Does he have enough angle there to move easily there?
I did not get the angle that he wanted. No, that's it's not at all what he wanted. He ideally wanted to be, somewhere in this area here, just to have the easy, one
Off
rail
the end rail and back out.
Yeah.
Now, as a result, he may be forced to draw back across the table, maybe.
That is what he's doing. Really smooth stroke.
Oh, that came short off that rail.
Yeah.
I wonder if it had a little bit of unintended spin on it and really kind of checked it on the rail.
It looked like it, yeah. So, he's going to have to bank his way out of this mess because there's really nowhere to hide. Not easy anywhere to hide the cue balls. So you've got to just rely on your banking skills and get it done here. But the bank on the 7 to get shape on the 8 that's tough too.
I actually don't mind playing the safety.
Okay.
And running your cue ball down because you've got this 9 ball is very big.
Yeah.
You've got to be more important. You keep that cue ball in the middle of the end rail, or the 7 in the middle of the end rail.
Yeah, he is playing a shot.
Too far.
Yeah, nicely played. Yeah, the scratch was definitely a risk there on that. You did it exactly as you drew up, though. He followed your line.
With a little bit of practice, that cue ball coming off that side rail, it's not too difficult to make sure you get like just past halfway on the side rail there. I mean, it does take a little bit of practice, and if you're not familiar with the shot, then it can be very easy to, it's almost like you subconsciously find that line because that's the line you're always trying to put a ball on to make it go in the corner.
Right.
He's trying to hit this and cut it into the bottom right corner. So close to the second rail. You're 1 rail, 2 rail, doesn't matter. You just hold on a second.
Oh, what a shot. Almost made it. Getting the 2 rail kick on the 7 comes pretty close to making that shot. Heck of an attempt.
Sorry about that. I just had a thump at my door. Amazon.
I'm just posting the new link on our social media pages. So people that were on the old one know that there's a new link.
Shoot. Justin says he can't hear me, so.
Ah, interesting.
I think that might have been like when I first came back.
I'll check for you real quick.
I've got the stream up on another page. I just clicked the audio and I could hear myself talking in the audio. So.
Okay, good. Yeah, normally if you stop seeing the little speaker icon blinking when you're talking, that means that something might be wrong. You might have to refresh your browser, but just keep an eye on that.
Okay, can do.
Well, actually, I don't see yours flashing. So, but
oh,
we can hear you, so it's all good.
That's strange enough. I do see yours. I do see the speaker at the end of your name there.
Yeah, so like when I'm talking, it usually when you're talking, it should flash the little speakers icon. All right, so ERIK with a nice safety and YUTO with an almost impressive 2 rail kick at that 7 ball. Very close. But didn't get it, and it laid up nicely, so
2 rail kicks of any kind are always going to be a challenge. Although I don't know, would you consider that one a 2-rail kick? It's pretty much just a 1-rail.
Well, I mean, because he did want to catch that second rail, and he did. He caught the second rail right before the ball, hit the ball right to here, right? I mean, and it rattled it, you know, the pocket. It was very close. I would call that a 2-rail, yeah, because you're coming to the second rail right before the ball. It makes the pocket bigger, actually, hitting that second rail.
Erik, with his third break of the, I think it's only his third, yeah, third break.
Yeah, I think he had one. The first rack break was very successful. This one, not so much.
Cue ball got a little bit away. Two balls down.
Yeah, I spoke too soon. The 2 ball snuck its way in there.
Those corner balls on the rack, if they can go through the table unimpeded, will frequently 3-rail bank or 4-rail bank, I guess it is.
It's 3-rail, yeah. 3-rail to the corner on the corner balls, yeah. See that a lot. All right, so he just wants to make sure he's steering clear of the 8-ball. To get shape on the 3 next.
Just a little bit of siding to try and hold it straight. Straighter. I think he's got room to go by the 9.
Oh, I was corrected. It is 4 rails when the corner ball goes to the corners. That's true. It is 4 rails.
Yeah, I was trying to work that out in my head. I'm like, oh,
yeah, right.
Oh.
I love it when I correct you and then I'm wrong. That's my favorite.
As long as the correct position comes out in the end, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, you know, 3 or 4, it's close enough. Math is hard. Math is hard.
It went in. I mean, we were both right about that.
Right.
5-ball is in. You know what? That position right there with that 5-ball, that's for me. That's one of the most uncomfortable positions for a ball to be on the table.
Wow, he hit that sweet.
But when you get there, it makes it a lot easier.
He does have that really smooth, slow stroke where it just looks like he's hitting it in slow motion, but he gets the, you know, the maximum spin and movement out of the cue ball, but not more than what he needs.
With very little effort, it looks like.
It does look very effortless. Yeah, great stroke.
Just have to pay attention to the side pocket. Usually you'll underhit it to make sure you don't get there. But I guess he was pretty straight on that, so trying to get even halfway across the table was a bit of a challenge. That 5-ball rocketed in there.
Yeah, I mean, he was hitting it hard to stun that cue ball over, and had to put some pace on it.
These are the what I call the bread and butter shots, where you're cutting it to a corner and going into that side rail and then moving the cue ball around. Because you should be able to move the cue ball pretty much anywhere you like, just off this type of position. You're limited a little bit, of course. You should be very proficient with these types of shots.
If successful, this will be the first break and run of the match. I believe we did miss a rack, so unless that one was a break and run, we don't know. Maybe somebody at the venue will tell us what happened while we were gone.
First one streamed. First one on the stream. working his way through the rack without too many problems.
Yep.
I like how I like how he stepped forward to kind of get into his shot and stopped, backed up, took another look at it, and then stepped in again. You know, it's just good discipline to recognize that something's funny, check it again. Okay, get back down.
Yeah, it's just going through the whole routine, even though you've got exactly where you wanted. You know you have it, you know, you've got the game. You still go through your routine. You still check the angles. You still do all of the things because that's part of your process. And you don't want to abandon your process. That's when we miss shots that we're not supposed to miss. And we say, I don't know how I made all these great shots and then I got to where I wanted and I missed the simple one. It's because you didn't do the same routine, right? You didn't.
Yeah. Yes, definitely. Pre-shot routine or the whole pre-shot and shot routine is super, super important. What I liked about what he did there is because he kind of went through his routine and was about to step into the shot, and then something didn't look right. So he steps back, takes another look, and then walks back into his shot again. Whereas so much of the time I still do my pre-shot routine, but I'll get down, something will feel off, and I'm like, oh, I'll just adjust it this way and shoot and miss. Whereas if you step back up, completely reset, do the whole thing again, walk into your shot and then shoot, you're more likely to be successful.
Agreed.
Rather than trying to adjust on the fly.
Hello, Stephen Lau in the chat. Welcome. Thanks for saying hi.
Hey, Stephen. He was at the tournament this last weekend, shooting good.
We had about 70 live viewers before the stream went down, and now we're down to about 45. So if you guys want to just hit that share button, grab the link, post it on your social media, that'd be awesome. I think a lot of people are going to be interested in watching this match. Certainly a high octane, high power, big money matchup on Saturday afternoon. We are competing with summertime, obviously, people wanting to be outdoors and all that, but you have a phone, you can be outdoors and watch on your phone at the same time. We all do it. Come on.
Yeah, a few of the things that make, oh, look at that.
Oh, wow, that was a
cue ball in the
perfect
middle.
break. That was absolutely perfect. The cue ball.
And he's going to get tortured by the 7 ball.
Yeah, very unfortunate. You know, you hit it as good as you could hit a break. The 2 balls behind the head ball went right to the side pockets. And, you know, I mean, everything spread. The cue ball stuck like glue to the middle of the table, and just incredibly unfortunate to have that 7 blocking the 1.
The only thing you'll see the pros do is instead of just sticking it in the middle of the table, they'll actually bring it up table either to one side or the other, right? Like on this case, it would be that right side, and they're trying to actually draw it back to about the head string. But I know with 9 ball for years, it was, you know, if you can pound that rack and get the cue ball to squat in the middle of the table, it was considered a good, well-controlled break. And it still is. It's not easy to do.
Yeah. So interesting push out from ERIK to pocket the 3, leave the cue on the rail, and YUTO's taking it. He's calling this bank. And if successful, he should get shape on the 2.
I think he's playing safe. The way he's looking at this section of the rail here, and coming off, thinning the 1, coming off the 1, and down in behind.
Well, he called the 1 in the pocket that he's next to right there.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't see that. I just saw him looking at the side rail, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, he's going for it.
Oh, off the horn.
Yeah. Doesn't sell out a great opportunity. This might back cut to the right corner.
I'm not sure if the angle is there, but he might bank that 1 over there and drag that cue ball right in behind that 8.
Yeah, that's a possibility. I think we'll see when he moves.
The 6 ball being there makes it a little tough to cue it though. So
yeah, and even if you accidentally bang into the 10 a little bit, you might still be okay if you can tuck the cue ball behind the 8. That's not a bad safety play if that angle works out.
Yeah, I mean, if you hit the 1, or if you knock the 1 into the 10, you do not want it to go down to the end rail though, because if you don't get tight to the 8, you're gonna sell out that 1.
Yep.
So I think more important than getting behind the 8 is knocking that 1 ball cleanly between the 1 or the 9 and the 10.
Good point. He goes off the 9, uses the 9 as the blocker. I think he called it there in the corner. He's going to wait the 5 seconds.
Yeah, I didn't even see that. That was a great idea.
Yeah, and he did get the 9 as the blocker, I think.
That's one of the things I like about watching these players is you get to see so many different thought processes and different ideas as to how to approach them. And so many of them are such good ideas. It's a real good opportunity to learn.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of creativity that goes along with making your strategy and how you're going to play your safety, because there's so many different ways you can do it. And certain players are very creative. And everybody, it's where you get to see their flavor, right? So a jump shot coming here from YUTO.
It's not guaranteed because that one ball is a little bit left of center. So if you don't hit it on the left side, you could just double tap it and stick the cue ball there.
And you got to keep the cue on the table, and he does. Nicely done.
Oh, but he's pushed the 2 ball past the side pocket.
Yeah.
He's gonna block it from the corner.
It was very unfortunate to not be rewarded for that. It was a good jump.
Gosh, there's not a lot here. Maybe the bank on the 2 ball and try and get the cue ball back up table. I'm drawing too many lines on the table, I know, but
yeah.
Try and cross bank the 2 and get that cue ball back down between the 10-9.
Okay. All right.
Little tough to really determine if that angle is here from here, but possible.
Yeah, this is one where I feel like I'm just going to wait and see, because I don't really have any idea. It looks like he's going with what you're saying. Yeah.
Come up in behind the 10, nice and soft.
Oh, great shot,
Beautiful
man.
shot.
Well played. Holy cow. YUTO Otsuka right there. Big time safety. That was tough to execute, and he got the absolute perfect speed. And actually, I got to give commentator credit to you, Colin. You drew that up exactly as he.
Oh, thank you very much. Every once in a while, I get an idea right. It's nice.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at that going, God, I don't really know what to do. What you said, I'm like, yeah, it sounds good, but I'm like, I can't see myself executing it. So, well, but they're at a much higher level than I am. So again, with a situation where Otsuka gets him in a spot where he's almost got to give an intentional foul and try to tie something up. There's really no way to get at this 2. And that's what he's doing, try to tie up the 8 and 9. He did not do it. The 8 still plays to the corner. So it was not successful. I wonder if he's going to play another safe, because that 2 ball, I'm not sure if the 2 even has a pocket right now. He might just punch it out of there and freeze to the back of the 7. Get yourself the next ball in hand and then run out from there. Or if you have to, go for the 3 foul, right? That's I think his strategy here. So just seeing.
Yeah, with that cluster down there, with that 8-9 down there, if you can get that 2 ball anywhere close, you can just kind of keep trading at spots and taking off angles. That 3 foul rule is not always the hardest thing to get, although from there I'm not sure you're going to get the 3rd.
Well, he's going to get him on 2 for sure, but not for sure, but I mean, I don't see he's got him locked up pretty dang good here, and he put that 2 ball in a spot that it doesn't really have good kicking windows to it. I mean, this is really tough. Can he spin this and try to go? Is he looking at potentially like coming this way at the 2?
I think so. No, he's
going to try to tie up the 7. So now he's on 2. Yeah, and YUTO says you're on 2.
He's just giving him a bigger wall back there.
And let's
You
see if
can bank.
YUTO actually. Yeah, I'm curious if he's going to put this in his back pocket, try to run out, and if he doesn't
you
get
know,
the way he wants.
no, you're right. He's going to go for the run out. There's no reason to go for the 3 foul rule here. It's open. It's wide open. There's no real problems.
Yeah, I think you just keep that in your back pocket. If you don't really get the right shape or something like that as a plan B, you have the chance to win the game with a good safety. But I think ideally your odds are going to be better to win the game.
If your safety goes haywire on, or if your position goes haywire on the 7, you've got those 2 balls there you can play something with, right?
Right.
I think he's just gonna, because he's bridging over the 9, I think he's probably just gonna stop it right there and take the 7 from there and come 2 rails around back out into the center of the table for the 8.
Agreed. I like just a little stop shot, or maybe draw back a foot if you want. Be fine to be a little closer to it.
Yeah, he's clearly finding it awkward to bridge around the 9. So I think this is just to get just pot the 6 and take where the cue ball stops.
Yep. And then using outside, he's gonna spin that thing as sharp as he can. Sharpen up the angle as much as possible. This is where the deflection and throw comes into play, or swerve. Deflection and swerve come into play because he's hitting it at a medium pace. Yep, and that can really throw you off, but
he's gotten a little fortunate.
Yeah, he's not giving up the 3 foul, that's for sure. It's going to be a pretty easy kick here.
Yeah, Erik's going to have to miscue or have his tip fall off or something here to not hit this 7.
Yeah, that was a shot where he was using maximum side English, right? YUTO was, and you're hitting it at a kind of a soft medium pace, so you're going to get deflection, and then you're going to get swerve, and table conditions and everything come into play with how that's going to be playing out, and that's what caused him to miss the shot. It's one of the most difficult shots to master, right?
Yeah, and the reason he's playing it slow with that much spin is because if you hit that without doing that, you're going to have so much speed to try and bleed off the cue ball to get it to hold for the 8. You know, you might as well try going 4 rails off that.
Yeah. So YUTO
taking away that end rail.
Yep. Keeping him on his heels, keeping him on the defense.
ERIK wants to come at this. Well, if that 7-8 actually goes, he may try and come, yeah, he's looking at it from coming off the 3rd rail. So
yeah.
Okay, I thought he was going to go to the side rail here first, but he's just going to spin it off that end rail. He wants to hit this rail first to throw that 8 off the rail and possibly make it in this corner. No, he's not going to do that. I thought he was going for the
great shot.
I thought he was going to hit that a lot harder and go for it, but
yeah, very good shot from ERIK. Coming full into it, allowed that little double kiss to happen in great speed, holding the cue ball. And I think he's got him hooked, doesn't he? Or is he actually? Oh, he can see the edge.
He's got the edge. He's just trying to see how far he can get away. He's going to try and get that 7 ball, keep the 10 and the 9 between the cue ball and the 7 ball. Does not want that to come out. Now ERIK might be able to kick this in the top left corner pocket and also play safe. Because if he can get it to kick and stick there, he'll send it towards that top corner pocket. And I think he just called it.
Yep. Yeah, he's calling that shot, right?
If it goes in, he's on the 8. If not, then he hasn't left much for YUTO, and hopefully he's tight to the 9 where YUTO can't even jump.
And this is an incredibly great defensive battle that we're watching. It's very good safeties on both sides. But ERIK really working his way out of a hole. The whole rack has been trying to come, just get something going. And that's not going to get it done. So, but
it's not easy for YUTO though. he's almost dead straight on that 7, and if he does have any angle, it's so slight. You have to worry about if you go with topspin on this, you have to worry about just defeating the topspin or the angle and following it right in.
Yeah, he's got enough to follow forward, I'm pretty sure. It's what it looks like the way he's queuing on this ball. Follow forward and cheat the pocket a little bit.
Oh, just.
Yeah. You just got to know how much you can cheat the pocket and be comfortable with that.
Yeah, be accurate with your line and your speed.
Yep.
And again, the only thing he doesn't want to be here is straight in. He wants a little angle to move to the other side of the table for the 10.
And that's about perfect.
It's going to be enough.
Yep.
And you can either draw off of this, or you can run forward and come back out into the middle of the table. It looks like he's choosing to draw. You have to watch the side pocket, though. And if you look at that cue ball, it's tracking right at the side. I mean, it doesn't have the speed to get there, but it certainly had the line.
Yep, there's certainly a possibility to scratch if you overhit that. But well played by YUTO. Great defensive battle, but a lot of back and forth. Almost saw the 3 foul.
ERIK had a good chance to get back within 1, but YUTO's going to extend it to 3. I love those battles when they get into safety battles. Some of my favorite clips online are kick safe battles between Efren Reyes and Nick Varner.
Kick safe battles. Oh, yeah.
I may have been going back a little too far for Nick Varner there, but it was only the 90s. Give me a break.
All right, well, we're back up now to 70 live viewers. Hit us up in the chat. Let us know you're there.
Yeah, welcome to the stream, folks.
Welcome, welcome. You are watching from Q1 Billiards, a live big money action match. Over 33K in the middle. Race to 30. 10 ball.
That's Canadian, so it's what, like 22 American? No.
Well, but that's good. It sounds like more, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It seems more impressive.
Right.
That 2 ball's gonna go long, and that's gonna be another dry break for YUTO. Right?
Yeah.
3, 6, 9, 10. Yeah. That's 10 balls left on the table. Well, 11. Count the ball. But...
Yeah, we have yet to see him break successfully in this tournament, in this match. Meanwhile, Vargas has the break figured out.
Definitely ahead of the 2 of them. He's leading the breaking race. YUTO has the more important scoreline, though. What a tough way to push out. And he's pushing out into a jump shot. Is YUTO going to take it, though? I don't know how you can pass that up.
As well as
pretty close to the pocket, as good as he jumps.
Yeah, as well as he's shown to be with the jump cue so far, what I've seen, I don't think he's passing this up. He is giving it back.
I mean, you're up 6-3. It's early. You can afford to be conservative. You don't have to take too many risks, I guess.
Yeah, I think this is one there's a good chance that he's going to come back to the table with a worse shot than what that was. But
yeah, if ERIK doesn't make it.
Yeah, if he
doesn't. ERIK's no stranger to the jump cue either.
Right. And as I said, I don't know if that's worse or not, but it's still a jump shot.
I would classify that as worse. I think the 1 ball might have been longer, but it was closer to the pocket. Whereas this might be farther from the pocket. It is an angle that kind of accepts the ball better if you're a little off. But the hard part here is hitting that small angle on the side of the 1, because you can't be in the air, you can't be off the table when you hit it, or the cue ball is going to go flying, and it'll change the angle of where you're hitting on the line.
And unfortunately, we don't really get to see the shot because he's blocking the camera view, but it was a good hit.
Set up right in front of the corner pocket.
Yeah.
ERIK's table to work through now.
And I gotta take a break to do something real quick. I'll be back in just a couple minutes.
All right, sounds good. Lots of room to move the cue ball. These can be a little tricky though for getting distance back down towards the 2. You can't really hit them with any speed. You just have to slow roll it like that, or smooth roll it rather. It's got a good angle here. You can see he's just cleaning away. Must have been something on the table where he eventually is going to want the cue ball, or the cue ball will pass through there to take that 3-ball top right. Got a little bit more speed on it than he wanted, I think. He'll go around. He's taking a look at the approach on the 4. He wants to make sure he comes into the 4 with angle to move to the 5. It's always with an eye to move to the next 3 balls. Might try and bump the 8 free here. Just like that. He's bridging over the 10, but does have a shot on the 4. These are 9-foot tables, as you can tell, with all the room, a lot of real estate out there. The only thing he doesn't want to be is on the end rail. He'd like to play this 4 and either roll that cue ball forward just a couple of inches to take the 5 on the side, or draw it back. Oh, he had lots of angle there. I thought he was straighter than that. That's a great positional shot. Looks like he has some angle to drift a little left of the 5 ball from his position, so towards the 8. No, straight in, so I had to draw it back. You got to watch when you're coming back across that you don't find this side pocket. Top right, I think he's going through. Straight top. He's a little shorter than he wanted, but he should still be able to work through this. 2 different ways you can play this. You can play this with just top, maybe a hair left, and just come across and contact the rail somewhere in here and then back out into the middle. Or you can try and bring it back across to the other side of the side pocket and out for the 8. I don't think there's any need to take that risk. Just play it 1 or 2 rails. Depends on the angle. It looks like he is going to draw it to the other side. Might be playing this slow. Can be a little trickier that way. Gone a little far. Not bad though. Just a little bit of check siding to hold it there for the 9 in the side. Could end up with past where his elbow is though if he's not careful. Oh, and he played that 2 rails just to avoid that specific scenario. And could be playing this 3 rails around to get the cue ball off that rail to play the 10 top right. You always want to play the 3rd rail in this situation so that you come off the rail. If you just play 2, you so often end up on the rail and that always makes your last shot more difficult. Get back within 2. ERIK Vargas takes down rack number 10. This is all made possible by EvoSports remote streaming, remote commentary system. Pretty handy deal. That, and of course, our competitors playing for 34th, almost $33,500 Canadian, race to 30. And we're almost, well, we're just a little over 1/6 of the way done. For every race to 7, you're looking at an hour and a half, roughly. So this should take us 4.5, 5 hours. Maybe up into the 6 range, because you're going to continue your races. You don't restart them every 7. ERIK breaking in rack number 11, trying to get back within 1. The 2 balls down. Is that 3 ball gonna? He's just getting done dirty by the balls on this table after the break. He's got a good, powerful break, making balls, but he's not able to dress up on the 1. Likely a push shot here. Just gonna give him distance. Got to be careful of giving up that left side. Yeah, YUTO's deemed it too risky, and he'll hand it back to ERIK. ERIK's actually done pretty good at trying to make these, though. If you give him any more practice, he might start dropping them. I think he's made 1 of them and missed 1. And the one he missed wasn't far off. I think he's going to hope to run into the 3 to slow the cue ball down, but just gently. Oh, and disaster. ERIK failing to pot the 1 and then scratching in the top right corner pocket will bring YUTO back to the table. With just cleanup work to do. Still got to get it done, though. None of this is ever for granted. Four ball doesn't go in the corner past the 5, so he's going to have to take it up in that top right corner. See him working it out. Again, this is just another variation of the bread and butter. Off the ball. Cut the ball into the corner, off the ball, and back out to wherever you want. May take this to the side. Easier to stay there for the 5 if you take the 4 in the side. But it's easier to make the 4 in that top right corner pocket. running the 4 ball down, or did he call it on the side? I think he was trying for the side. It must have looked a lot closer than it was. EvoSports. Sorry, my bad. I know that it's changed a little bit, but thank you, Trisha. He just had something he had to do. Sometimes it's like that on a Saturday. He'll be back in a minute. Can he get in behind the 4 and kick it up table? Leave the cue ball down there? Nope, he's just going for this what I call the split safety, and you're trying to split the table with him. Didn't get there. You can bank the 4 and play position on the 5, and you just want to get the speed right so that if you miss it, it comes back into the middle of the table. And he's played the safe, and cue ball is going to get up in behind there. Not as tight as he would have liked. ERIK can jump over this. Although with the jump, you know, you're not sure what you're going to end up with. So maybe kicking at this and taking a chance that you might actually make it in the top right corner pocket. That might be the better option. I mean, the jump doesn't lead to anything other than a legal hit. Excuse me. Yeah, the jump doesn't lead to anything but a legal hit. Whereas if you kick at it, you could play the 2-rail kick. Always going to jump and try and bank it in the side. Call something, and if it goes, you're a hero. If it doesn't go, nobody expects you to make it anyway. That's always been my theory when you're in a position like this. Cue ball's going to sit on the end rail. It's going to make it tough to play position on the 5 from there. This will just be a pot the 4 ball and try and get your cue ball to come off that side rail. Unless you pull an Earl Strickland or a Corey Duel. That was it. Corey Duel. Jacked up. Slammed the cue ball down table, made his ball, and had so much draw on it, it came back up to the other end of the table. Crazy. Was he going to get a roll? He's going to get in behind the 10. Well, you don't win anything without getting the odd roll here and there, so that happens. If you can see any part of it, this makes it just that much easier rather than just a pure kick. It's going to be tough to play a defensive shot on this. And he's looking at trying to get the cue ball in behind the 9 without scratching. Oh, and he just misses it. And YUTO back to the table. Got some work to do. 7 balls left. It's not a bad idea to take the 4-9 right now, because then that'll clean the pathway for the 8. Give you some more options. Six ball is going to move. So do you try and move it so you take it to the other corner? Well played, sir. Well played. Not the most natural position, 6 to the 7, but it's not the worst either. If he has enough, how do I say that? If his angle isn't too great, he should be able to hold there for the 7 in the side. Not a lot of options here. Stretched out over the edge of the table. Trying to come back and across for the 8. Gonna have to stiff this one. Get clear of the 10. Oh, that wasn't bad. Just pot the 8. That will pretty much cinch this rack for you. Nice little bounce. And to regain his 3-game lead, YUTO deposits the 10 ball, top right corner. I'll be back in a minute, folks, while they rack. See you in a few.
All right, I'm back in. Do a little bit more commentating here. Just to get a little something to eat, take a little break. And I saw that YUTO had closed out that last rack very nicely. Gets himself back up to a 3-game lead. And it looks like he's eyeing up the bank or the potential safety here. Oh, he's cutting. Heck of an attempt to cut that one ball in from that angle. But I like what he was doing with the cue ball, keeping it going back and forth, making sure that he'd have a shape on the 2, either in one of either of the corners.
Sorry, I just got back. I had to go.
Yeah, no problem. Me as well. So I'm back as well. I just had to get a little something to eat. So YUTO took on a very difficult cut on the one ball to the corner, just missed it. And that gave up the table to ERIK to get something going here. Calls the 9.
Good control on the 2 ball, right? Doesn't let the 2 ball get away from him, so he's still got another shot afterward.
I wonder what's going on here. If there's an equipment issue.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, that was a nice shot though to combo that and keep the 2 in a very good position.
5 ball goes by the 10. It's going to be tricky getting from the 4 to the 5.
Yeah, I'm looking at that as well. So he's eyeing up position on the 4 ball for this circle here, I believe, so that way he can try to get the draw shot off of the 4 and bring the cue ball out here for the 5, I think. So ideally, yeah, probably his ideal position window is going to be in here on the 4 ball. And he got right into my circle.
Well done, sir. Well done, sir.
Hey,
There's a little bit of a sense of satisfaction when you draw it up on the board and then they nail it and you've drawn exactly what they're going to do. It's like, okay.
I tell you what, they nail it. They nail those circles on a little bit higher percentage at this skill level than at some others that I commentate. So it makes it a little bit easier for me. ERIK did all the hard work.
I hear you.
I mean, I just knew that the position was going to be, it had to be very specific for him to be able to slide over easily to get shape on the 5.
Oh, he's rubbed the 7.
Yeah, he rubs the 7 on the way out.
Yeah, it's still workable, but it's a little harder than he was hoping for, I think. And you have to be aware of where the cue ball is going to go off the 10, because that could clip the 10 as well. As a matter of fact, I think it has to clip the 10. That's very close. It might just squeak by.
Yeah, it does look like it's going to rub the 10. The cue ball is. No.
Oh, just squeaks by.
Yeah, well played.
So many things could go wrong there. Just, rubbing the 10, bumping into the 7 and maybe getting behind it. And as it is, he's pretty straight on the 6. I think he's just going to draw it backward and take the 7 into this bottom right corner. Just a little draw shot.
Rattles it. How many times do we do that when we're trying to get something extra on the cue ball and draw it back? So easy to rattle those.
Yeah. Oh, it happens more often than I like to think about.
And the pocket size at Q1, are they 4.5 or 4.25?
For the corners,
Yeah.
I think they're maybe 4.5, but I don't think they're any smaller than that. Yeah, they're definitely not less than 4.5 because I didn't find them any different than normal.
Okay. YUTO with a bridge draw that gets perfect. That's delicate.
I know a lot of people don't like the bridge, but I really don't have a problem with it. One of the things that I've always watched for when you're using the bridge is of course the players out there that use the bridge the most and are the best at it would be snooker players, because you got to use it quite often on that monster of a table.
Yes.
And if you watch most of them use it, they'll have that right elbow almost perpendicular to the table. It's up out of the way, gives them a great position to sight down it.
Yeah, it's definitely a different mechanics to learn, right?
And the other thing, to have a stable mechanical bridge, don't hold it off the table unless you have to. But if you can set it on the table and pin it down, it's so much more stable.
So YUTO taking down another one and has the score doubled, 8-4.
Getting closer to a third of the way there.
Yep. Very long race. I love the race to 30 because it's really going to show who the true better player is.
And it's long enough that you can kind of sink into it, and it seems to be good value for the length, right?
Yeah. So let's see if YUTO can figure out the break. He's very much struggled with the break so far in this match. Several dry breaks, a couple of fouled breaks.
And for the majority of his breaks where he does, well, I mean, not that he doesn't keep the cue ball on the table, but it's only been a couple of times it's come off the table or scratched. But when he does keep the cue ball on the table, it's past the center string, so it's on the top half of the table as we look at it.
Right.
And if you look at how often the one ball is at this end of the table, which is almost all the time, you're starting from a distance disadvantage.
Let's see if he makes the adjustment needed. He does. Great cue ball, but still nothing going in. So, I mean, I like the cue ball action. Hit it very firm, right in the center. I think he might just want to adjust the speed a little bit because he's not getting those balls behind the head ball to track to the side pockets.
That's very difficult to do with wood rack, though, right?
It is. You're absolutely right. And I wonder if he's going to change it up because he's been breaking dead center the entire time. I wonder if he's going to move it over a few inches to one side or the other to try to get a little different action in future breaks, because this is unusual for a player at that caliber to have no successful breaks out of 8 attempts.
So, sorry, I didn't notice that. He's been breaking dead center the entire time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Every break that I've watched, it's been dead center and center ball hit on the one.
Yeah, I don't mind the center ball hit, but I've always been taught that when breaking 10 ball, you're usually a ball and a half off the center line, and that seems to get you some pretty decent results with the second balls popping towards the side.
Yeah, I also wonder if it might be the wood rack versus racking with a template. He might be a player that's used to using the template.
Oh, I know I would be struggling with the wood rack.
Right.
Yeah, I avoid the wood rack like the plague.
Oh, a jump shot missed.
Wow, I did not expect that from ERIK.
Yeah, I don't think he did either. And what's going on with this 3-5 situation over here on the rail? That is something to be paying attention to. Is the 5 wired to go down to the bottom, to the top corner? I don't know. Doesn't
I think
really
you're going
look
to
like
see
it.
the one ball head. Well, no, now he's looking at running out.
Yeah, but he's going to have to break it out and get shape on the 2 if he does it on this shot.
It's his best opportunity. You don't really need to break it like off the rail or anything, but anything that taps the 5 ball gets the 5 ball further away from it, which he should be able to do here, coming 2 rails. Just drawing off the 1. He's looking to see if he can find an easier way to do that.
So he's going to try to run into the 3 and maintain shape on the 2 in the side afterwards.
Just have
Doesn't
to
get it.
bump the
Yeah.
3. All right, safety time.
Yep, plan B. That's your
Might
safety.
be an option. That's my thought.
Okay.
It might be too much angle. He may have to play it off the 6 down into that area, and that might be a not enough angle sort of thing.
Yeah, I
It's so
see.
hard to tell from this table angle, right? I mean, being off the corner like this, not that it's a whole heck of a lot easier being right above the table.
I think what he's looking at here is sending the cue ball off this rail down into this area, because if you get the cue ball anywhere down in this area here, it doesn't matter as long as you don't hit the 2 too far over, past this point here.
Yeah, it's pretty
Might
easy
be able
to
to-
do.
might
I
be
think
able to-
he's sending the 2 ball that way. Send the 2 ball over here. Cue ball. I couldn't get it drawn in time.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but he used the 10 and the 9 the other way, right? Yeah, so leaving a jump shot. And he's going to get his jump cue.
These can be difficult to control the cue ball. Don't be surprised if it goes off the table.
Yeah,
Oh, that
and-
wasn't on the rail.
No, it wasn't. But the
I
thing
thought
is,
that was past the side pocket. And I didn't realize it went.
it almost would have been better for him if it didn't go and it just banked safe, right? Because then it would have pushed the 2 down into this area. You probably would have gotten safe, and then you can get something going with the 3. But making it was not really ideal for him in that situation.
Just in the chat room there, do you know who Drew Down Cali is?
I do. Yeah, that's Andrew McMahon. He's a player from down here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's this damnedest Jared guy is good. I don't know who Jared is.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's talking about, but he might be under the influence, let's say.
It's afternoon.
Yeah.
And it's afternoon on the West Coast, not just afternoon somewhere. Now, can he stick this 3 a couple rails down table and just smooth that cue ball forward up against the rail and use the 5 as a blocker?
He's calling aside.
I think that's just a call so that he can have the shot if it goes. Because
Right,
you're going to see the 4.
right.
And he's got that cue ball smoothed right in next to the 5, but is the 3 ball going to get far enough away?
I think it
I don't
did.
believe it did. I think, well, if he can't see it, he can see this horn.
I don't even know if you could see that. Really?
Yeah, I think there's enough distance.
No?
Yeah, he's immediately down shooting. So he's just gonna clip this, try and get the 3 ball down in behind the 10, and get the cue ball between the 4-5 again. Yeah, heck of a shot.
Oh, he had the whole
Well, you
ball.
can see it on the way there. Did it come out? I think he got him.
Wow. Impressive.
I find when you're playing safeties like the one that YUTO played, because you're really used to moving the cue ball in that manner, like really small, tight spots, it can be really tough to keep control of it in there. And I have a tendency, I don't know about other people, but I have a tendency to overhit it.
Andrew McMahon in the chat wants to get a Redfern shout out. That is his opponent today. Actually, he's playing a match with a local player, Jared Redfern, who's an up and coming player in the Northwest out here. Shout out to Buttons, Jared Redfern.
I do remember that nickname. Why do I remember the nickname Buttons?
Because it's memorable.
I think I was watching or listening to one of your guys' streams and you started talking about him.
Yeah, probably.
He wasn't there yet, I think. There was somebody else's match going on, and he was about to arrive, but he hadn't arrived yet, I guess. I'm not sure.
Yeah. we call him Buttons because he's always got a button-up shirt on.
Yeah. Dress how you're comfy. 3 ball has come out, so ERIK trying to take over this rack and get back within 3.
Yep, tester here. A lot of distance. And no good. Does he get a good roll?
It's gonna end up with a decent result though, as that tucks in right behind the 6.
Perfect roll. He does give up the window for the 1 rail here. Right into the 3. Does the 3 play anywhere? That's the question. You might call it in the side and maybe see if it goes off the 6.
It's got to have some power on it to hit that 6 and go in the left side.
That's true. It does. You have to hit that pretty hard.
Well, maybe not. Maybe it's just the camera angle that makes it look a little like that. You'd have to really stiff that.
He is calling that shot.
Oh, he tried to pick it clean, I think.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Because you're right. Taking it off the 6 would have required a lot more power.
Yeah, and that's the only reason why I think he was trying to pick it clean into the side pocket, is because he didn't really juice it up. Didn't quite put enough pepper on that steak. Steak. Sorry.
What's up, Kenneth Brown in the chat? Welcome.
Hey, Ken. Thanks very much. Or Kenneth. Some people prefer full names. ERIK trying to get back out into the middle of the table for the 3. Oh, he's come back to the end of the table. Left YUTO long. Did he make a call there yet, or is he still looking?
I haven't seen it yet.
You might see him bank it up here. And again, try and use that separation, or go the other way.
No, I like that. I like that path, actually.
It's a little tricky getting between the 5 and the rail.
Just sending it straight up table.
Uh-oh.
That's not going to work out. So Vargas with another opportunity.
It's a little long, but it's not as tough as last time.
Yeah, and this is the most amount of chances that Vargas has gotten, really, in most of these racks. Many of his missed shots ended in a loss of game. Oh, I must have mixed up the players if it's YUTO's turn.
No, I think he's just cleaning his cue.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
it's.
We're just waiting. We're on a little player break, I guess. Okay. Normally they set the cue on the table when they take a break, so I kind of know, but that's all right.
That is kind of one of those things that it might be a little nice to put a little list of etiquette things out for people watching, so you don't have to, because you don't have the opportunity in this instance to actually flash up player break on the screen, right? But
right.
Hey, maybe there's a button for that.
Well, I think the universal symbol for player break is just laying your cue on the table, right? And
I know,
you know, but
for the Evo system,
yeah, I hear what you're saying.
a little button on the corner of the screen. I don't know.
You know, if we had a button that said player break and they pressed it, we probably have video commercials just playing until they came off break. That might not be a bad idea, though, actually.
There you go. There's a revenue stream, right?
Well, yeah, we need more sponsors. And shout out to Timey Roofing, who sponsors at Q1. He sponsors all of the live streams coming out of the EvoSports system. If anybody out there is interested in sponsoring a table on EvoSports or a venue, hit me up. Let me know. Be happy to have you on board. We'll give you some information. It's a great way to advertise your business.
Or if you're in the local area and need a roof repair, call Timey Roofing and
Absolutely.
let them know where you found it. Now, Mike Silvius, the owner of Timey Roofing, is always involved in pool in the Lower Mainland. He's been running tournaments for a couple of years now, I think.
Yeah, he does.
Probably longer than that, but regular tournaments at some of the venues.
And he's a great guy too. Super nice guy. I've had him over at my house. Played on our Chalkbox live stream.
That's right. I remember that.
Yeah, put on a great performance. Good guy. Good shot. And what's up, Vic Albertson from Kennewick, Washington? They're at Players Sports Bar and Grill. Fantastic venue over there in Kennewick. One of our EvoSports customers. Glad you're enjoying the stream.
Welcome to the stream. You'll get a sponsorship fee every time you beat me. Nice.
Yeah, he's always trying to get me to get in action with him. He's always trying to bait me in the chat. Uh-oh, that's gonna rattle. Yeah, I saw as soon as he hit it. Caught that side rail just a little too early, but gets away with it. And YUTO's gonna have to kick one rail at this, but
do you think he's gonna kick, or is he gonna?
Yeah.
He might jump it, just for the simple fact that playing a jump shot on it, you can actually play position on this for the ball in the same pocket. So he's gonna play this. He's gonna play this jump with bottom right, hit that 4, and come 2 rails back out and around.
I see.
It's got to get there, though. It's got to get there. Just a little shy.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Tough balance on that one, though.
Yeah, I mean, I was just looking at the simple path, which is just kicking it in slowly and just leaving the cue ball here. Take your medicine and play your 5-ball up table. It's going to be natural to the 6. So you know you're going to make that kick, and you know your cue ball is going to be somewhere in this area, right? So it's more of the guarantee, I guess.
I'm so bad at kicking. I'm more guaranteed to make the jump shot. And I know the ball's over the hole. I'm more guaranteed to make that jump.
I'm like 95% plus sure that I'm going to make it and get shape on that particular situation.
I'm probably only 75, whereas I'm probably 85 the other way.
Yeah.
And the old split safety, getting the cue ball and the object ball on opposite ends of the table.
Yeah, well done. Don't think he left an edge, but maybe a little bit of a swerve here or a jump.
Yeah, I think ERIK might go back and get his jump cue.
He's calling the bank.
Has he already got it in his hand?
I think he's already got it. That's his jump cue, isn't it?
Can't really.
Yeah.
I think it must be. Yeah, it must be. Is that
He's only
5
got to
even go by the 8?
He's only got to jump an edge of the ball. Yeah, I don't know if it did or not, but
It's one of those, you call the pocket in case it goes, so you don't get hooped if it does go and you've got no position. At least you're still in control of the table that way.
So a tester here for YUTO. Cue ball
Stuck on the
rail.
beach.
Yep.
Can you get shape on the 6 from there? I mean, if the 6 goes by the 10, which it might, you just have to roll the 5 into the bottom left corner and just try and hold that cue ball before the 8 just with weight.
I think you can.
Oh, he's played safe. Nicely done.
That's the way to do it. I do believe that he has the.
Yeah, he's not frozen to the back side of the 8, so
not sure if he's
gonna have that.
Not sure if he's got the 2 rail, but I think he's definitely got the 1 rail. The 2 rail is going to be a much better option if he has it because it gets him down towards the 6. Hitting this 1 rail does not get you anything on the 6, really.
It probably gets you safe again. No, I definitely agree. I think that 2 rail. And then even if you miss, at least your cue ball's going away from the 4. So you have a better chance of getting separation between the 2, right?
Yeah, the 5 ball, right?
Sorry, the 5 ball, yes.
You're welcome, Kenneth. Thank you for the shout out. Appreciate that.
Yeah, EvoSports. It's a pretty cool system. Oh, he's almost made the 1 railer.
Yeah, he did go 1 rail and with shape, but didn't make the ball.
Yeah, it's always sitting in the booth knowing exactly where that angle is.
Yeah, and this particular table is for me a little tougher to commentate because it is a sort of a
angled, angle.
Yeah, it's an angled camera view versus that traditional streamer's view where we can kind of see the straighter lines of the table. So a little harder to tell.
Yeah, Justin will straighten that out next time he's there.
Well, yeah, that table has always been that way just because of where it's possible to mount the cameras.
Yes.
But that's also one of the most preferred tables where you typically have the bigger matchups on. So it's just the way it is. It works out pretty good, though.
Yeah, there's a little less traffic all the time, like close to that table, because there is a larger walkway to the right of where YUTO is standing. Whereas all the other 9-foots are, they just have another table around them, so it's a little bit more crowded. That being said, the tables at Q1 have plenty of room around them. Not enough for 2 people to shoot at the same time, but you're not going to be hampered by the other table. Nice position to the 7.
Yeah,
I believe he also has angle to get to the 8, like you said, saying there, stunning over.
Yeah, it's just a stun shot over for the 8 in the same pocket.
Sorry, I have to apologize for cutting you off sometimes because I'm so used to doing commentary alone.
That's all right. I do it as well. I try to.
Oh, that's going to have some speed on it.
Yeah, but he had to go the 3 rails. It's okay to go a little long here because you're making the angle better, with the longer shot. You're getting a little more favorable angle on the 9. And at his skill level, I don't think he's too worried about the distance here.
No, that's very true.
Better to have the right line. and be a little farther away. Kenny Brown, we are remoting in, so I'm commentating to you from Paulsbo, Washington, just west of Seattle, on the other side of the water from Seattle. And Colin,
I'm sitting up here in Chilliwack, British Columbia, Canada. It's a really cool system that EvoSports has developed to allow us to do the commentary this way, and for everybody to stream their matches from the venue. Well done.
Yeah, the remote commentator just allows for anybody anywhere in the world to be able to be a commentator on any EvoSports table. So we have that feature built into the system. So a lot of our venues, they like it because they'll have some local players that really like to commentate and are passionate about it to volunteer, and they'll work from home sometimes and commentate big, matchups or tournaments. And it's great for the pool community, adds a lot of engagement. And it's fun, players like to draw pictures, a little, emojis.
Oh yeah, no, definitely, definitely. Yeah, I frequently get told that I scribble too much on the screen, so I'm trying to restrain myself. Now okay. I know now that when I remote in, I always get sent a link. But is that how the system will always work, or will it maybe be a login for commentators, and then they can scroll through the available matches and pick the ones they want?
It depends on how we have it set up, but that's certainly a possibility in the future. But the venues have to give us approval for which people that they want to be commentating, because they are technically, representing that venue.
Very true. Very true.
So we don't want to be the ones that are responsible for somebody, not being respectful or something on the.
There we go. Meeting. Successful break from YUTO. He's made a ball. Cue ball's on the table, and he can see the one. Not sure how much of it he can see, but no, that's a good point though about the commentators. They are kind of representing EvoSports and the venue at the same time. So yeah, I can see how you want to keep a little bit of control on that.
Yeah, so we don't want it to be an open kind of system. But if you're interested in being a commentator and EvoSports is at your local venue, reach out to the venue owner or the tournament director or somebody there, and let them know your interest. And if they're fine with it, we'll set you up and get you going. Nice safety on that one ball. Really got a lot of great separation and a lot of blockers.
And he almost got that cue ball in behind the 6.
Yeah, so he does give up the one railer, but excellent job from where he was. And
nice hit from ERIK, but unlucky result. Scratches in the corner pocket.
Yeah, so YUTO rewarded for his successful break and good safety after the break to now come to the table with ball in hand, and a pretty standard out here. There's nothing really funny. I don't like where the 7 is, but it's not really that big of a problem because of where the 6 is. You can probably get to it easily. Just a matter of staying in line. I don't really see any real difficult transitions here. The 4 is your ball before the 6, so that's actually perfect to get yourself flat on the 6. This looks really good.
The trickiest one out there, I think, right now is that 7. Going from the 6 to the 7, if you have any angle, it's going to make it interesting.
Well, that's why I was saying it's good that the 4 ball's right there, because the 4 can help you get flat on the 6.
Very good point. Sorry, I think I was reading a comment online.
But he did not get the shape on the 4 that he wanted. Now he's got to do some work, and he doesn't like it. Now he's got to do some work to get on the 6. And he went from being the favorite to running out this rack to maybe,
needing a little bit of safe.
Yeah, maybe a 30% favorite, because this is really tough now.
He's going to bank that back down table and try and get that cue ball back in behind the 6. That's a little dangerous for a position with the cue ball, but
yeah, and you don't want to get up the table if you don't have to. And sometimes he's going to back cut this 4 ball in and try to bring the cue ball around 2-3 rails.
Watch how he kills the cue ball here. I think.
Yeah,
wow.
Great attempt. He did get exactly where he wanted on the 6 ball. Exactly where he wanted. So, great attempt. Just a little short. Now Erik's challenged with getting on the 6 straight enough to.
And he's so tight to the rail there.
Yeah.
To get any sort of spin on it is going to have to hit high up on the cue ball. The higher you hit or the lower you hit on a cue ball for putting spin on it means the more chance it has of swerving.
He can jack up a little bit here. Yeah. Just using outside.
Just roll this in. Nope. He put some speed on it, and as a result, he might be a little bit tough on the 6. No, it's slowed down. I think he's okay.
Yeah, he's okay, but just made the shape to the 7 a lot harder. So now he's going to have to work a little bit. I think he's just going to use outside here. Try to bring the cue ball off this rail and back to the 7.
He may use left spin and go all the way around, but that would be pretty aggressive. No, exactly the way you drew it. And how's his speed? Pretty good.
I like it.
Good control from the 6 to the 7 from ERIK. Now he may try and come out off the top side of that 8 and play it in the side, or has he got enough rail there to use it effectively and come off the top side of the 8 to play it in the same side pocket? It looks like he's queuing really low.
Yeah.
Just going to take it to the other side pocket. I thought he was going to come past it and play it into the left side, but now if he can hold the cue ball, he'll be all right on the 9. He may have to go to the end rail and back. Nope. He had lots of room there. It looked like it was a lot more of an angle there.
So really nicely played out from ERIK.
Nice.
off of the miss from YUTO.
Nice
YUTO
finish.
was looking like a connect the dots rack, and YUTO looks like he's going to take a quick player break. I just saw him make the motion that he's going to be right back soon. So I'm going to take my quick break here, and I'll be right back in a minute.
All right. I think I'll go grab a coffee and come back as well. We'll see you guys in a minute.
All right, Kenny Brown, if you want to jump in and do some commentating, this is going to be a long match. We're going to need to take some breaks. If you want to jump in, maybe Justin will set you up with the commentator profile and we'll get you in here. Wouldn't mind the help. All right, we are back in action. ERIK Vargas to break, down by 4. So a dry break from Vargas gets YUTO to the table. No real good look at the 1.
He might have the edge of it. If he's got the edge of it, he can play a safety here, but it's going to be a little tricky. A 6 and 7 make it tough to get the cue ball through there.
And Justin is working on getting us another commentator to fill in. I may not be available for the whole match since it is a race to 30. And I wouldn't mind taking some of that time off. And so we might have Ken Brown come in and do a little commentary with you. I didn't know what your schedule was today, Colin.
Oh, I only had one thing to do today.
Oh, this was your plan all day. Okay, good.
Yeah.
So
I see there's a few reasons why I like to watch pool. One, the skill level is good, right? So these guys well over 700. I'm happy with the skill level. I could watch it for quite a while. 2, there's a grudge match. If there was a grudge match and these two people have a beef or something, that always adds drama. and then the other is money, like the stakes. Like there's something on the line adds drama. So I got 2 out of the 3 here. I know these 2 guys don't have any beef, and I wouldn't want them to. They're both nice guys. But the drama and the skill, like the money and the skill, make this super interesting for me. And being able to commentate on it is a ton of fun.
Yeah, and just watching the players sweat. They're playing for a good chunk of money. There's a lot of pressure on this.
Well, it was like when Filler and or was it Federgorst and Eklankachi were playing in the finals. I mean, they missed some shots they didn't normally miss, but there was $250,000 on the line.
Right, exactly.
And there's also and because of that, I'm kind of reminded of the quote from, I think it was Minnesota Fats. He said, "If the pockets are too big, up the bet."
Yeah, this was originally a 20K in the middle match, but I think there was so much stake horse action that
there's no stake horse action whatsoever.
So
if you you kind of get what I'm saying.
Right. Well, it's all between 2 people
and the internet.
Right.
But But yeah, it's I love watching this stuff. And you know, we have so few matches that get the stakes up there like this that anytime there is one, I'm in. You guys have a few matches that might be coming up soon, or events, I think.
Yeah, you know, we have we have a ton of big money tournaments, you know, $500 entry or $300 entry, and there's just lots of players and lots of tournaments that happen down here compared to up there. But what we don't have is player on player, one-on-one big dollar money matchups. We don't see those very often up here or down here, whatever. So
this is only
different kind of culture.
This is only the second one I've seen where you know, it's gotten up over the. I guess there's been a few over 10 grand, but not a ton. I think the first one I remember was Simon and ERIK there a year or two ago. But just over the last couple of years, with all the posts that you see from ERIK, and
is he going inside, go 2 rails and check it?
I think he can thin the edge of the 3. I think he's just going to slow roll and try and just. Oh, I may have changed his mind now, but it looked to me like he was just going to thin the edge of the 3
and try to slide the cue ball down there, but it's going to come into the 10, and yeah, that's really hard to get it out of there. But yeah, I think you're right. I think that is what he's doing.
He hit that a lot faster than I thought he was going to.
And he gives up the 2-9 combo. Does kind of tie up a little bit of a problem with the 6, 7, and 8. They're a little bit trickier. The 6 ball is a lot trickier.
Yeah, depending on if YUTO gets to the 6, depending on his position, I can pretty much, you know, I think odds are, you know, 5-1. He'll be behind the 7, 8, and the 6 ball will be down table.
This didn't play out as favorable as he was hoping for. Wanted to get a little bit more forward momentum with the cue ball.
I think the 3 ball's past the side pocket far enough. He doesn't have to worry too much about scratching. He might hit the point and get a little funny with the cue ball.
Yeah, I can see that happening.
I think he'll just roll this in.
Beautiful
shot. That ends up pretty good. Pretty good. I think he's going a little bit away from the 5, so instead of coming this way, he's going to end up rolling forward here. Doesn't want to get too tight to the 7. He's going to be well short of that. No problems. And he now has an opportunity to break into the 7, 8, maybe get a little separation there.
Yeah, I think those are good targets for you to have, right? Really good target to have is either the 7 or the 8. You're going to, anywhere in here that you hit with the cue ball, you're going to be good on the 6, right?
Yeah, the only thing that would be bad is
huge margin of error.
Well, I think if you hit the 8, like a half ball hit on the 8, you might be in trouble because you'll come off the 8 and keep moving up table, and you could bounce out in behind the 7.
Yeah, there's more ways that it works out well for you than ways that it doesn't. Good shot by YUTO.
You are definitely correct there.
Seeing if the 7 clears.
Yeah, I was just thinking of what could go wrong if you got in there, like.
And that's
it
always
looks like that 7 goes by the 8, so he should be okay.
Yeah, it's always good to look at what could go wrong, even if it's the low percentage, because you can know think about what to do to avoid that one possible thing that could go wrong, right? Whereas just thinking, oh, I'm good if I just hit it anywhere in here, you know, it's better to understand exactly what could go wrong.
That has got me so many times.
Oh, wow. When he hit that, I'm like, I don't know if that's going to go.
That 7-ball wiped its feet, washed its hand, it set the towel back up before it fell.
I mean,
Holy cow! I thought that was going to stay up.
It hung for a second too, like thought about staying up.
It didn't quite do the Nike ball roll, but you know, it was. Yeah, that was that Tiger Woods shot.
Oh right,
Where it hangs on the edge of the
yeah.
pocket. It hangs on the edge of the hole for so long, and it still slowly rotates in. And the last thing you see is the Nike logo. It's like you couldn't have paid to have that happen. People in the Nike boardroom high-fiving their luck.
Right.
To double the lead again.
Yeah, he's keeping the pressure on. 10-5.
YUTO 1/3 of the way. And how long have we been going now? It's been 2.5 hours.
2.5 hours. Yeah, I was predicting about 7-hour match between these two guys.
Yeah, it's
If they would have changed it to template rack and early tens allowed if called, I would have put it at 5 hours. But with these rules, I put it at 7 as my estimate.
yeah. I think you knocked 2 hours off with the template rack.
Oh, and early tens. If you add
early tens.
yeah, if you add early tens and template, that really speeds it up.
Yeah, you're right. It would. So, do you guys have any big tournaments coming up down there that you guys are planning on streaming or anything? Or
Yeah, actually, we have the Don Weir Memorial Tournament is coming up at the end of July 27th, 28th. Going to be a really big event at the Golden Fleece in Everett. And we're going to have, there's going to be professional players there, including Shane Van Boning, Corey Duell, Naoki Oi. A pretty impressive list of pro players, combined with, a bunch of just our local amateur players that want to compete in that arena. $15,000 added, 64-player field. It's going to be a good time.
that's going to be nice. And another exciting news for pool in Seattle area, the Seattle Open.
Yeah,
the Matchroom 9-ball event. Boy, did that sell out quickly.
Yeah, we're getting a Matchroom event at Ox Billiards coming up in, I believe, October. Is it September? September or October?
September. I think it's late September, but I'm not sure.
Thank you. Yeah, the Seattle Open World 9-Ball Tour, provided by Matchroom and Ox Billiards. It's going to be a great time playing on those Rossin tables.
It's a great time to be a fan of pool.
Yeah, the Pacific Northwest is really stepping up when it comes to, and I say the Pacific Northwest, I include BC. I know you guys just say West Coast, right? Because to you, you're not in the Northwest, you're in the West, right? But
as far as Canada goes, yeah.
But Pacific Northwest, you guys we include you in that. When we say Pacific Northwest, always includes BC. Just want you to know that.
Well, we appreciate that. It's just a little, for the most part, it's just one little tiny corner of BC.
Yeah, but you guys have a great pool community and a lot of great players.
It's actually pretty rich, as far as talent goes down here. There's some really, really good players. And then there's a lot of people that are involved in the pool community, and some really good pool halls that are sponsoring the community, right? So it's good to see.
It's a very strong pool community. So jacking up on the 5 to make this combo.
He's got to watch he doesn't draw the cue ball down past the 6 and hook himself on the 5. He's got an angle on this. Wants that cue ball to kill right there.
And he pockets both balls intentionally. Don't think he was really Yeah,
I don't believe that was intentional. I think he wanted the 5 ball to stay there to take the 6 in the top left corner pocket, because it doesn't go by the 8 now. Now he's going to play the combination.
But if he would have left the 5 ball in the pocket, he wouldn't have a shot on it.
I know, but I think he was trying to hold the cue ball, and it was just he just couldn't hold the cue ball for the 5. So I think there's two mistakes or two things that happened on that shot that he didn't want to. He didn't want the 5 to go down. And he didn't want the cue ball to go past the 6 and block the 5. I could be wrong. This could be exactly what he played for.
Yeah, because he did set up for the absolute perfect position on the combo. And maybe he's just comfortable with this.
Doesn't seem to be a problem.
Yeah.
It's important when you're playing shots like this, the transition shots from one end of the table to the other, to pick your spots on the rail and at least try and hit those targets.
Right here is his target.
Yep. And
that's because that's the line that gets him to the 9 ball.
Yeah, and it comes into his position, so he's got a very large target area to hit. And it also takes the pockets out of play, or reduces the influence of the pockets if you can deliberately avoid them. If you think, oh, I'll just hit over there.
Oh, a missed 9 ball. That was very unusual.
Not comfortable with that. He looked a little awkward, stretching out a little bit. And
yeah, we have not seen very much of that from YUTO so far. That was very unexpected.
I think that's the first miss of the last 2 balls we've seen in the whole match. I don't think anybody else has missed late in the match, have they?
No, we haven't really seen any late game errors like that.
And ERIK's gonna come just past 10, just nicely. And he'll take it. Good mechanics on ERIK there. You see his elbow is like perfectly straight up and down. Doesn't have any of this in-turn or an out-turn on his wrist. Makes it easier if you can be consistent and properly aligned. Makes consistency easier if you're properly aligned.
Mike Isaac in the chat says, ouch, wets the bed after that great combo. That was unfortunate. That was a great combo and just a good, well-executed out, other than the 9 ball. Just a little bit of a lack of focus or something on that 9.
Happens sometimes.
It does.
The trick is to somehow shake it off quickly. What's that saying? You get have a 3-second memory.
Yeah. But ERIK going to use that for some motivation. Looks like he's psyching himself up for another power break. Let's watch that. Watch how much action he gets on these balls. I mean, he really crushes the rack.
And it's all arm strength too.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the 1 went in. No, the 1 did go in, but nothing on the 2. So he kind of shrugs his shoulders and says, I don't know what,
He's hitting the ball well. I mean,
he really is.
I'm just going to watch the replay on YouTube here just to see if that cue ball got kicked to head up table like that.
No, it had top spin on it. Yeah, so after it landed, it took off, did the Roadrunner, right?
Yeah, just clean, didn't touch another ball. So to me, that sort of mistake, having the cue ball at the wrong end of the table, that's on the player unless it gets kicked. So that would be an error from ERIK with the cue ball up table.
Yep.
Gotta be careful on these that you don't. If he does go to kick at the 2, oh man, I think I'd rather push out somewhere
Yeah, he's going to push the 10 into the 6, or into the 4, push the 4 into the 6. That's actually better because you want the 4 ball in the mix over there. That's nice because it's like no matter what, this is going to be a messy out for whoever gets control of the table first.
Yeah, the odds of YUTO running this out are diminished greatly with that 4 ball sitting there.
And I just give this back. I don't think there's really much to accomplish by taking anything on here.
Even the safety's a little risky, right? Because if you wanted to bank that 2 ball across to the other side, you're leaving it near an open pocket, and then you have to count on getting that cue ball down in behind the 8-9.
Well, unless he can kick and stick. If he can pull off the kick and stick into the 2,
you might even make it.
Is he calling it? Yeah, he's calling this, but I think he's going to really be hoping for the kick and stick. Oh, he's going that way.
Cross banked it.
Okay.
And every inch that 2 ball rolls to the left makes this a little tougher for ERIK. So
yeah,
YUTO won't be unhappy with where the 2 ball settled up, but he will be a little disappointed he couldn't get the cue ball past the 7. ERIK's just going to thin the 2 and send the cue ball around the table. Try and keep the 2 ball right where the 3 was. Get the cue ball all the way down table. Is he going to get in behind the 7? Kind of, but I think he still left the edge of the 2 open. I think there's enough room past that 5 that YUTO's going to have the edge of the 2. Not a for sure safety here. You can easily hit this too hard and set it up over the corner pocket and then leave the cue ball with a look at it afterward. If you can hit this really thin, get it halfway to the corner. No, he's just split the table, 1 on either side. Hopefully you can get the 5 in there, maybe get the 2 tucked into the 6.
All right, I see Kenny Brown in the chat saying he's all set up with his commentator profile and he's ready to jump in. I'm ready to take a break for a little while, actually. I wouldn't mind. I'll just watch for a little while and get some things done around the house and maybe jump back in when the score is 20-something, 20-20. I'll come back in a couple hours.
29-29, come back for the last rack.
So yeah, Kenny, come on and jump in. If you've been provided a link, go ahead and jump in now, and I'll bow out once you're up and running and it's working good. I'm going to do a commentator swap.
Yep, there he is.
Welcome, Kenny. Can you hear us okay?
Fine.
All lowercase, 1 word. There we go. I think Justin set that up just real quick.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Oh, yeah, we can hear you just fine. Can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. That's great. Yeah, sounds good.
Good deal.
Happy to
Good
jump
deal.
in for a bit. Hey,
Yeah.
Welcome to the stream, Mr. Brown.
thanks.
Does anybody ever call you Downtown Kenny Brown?
Yeah, they do. Yeah,
Everybody with everybody with the last name Brown
gets the downtown. Yeah, my email is actually downtown@telus.net.
Now everybody has it because you just
okay.
announced it publicly.
They can harass me all they want.
Well, as long as you don't start doing the Mike Siegel thing there. Did you catch his act there when he was doing commentary from one of the tournaments down south?
I did not. But hey, guys, I'm gonna bow out because sometimes with 3 in here, it gets a little bit choppy because it adds a little processing power. So I'm gonna bow out. I think it works best with 2 anyway. Have a great night. I'll see you guys when it's 2020.
Okay, thanks very much.
All right. Talk to you later.
See you
Take
later.
care. Mr. Brown, how are you, sir? Kenny, can you hear me?
It's going crazy right now, so I'm just kind of waiting.
Okay, let me know when your system straightens out there.
I'm really good. I'm just trying to get used to this little thing here. It was playing everything twice on me, and it still is.
Do you have the stream up and running on another window on your monitor?
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's why. There we go. Got it.
I have had so many battles with the darn mute button and computer audio that it is my nemesis.
I guess he's just sending us 3 rails around. Yep.
To get that cue ball.
Oh,
right
don't make it. Don't make it.
That's not going in. That's going near the first diamond.
That's a great shot.
So I think this if excuse me.
It's okay. Go ahead. I was waiting for you.
No, sorry. I just got a frog in my throat there. I was about to cough, so I had to hit the mute button on my soundboard there.
I guess 3 rails. He's gonna have to try to come, because I think he doesn't really have a 2-railer straight into it because the 5's big. But I think he's good if he hits the 3rd rail by the middle diamond. Oh, he might come in. He might come in longer. Yeah, he might come longer. I'm thinking shorter, but he might come longer in 3 rails. Oh yeah.
Oh, he went right at it 3 rails. Is that going to stay behind the 9? It is.
Sir.
So good hit from ERIK Vargas to stay away from his second foul.
Let's see here. I was told to refer.
Oh, lost you. I'm sure you'll be back in a minute.
Sorry, Justin asked me to refresh my browser. I'm back.
Yep, you sound a lot clearer now too. Good kick from YUTO. One of my favorite parts of the game is any sort of safety battle where you're getting into some, buddies kicking one rail, kicking safe again, and you get multiple kicks back and forth.
Mm-hmm. This is my first time getting a chance to see YUTO, actually, so I'm really quite thrilled about doing this. I've seen
ERIK?
Yeah, I've seen ERIK Vargas quite a few times, but I saw him. Actually, I really enjoyed when he played against Simon not that long. Well, last year.
Look at this safety.
Oh, what a shot!
Look at that. Oh,
I'm gonna the same shot. He should have just. He can just read the book on what ERIK did on the last shot, and he can just go a little wider and do the same shot.
Sorry, I just got to clip this on YouTube here. That was a great save, kick return.
Justin's fooling around with my name, so it puts my name properly. I don't mind it like this, to be honest. So. Yeah, I mean, I think you would go on the far side of the 5 and try to kick it in the back maybe. Oh, he just missed it. Yeah, I don't know that he could. The 8, he crossed the 8 really quickly, like really close. I think if he would have been enough to kick it in the back, he might have hit the 8. He might have caught the 8 because he just missed it.
If that 5 goes by the 6, or sorry, if the 4 goes by the 6, we've got a little bit of we've got a table that can work.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not convinced that it goes.
Yeah, I feel the same. Let's see what he's kind of where he played that little test stroke. It kind of makes me feel like he's gonna try and play shape on that 4 ball.
Just gonna roll into it.
He might go.
I think he's.
Yeah, he's setting up for
5 ball in the road.
2 rails forward, maybe now to try to go into the.
Yeah, but you've really got to put some topspin on it to change that initial angle. So you
I don't
get
like
the second one in there.
I don't think he likes it either. He's not.
It's a bit of a juiced one, right?
So, let's see. I mean, bottom, middle, left, kind of middle, right. Sorry, go into them, I guess.
You mean left?
No,
Just
no,
straight
no.
left.
I'm thinking he's going to go right now. Oh, he's just playing
He
safe.
just kicked to play safe.
Oh, there we go.
That's gonna work. Oh, is it
No,
gonna come
I don't
out?
know.
I think he may have left that 3 in the side.
So the
He
4
could-
must
he
not
couldn't-
go because he must not have been too worried about.
I don't think he could shoot the 3 into the corner. I think the 5 was in the road, and he had to kick at it off the end rail.
That's like you say. That's one thing about having this funny angle is you don't really see all the time. It's so much nicer when you can have it in the center, but also have another camera on the side as well. You can often see. Not bad.
I think he's left the edge. There's no early 10s, so ERIK could cut this 3-ball down table, make 10 to the side, 10 pops up, and as long as he's still got a shot on that 3, he'll keep going.
Yeah, if he can drag the 3 down towards this corner pocket, the cue ball should collision the 10 and stick around for the hook.
Yeah, I think it'll roll towards that top or the right top side pocket or rail. Sorry. And he's moved the 6. Still got to develop the 4. I think we may see a little bit of a safety here.
Yeah, the combo.
Unless he decides to play for the bank on the 4.
Yeah, the combo's not on now. The 6 is out further. Well, it's on, but that wouldn't make a lot of sense to go for it.
It's not wired. It's not easy.
Yeah.
Although I think he just.
Hope he doesn't forget
might
to
have been
spot
looking
the 10 ball here. Here he goes.
Oh yeah, I actually forgot to bring it up myself in my head. So I'm watching along in YouTube, right? And so that this is really the first time I've done this sort of thing with YouTube. Is they have that little clip button. It's actually pretty easy to share, like a specific shot that comes up. It's pretty handy. Of course, everybody under the age of 25 is like, how did you not know this?
Yeah, I don't even know what you're talking. You just spoke another language to me. So I guess he's playing the bank. There he goes.
I'm not sure that. Well, if he has to cut it a little bit more, maybe he can pinch it. Use the 6 ball to hold the cue ball there.
Yeah, for sure. It'll just push the 6 towards the corner, and he can hold for the 5. It's just a question of making the bank, as long as you've got the right angle here. You're better off to be a little high with your cue ball on this bank than like a natural angle bank, because it might double kiss, but I think he's okay with this. Bottom. Yeah, he had angle, no problem. Perfect. Really don't want to give a commentator's curse here, but he's the balls are in position now. Should have a little angle he can roll forward off the side rail and back out to the almost where the 5 ball is right now would be okay.
Yeah, anything that has some angle on the 6 is fine. He can just use a little bit of siding and check it just like that. And the only time he'll be in trouble is if he's dead straight. Just needs to come off the side rail. What, about to the first diamond, you figure?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's going to try and get closer to the middle of the table to get straight in on this 7 ball, or very close to straight in. If he could be, like, he doesn't want to mess with being short of the 8 ball, but it would be better if he was a little on the short side, because then he could just basically do a stop shot, play the 8 in the side.
Yeah, but I think the straighter you come at the 7 to try and get closer, the riskier you're making it to get shape on the 8.
There you go.
But he's hit it perfect.
He's hit it good, yeah.
You're finding your groove when you're playing position like that and you're playing the weights right.
Yeah. Still trying to decide what he's going to try here. Does he stun over for the 8 in the bottom left corner, or does he draw out of this?
He could just almost stop there for the 8 in the side. He's a little bit funny.
Got a little bit angle.
Might mess up his angle there, but he can probably cheat the pocket.
He tried to draw out of it, and he had a bit too much angle. Hopefully the 8 passes the 10 right now.
He's taking a look at it. He doesn't look upset about it, so he's just lining it up and taking a second look at it. It might be tight. Now he's not looking too happy about it.
Yeah, I guess he felt like he would be able to draw straight back without touching the 8 and play the 8 in the same pocket. Because you wouldn't go into that 8 on purpose for any reason. Good stroke. Oh.
How many times does that happen to you, right? It rolls up and the last speck of movement freezes to the ball, and now you can't see yours. Yeah,
especially on a good quick table. Like a lot of times, I played a tournament recently at Ox Billiards, and the table was so fast. It just seemed like the ball was never going to stop. And so many times the ball rolled, a good foot further than I thought it was going to.
Yeah, I don't mind a fast table as long as it's not too fast. There is a speed where you're like, holy cow.
Yeah,
like,
I can't even
roll this ball 3 inches without it going 2 feet, right?
Great shot. So he's
ERIK
keeping it close.
To close the gap.
Yeah, YUTO got up a few in the beginning, didn't he? And it seems like they've been kind of trading off games ever since.
Yeah, he got up 5-1, I believe it was. And then it's been a little bit back and forth, and he just got back up to 10-5 to get back to that 5-game lead, and then ERIK's taking the last 2. So, like I was talking with Patrick earlier in the match, is with these long races, you'll see momentum shifts several times. It's rare that somebody gets on a 20-game heater sort of thing, right?
Exactly,
where they're just firing on all cylinders for 3 or 4 hours and running everything out.
I mean, you see it with the pros, everything, when Shane and some of his matches that he's had, and even Earl back in the day, Earl and Efren, like they went back and forth quite a bit. But at the end of the Efren Earl one, the big one, Efren did manage to pull out a bunch of wins to overcome Earl there. But like you say, it's usually kind of, maybe a guy goes on a 2 or 3 game streak, and then the other guy comes back for 2 or 3 games, and back and forth like that, unless a guy's just having a terrible day and just not feeling it at all.
ERIK lost the cue ball to the left. Cue ball is still gonna drop. Not sure if he can see the edge of the 1. Probably gonna have another push out to start this rack. Is he breaking from dead center? I don't know. I'm gonna have to
I'll check the next one. Yeah, I think so. They're not doing anything funny like putting the 10 on the spot or anything like that. I can see it low there, so it's
just wood rack and no early 10s. That's it.
Yeah, the wood rack makes it tough. I mean, a lot of times with 10 ball, they're trying to make the 2 balls below the 1 in the opposing, in each side pocket. Yeah. And with the magic rack, you can start getting the groove of at least getting one of those 2 balls to go. But with a wood rack, you just have no idea. it's so much different. Yeah, the
template adds some consistency to the start of the game that even a guy like myself can start to be a little bit consistent on making one of those second balls, right? Now you add another 100 points to the Fargo, and they're going to make that second ball a lot more than I am.
Right.
All right, fine, 130 some odd points.
Does he try for the carom here? I don't know that it's a terrible shot. Speed would be, you'd want to keep the 1 ball, reasonably close. But do you think he tries for this carom here?
Either way he goes at it, it's going to be dangerous. If he tries to play safe with the cue ball on the right hand side of the one ball as we look at it, then he's got a chance to pot the 7 with the the one ball off the rail into the 7. If he goes the other way with the cue ball, he could make the 7. He could also easily miss both. So I'm not sure.
I mean,
I think he's going for it. The way
Yeah.
he's looking at it, I think he's going to go for it. I just don't know whether he's using the cue ball or the 1.
Yeah, if he caroms it, he's definitely going to watch his speed, because he's obviously, if he makes it, he's going to need a shot on the 1 ball. So if he's carrying it, he's probably not hitting it too hard.
Yeah, either way, the cue ball is going to go far away from the 1.
Some drag bottom here. Oh, he went actually different than I thought. He hit it firmer. I thought he was going to drag that and slow the bottom down a little bit to reduce the speed.
Yeah, I was thinking that he was going to hit it with a little bit of pace, because either way, the cue ball is going to go off the rail, off the 7 and up table if you played it that way, or the 1 ball is going down table and you need it to come back. So the cue ball or the 1 ball was going to move a lot. Now I think he's just playing the split safety, getting the cue ball to the other side of that.
Lots of spin.
set.
Yep. Good shot.
It's not really a safety designed to get you ball in hand.
No,
it's just designed to contain your
yeah,
opponent's
it's a
offensive
containment shot
chances.
for sure.
Now, if YUTO can jump this, get the cue ball to settle down, he can play safe and get the cue ball to the end rail off of it.
Yeah, he'll play like a half ball hit and have the cue ball go back up, try and get behind those 3 balls again. Yeah, exactly.
Something around there.
Yeah. Kicking 2 rails. I don't see how the 3 ball's going to get safe if he goes 2 rails like this.
Yeah, the problem with that is no matter what side you hit that 3 ball on, your cue ball is either A, not going to move, or B, it's going to move with it.
Yeah. Yeah, I almost like the jump kick, not jump kick, but the jump bank kind of better. If he does catch this just right, he might drift behind the 5, but
I was just looking at that thinking the cue ball comes up into here and
Yeah.
you can bank the 2 ball, but that's so risky.
Yeah. I didn't like this. I always thought that this 3 ball was there's nowhere safe for it to go. So I think Erik's got a little chance here now.
It's not easy from here. You're bridging a little funny coming out of the side pocket. You know, and I mean, shooting at the 3 ball into this corner pocket here, it doesn't really lend itself to getting safe if you miss.
Yeah, and the 5's a little
Who's
high
he
on
gonna-
the side, so I don't think he would entertain the combo.
Yeah, I don't think he has to worry about scratching. He can just come off 2 rails and back out here for the 4. It's what's going to happen with that 3. If you make it, you're golden. If you don't make it, I think
sold
you're
out,
going to
yeah.
sell out this rack.
Let's see what he plays here. He may just go safe. He's looking at it. I think he likes it. He's going to go 2 rails or 3 rails, like you just said.
Yeah, I think it's just a medium speed shot, just maybe just a little bit below center with some left, just at like a half tip of left, or maybe even less.
Yeah, he's calling it. Okay, that's where he's going. He's going to go 2 rails, probably 3 rails around for the 4 ball. Probably come in behind the 6 ball there. Oh, this
He's hitting above center. So
yeah,
this
he's just going back and forth.
He's just playing safe.
Yeah, he got out of it.
Yeah,
He
take
said
the
nope.
risk out, Plays nice safety. Just containing YUTO, limiting his options.
I think he left him the edge though, so YUTO should be able to just thin this, and as long as he doesn't hit it too hard, he should be able to come around and hide behind the back again.
Well, yeah, I mean, if he hits it with a little bit of pace, maybe he can get the line so it heads right up towards the 10, but that might be too steep. I don't think you'd have any pace on it at all if you hit it that
super thin. The 3 doesn't move too much, and the cue ball goes around. It's not an easy shot, of course. He's by the rail. It's a lot of distance. There's a lot of things that can go wrong, but
including completely missing that 3, trying to hit it so thin.
He hit that thick, yeah.
Yeah, I expected him to hit that a lot thinner.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if the 8's married up to the 9, that might pose a little bit of a problem for ERIK to solve.
I don't think it goes in the corner. It might go in the side by the 4 ball, but
the 10 ball hampers your
approach. Yeah, sure. So you never know. This rack, not a foregone conclusion yet.
Yeah, he's just trying to decide whether he has the angle to go in at the 4 like that, or whether he wants to come to the rail and come at it from that direction and break out that 8 from there. He's going to be straight on it. I don't think he's breaking the 8 out from that position. Maybe he doesn't even need to break out.
I don't think it I mean, maybe it goes in that corner, but it looks like it's frozen to the 9 or very close to frozen.
Yeah, tough to tell from this angle, right?
You know, he might try to take on the 5 and bump the 8 or something with that shot.
Use the 5 to break out the 8?
Yeah, before the 6. If he kind of rolls it kind of with slow speed.
Oh, he's trying to power through it.
Doing this way, he might get...
And he's got it.
Wow. Oh. That was risky, but he got paid off.
It worked out.
I know what would happen to me every time I tried that shot.
Yeah, I'd miss the 4.
I'd be frozen behind the 9. That's where I'd be.
Yeah, well, see, you got to step 2. I'd still be stuck on step 1.
Nothing here. Just come off the side rail and head towards the 8 ball. He could draw, but I think side rail straight towards the 8 would be perfect. Hit middle diamond or so.
I think he just wants to be left of the pocket line.
I think he wants to be a bit higher, yeah.
A little bit right of the pocket line.
Yeah, be a little higher.
Just a little low, I mean. Oh, sorry, you mean high on the table?
Yeah, high on the table. Yeah. So he's probably going to drag this, unless he just draws straight, but he's probably going to bring it to the side rail between the 2nd and 3rd diamond. There we go. And he's a bit short.
I think he's straight enough that he's fine. You can just roll this in, kind of throw it a little bit, and let the cue ball drag or like kind of draw forward a bit, and probably end up like here. It's a little tight, but it's not that tight to the 9 that I think he's still able to
see what he's doing.
Or he looked like he was powering up to draw that into the side rail and back out and play the 9 in this corner.
Yeah. That's what it looks like. Oh, play in the side.
I got fooled by him walking to the left to look towards the corner when what he was doing is looking from the side to the 9.
Yeah, so like you had said in the shot before, he wanted to be just a little bit higher up so that he could have just like done a stun forward kind of shot and played a straight in 9 ball instead of fooling around like this. I mean, these shots in the side, you're going to make them most times, especially guys this good, but they are missable. They're just missable playing a side shot like this.
Yeah, and you know maybe 5% less that you're gonna make that side pocket than the corner pocket, right?
That's right.
At their level, at
At their
mine,
level, yeah. I
15%
mean,
more.
they're not going to miss too many, but 1 out of 100 is still a stat.
It certainly is. Eric, now within 2. Momentum changing. That's Eric with 3 in a row. Erasing the 5-game, almost erasing the 5-game gap.
I just put a line on here. How do I get rid of it?
Up in the top left corner of the screen, you see it says clear, cue ball and hints.
I don't see that.
Up above my name.
Oh yeah, gotcha.
Just press clear.
Sorry guys, just learning how to do this.
And if you want to, if you see the hints,
Okay.
see the hints button, just click on the hints button, and that just pops up for you so you can see it. Unfortunately, Timey Roofing's is the same letter color, and I can't really read the hints.
Yeah, Timey Roofing is sitting right over top of the hints.
Yeah, so I'll run through the hints for you.
Sure.
If you use your left mouse button, you can freehand draw.
Okay.
Right? Which should show up in the stream right
We got
now.
a break here, guys, so I'm just going to play for a second. Okay.
Yeah. And then if you use your right mouse button and click and hold it, you draw straight lines and just let go where you want the line to draw.
Gotcha.
And if you look up in the left, there's also a cue ball.
Okay.
You can pop the cue ball up and then point to where you think they're going to strike on the cue
I
ball
love it.
to illustrate. I haven't had much practice with that one yet, but you know.
And then you just
can
push
work.
clear to get rid of it?
And then just press cue ball again.
Oh. Great.
And I think clear works as well, unless you just did it.
Oh,
Hey,
Steven.
We have another commentator joining us here, Mr.
How are you, Steve?
Stephen Folan.
How's it going? Can you guys hear me?
We can.
We can.
Great.
Loud and clear,
Yeah, I thought
sir.
this would be a good time to join in since they took a little break.
Steven was just over at my house the other night playing some pool with me. It's good to have
Can you
him
guys
over.
hear me?
Yep.
Oh,
Yes, sir. How'd that match go?
I'm trying to mute my mic.
He got me 9-7.
So he let you have a couple then, eh?
He let me
Just
have a
kidding.
couple. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess the little microphone up at the top left mutes the microphone, correct?
Yes, it does. If you need to cough or talk to somebody in your room, just click on that. We won't hear you. Double check that you've clicked it. Yeah, see, and then it pops up with the little muted mic next to the end of your name when your mic is muted.
Yep, I got it. So I can draw things on the table like this. Okay.
Yep. Left mouse button is freehand, right mouse button is straight lines, and the clear button by the mic wipes it off.
Okay, so I can do straight line. Oh, I see. Got it. Okay.
Nice.
Eric breaking in rack number 19.
Oh, and I
Race
see
to 30 with 33,400 in the middle.
we all get our own colors too. So if we decide to draw over top of each other and stuff, we know.
I'll try and stay off the telestrator.
So yeah, just dead. Maybe not quite center, but very, very close.
Now that's a much better cue ball from Eric. Coming back this side of center. The last couple he's kept it at center or gone forward.
Yeah, and I watched some of his earlier breaks, and I think he was hitting them harder, and I think he wasn't making the balls in the side, so I think he's taking a little bit off the break just to control those balls into the side pocket. He almost made 2 there in the side.
Yeah, it definitely looked a little like he'd taken a little off, like you said.
Yeah, like he's still hitting them nice and firm, but
Oh, they're not soft breaking. No, it's a good firm breaking. But earlier he was hitting it pretty hard.
yeah, it's more of a controlled pop right now.
And he's very choked up on his cue as well when he's hitting that. He's got about a foot hanging out the back when he goes to break that shot. So I don't know if that 3 is going to slop in past the 8 there. He's still got to worry about this one ball getting around the 6 or not hitting the 6 when he. Yeah, he's going into it or trying.
And just setting it up for a nice little safety here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of good things could have happened there. He could have bumped the 5 and then into the 3, or he could have bumped right into the 3. I think he got a little bit unlucky by hitting the gap, you know? I think he was trying to move the 3, actually.
A little difficult to get the cue ball all the way through there. And he'll just knock this up table, get the cue ball in tight to the 5. Didn't get it as tight as he'd like.
Yeah.
He pretty proficient with that jump cue.
Before I was commentating, I caught a great shot that he made where he jumped full table and got perfect shape. It was a tight jump too. I was quite.
Was that the one ball in the corner and then he landed on the 2?
It was perfect. What a great shot.
Yeah, so I think he's called the 3 in the side. I think he's trying to go this way.
Try to kick it in the back.
Yeah, I should have used the right mouse button. Yeah, I think he's trying to do something like this. And kick and then send in the 3 this way.
Yeah, that's I think that's what he's lining up when he's just judging angles when he's got his cue over the table like that. Trying to find the right spot on the rail.
Nice.
Look at this.
Look at it.
Just thin underneath it. If that stays tight to the rail, the 3 doesn't need to come out past the 8.
I think he's okay.
Yeah.
Now, is there a carom there for Eric? Or is it too far forward? The 3 ball too far forward to carom that 8?
I think that. Well, I don't know. It could be there. I think the 8 will probably go towards the long rail. If he likes to play that shot, but he's also got to control the 3 if he does that.
Yeah, and I was thinking if he could just roll it slowly down table with a lot of left-hand spin on the cue ball, clip the 3 and kind of throw the 8 in, and then
there
you just
may
put
even
the
be a
3 to
shot
the end
here
rail.
where he can go this way with the cue ball. And up behind here. The only thing is, if you don't get there,
you're going to be leaving the
that
3
3 ball is probably sticking out.
Well, that 3 ball might go to the end rail. I mean, like, if you can get it to get tight here, it's going to go forward off the 8 if you play that right side.
And he might not quite have the angle. Like, you know, if he goes here and then here, it might end up going too long, you know?
Yeah.
It's not always easy to see the exact angles that they have.
No, the player.
The video.
Oh, wow.
Oh, boy.
He's trying to get in behind the 6, but it's going to be a little bit short.
That was a high-risk shot for sure.
Yeah.
The way he chose it.
Yeah, he had to really make sure he got the cue ball. Because he was really letting that 3 ball just stay near the hole.
That's what we would call an unforced error, I think, there.
So it looks like YUTO is just like the cue ball. Like this is kind of like a thin cut, so the cue ball's gonna want to be moving. So he doesn't want to hold it down and play the 5 in the side. He's just gonna let the cue ball do what it wants to do and bring it up to kind of middle table. He kind of pointed around here.
So just let it drift. So little inside on this, or you think just straight top, or
maybe a hair, just to kind of take a little bit of cue ball speed out of the cue ball when it hits that short rail. Yeah, it looks like he's addressing the left side of the ball.
Yeah, just let the cue ball's own speed, natural speed, so you don't have to worry about rolling it.
These can get away from you as well.
They can, and not be enough. This one's
a little short.
Yeah, it's a little short. He caught it a little thicker, I think, than he was hoping to.
Yeah.
The nice thing about this really is he can really just put everything into making the 5 ball, because really if he just has the cue ball go across the table back and forth, it doesn't really matter anywhere along this line really.
Yeah, just a little touch of inside when you take the shot to keep it away from the side pocket.
Even if it comes across and lands here, that's still fine, because then he can just go.
So that
across with
three
the
ball
cue
did
ball
go in
here.
the right hand half of the pocket, so he did hit it a little thicker than he intended.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so really on these, I just try and focus all my energy on making the ball.
Making the ball, yep. Little
And obviously
inside,
not
so you can't
scratching,
scratch.
but
Yep.
yeah. It really doesn't matter where the cue ball lands, kind of.
Yeah, the only place you really don't want to be is stuck to the rail on the other side, but
Yeah.
just
That was
the
perfect.
speed with which you need to shoot that 5 is going to bring that cue ball back across this table
Yeah.
and leave you something on the 6.
All right, now I'm interested here in how he's going to play this.
Do you
know,
come
some
low?
Exactly, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, he's kind of thinking if he leaves the cue ball here, now he can play. Ooh,
That's exactly what he's looking at.
the cue ball this way.
Yep.
Or
A lot of
he
players
can play
like
it
to come
straight up and
underneath.
down.
Just don't get straight. That's kind of.
Oh, I don't.
Oh, that came short.
I think he's shorter than he wanted to be. Doesn't look
Yeah.
too upset with himself over it though.
You know, he can draw this around or punch it forward for the short side shape on the 8.
He's going to play a big stroke here.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Yeah.
He had a lot of spin on that.
That'll work.
I thought when he hit it that he dragged it too much and he wasn't going to get there, but he definitely
It did look like a shallow angle coming into that
Mhm.
second rail, and then it just spun all the way down table.
Yeah, these shots here as well. Some players like to just roll them in, but if you can get your cue ball to come along this line and come up table and just bounce back down.
top left. Yeah.
Yeah, you can. But yeah, I think he's thinking about what he wants to do. I think he's probably going to roll it. Oh, he's thinking.
I like to play that one with a little bit more speed as well. Just come up and down table, and then you don't have to worry about a little roll here or.
Well, if you're trying to hold the cue ball down, it's drifting away in this direction, and then it could end up really long.
Yeah.
So
held
he
it.
had
Yep.
he had a really good angle.
Mhm.
I thought he was a bit steeper than that, but he also played a great shot to.
I like how he comes over and just checks the angle, even though it's pretty simple tic-tac-toe couple of balls. He's still going over there to confirm the angle.
Yeah.
Just make sure he hasn't misinterpreted the lie for the cue ball after the 9.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So my prediction for this match, before I knew all the terms, I thought that ERIK would have had a kind of a big upper hand. I haven't really seen a whole lot of YUTO playing that. We played about a month ago, and he got me I think 13-11, and he played great. But I was imagining that they were going to use the magic rack, and if they did have the magic rack, ERIK has got the the soft break really dialed in. But I guess they made it a stipulation that they were going to use the regular
The wood rack and the hand rack.
Yeah, the hand rack. So I think that really takes away a bit of ERIK's firepower. Not to say that
Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know how good YUTO is with the template rack, right? Or is that what you were saying? You guys
YUTO
watched
is also
it?
I think he's also really good with it. He's got like a nice soft break dialed in. So maybe they both knew that each other breaks really well with that magic rack. So
just more trying to negate the other person's perceived advantage on that break.
Mhm. All right, let's see where he puts the cue ball here.
That was going down table, but if nothing drops, and that is dry. Free ranging cue ball on the floor there.
Yeah, someone's playing golf.
He's gonna have to go up and down through that gap between the 9 and the 10. I think if he wants to take this on.
A bit of a two-way to just play the long bank.
Is this score correct, by the way, guys?
I think it's 11-8. I don't think YUTO has marked his score.
Oh, they're controlling the score. Got it.
Yeah, no, that's the cool thing about the EvoSports system is the names, the starting of the stream, the score, all the details you see there are all controlled by the player at the tablet. So we don't have to worry about keeping score or anything. We can just relax and enjoy the pool.
Yeah. So he's gonna, like Kenny was just saying, he's gonna go up and down here. One of the big things you don't want to do here is make contact with that 10 ball going down table, because then your cue ball's really,
It'll never come back up.
well, it'll just go wild.
He looks like he's digging in.
Ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he's trying to hit the 8. Yeah.
Yeah, that was like a finesse shot. That was like a kind of a drag shot.
Yeah.
And it's interesting when you play those kind of drag shots, if you miss them, you tend to overcut them. It's
Right,
almost like
because you
deceleration.
accelerate. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and when we say decelerate, we're talking about like the cue, like you're slowing it down as you're pushing it through.
And what happens with the deceleration of the cue that causes you to mishit it?
I think it causes you to cue across the ball, maybe.
And I think that when you put softer spin, you get more spin-induced throw, right? So it just throws it out a little bit further on the shot as well, and you might even get a little bit more masse on the cue ball by hitting it softer like that as well. So there's two things that happen: you hitting it too thin, and you throw it out further. So I think it just really creates a bad shot for you.
So it's going to be interesting to see what he does here. If he avoids the 7 completely and plays the 2 in the corner pocket that's nearest us. And he just went straight into the 2. That might work. I'm not sure if it can. It goes by the 4.
Yeah, I don't think he meant to. I think he was trying to get straighter up and play the 2 back into the bottom right corner here. But
and the way that Yuto's been playing, you know, whenever there's like a shot, a safety, it looks like he goes for it. He could, you know, send the 2. That's not right. Well, we'll just see what he does here. But I think he's going to put the cue ball behind the 10 and the 8. He did better than that.
I always try and put some of these shots in my memory banks as well for my own use at another time.
There's so many times. I mean, a lot of the time you get up to the table, and especially in rotation games, the table tells you what you should be doing.
Mm-hmm.
But
we don't always listen.
Well, sometimes you get up to the table, or I get up to the table, and I don't know the position. I don't know the shot. Like I have nothing in the memory banks, and I can't decipher what's on the table.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know what? When you guys were talking, I was actually going to say I'm pretty sure he's going to make this 5 ball. He called it because ERIK kicked so well. Yeah, I had a feeling he was going to make that.
But he's in a bit of trouble now.
Yeah, and believe it or not, I was also going to say he's going to have to watch out for hooking himself, because if that 5 goes, the 2 was going to get stuck near where the 5 was.
He was briefly looking at a jump there, but he would have to land perfectly on the 2 ball and with the right speed to not jump the cue ball off the table. I don't think that's a shot he's going to try here.
Well, on first look, I was thinking that he was going to go 1, 2, and 3, and maybe call it down here. But that's a sellout, I think. He could go this way and go to the second rail. He just wouldn't want to go 1 rail into this ball because of the scratch, and then call it down here. But that's also, you know, if you miss it, you're selling out. This is a tricky spot. I don't know if he can get through the gap of the 10 and the 8 to do something.
He has his jump cue. Let's see what happens.
All right.
That is a tiny landing area.
He's got to land on it.
Yeah.
Well, he's if he lands on it too well, he'll just hop the 2 ball off the table.
Well, he's gonna, I think he's gonna, you know, play a little bit of draw as well, and it should just, it'll go towards the corner pocket past the 4 ball. That's kind of,
that was tough.
We'll never know.
We'll never know. That was a tough shot, regardless.
I think that's the part about missing shots like that disappoints me so much. It's like, I wanted to see if you would, you know, what would happen, and then it doesn't hit the ball, and you're like, oh.
So Stephen, here's a good one for you. On the surface, This looks like a really easy 2, 3, 4 ball, but really the 3 to the 4 is not that routine. So how do you set this up?
You know what? I almost, if I can play the 2 and get my cue ball to around here.
And then just play one rail with a bit of inside.
Well, I like going this way.
2 rails. Yeah, you're right.
But I don't know if you can get there. But that might also be overcomplicating things. If you get your cue ball to here, now you could just do the 1 rail and just come up to middle table. You know, that's probably what he's going to do. It's probably the smarter way to play it.
It looks like he's just going to draw right off of it.
Interesting.
I think he's low on the 3 ball, so he should be able to. He should be drawing into the center of the table.
If he can draw it to that direction, then for sure. Well,
yeah, I honestly think he could have done better there with ball in hand with his cue ball. I mean,
now he's got to make a perfect. Oh, okay, he had angle.
Watch. I thought that had a lot of speed off that first rail. I thought it might come out past to the 10.
Yeah, I didn't believe he had anywhere near that kind of angle to be able to do that shot.
But did you see how it caused them to? There's 2 types of shots that I bucket shots into. There's like a natural shot, and then there's an execution shot.
Yeah, sure.
And he had to play an execution shot in that 3 ball. He wasn't allowed. He wasn't able to just let the cue ball naturally do what it wanted. You know, like this. This is a natural shot. He didn't need to execute.
Which in a if you had 100 of those shots, you're much more likely to mess up the execution shots more than you would the natural shots. I would assume.
Yeah, you could over execute or under execute. You know,
right.
Usually with the natural shots, you've got like a good line, so they're more forgiving as well. Yeah, but
into the groove now.
Yeah, he looks good here. You know,
angle to move.
If he's got a good bit of angle, I like coming across. Oh, I'm using the wrong
button.
Wrong button. I like getting over and bouncing off this rail if I can, because now it just means you can cut the 8 in and let the cue go this way to the 9. Because I think it's a bit.
It gives you a better approach to the 9.
Yeah.
See, he needs that to keep going. He's pretty straight
there. Got straight there.
And you know, I don't even know how far away. Like maybe the shot that I was calling wasn't really available. Maybe it's further away from that side pocket, more like south of the pocket than it looks.
I think he's on that funny angle where you can't really draw back. And
you mean straight in?
He's putting left hand. He's going to draw all the way back to the back rail with left spin and try to spin over to the 9.
Yeah, but I think he's got just a tiny little bit of angle, and he's going to be going right back towards that corner pocket.
He doesn't love this.
If he's got an angle to go into the long rail, I like going forward.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no scratch. No scratch.
Yeah.
About as good as the scratch, though.
Now, the only saving grace for YUTO there is that the cue ball's on the opposite side of the 8. So if he takes it to the corner, he's got to bring it around. And he's not going to be able to hold it, taking it to the side. So the cue ball has to travel a little bit, but still pretty routine for ERIK.
Pretty much straight middle ball, right? And just comes straight down here. And...
You know, knowing ERIK, I know he likes to hit the ball, so I can see him. I might be wrong. I keep using the wrong button. I could see him playing the 8 in here
and coming around 3 rails
and going boom, boom,
and boom. Do a little spin,
something like that. Because he likes to really cue the ball confidently. I think this is just a personal preference type of shot.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think one way or the other is right or wrong. It's whatever you're more comfortable with. He's looking at the side pocket though, so.
I think the side pocket offers you more chances for, or less chance to sell out if you miss. Like if you take that to the corner, it's probably not going to go.
Yeah, but you can't be thinking about missing.
Not at this point. Yeah.
But if you're looking at one shot and you're like, well, I don't really have a preference. It's 50-50.
Right, I see what you're saying.
If there's a tipping scale on it, well, this one, if I miss, I'm going to sell it. If this one I miss, I have a chance to hook him. I'll take that one.
Just
Even though
watch
I
that
get
side pocket here with the cue ball, just because you want to get the cue ball back over to that side of the table, but you just don't want to float with that side pocket, you know?
Oh no!
no, he's fine. He's fine.
Yeah.
It is funny how often that side pocket comes into play off the end rail and from some angles you would not expect.
Yeah.
I'm a little confused
Surprised
that
he went to the rail?
that he went to the rail. Yeah.
Yeah.
It just didn't make any sense to me that he needed to.
I agree. Yeah, I feel like he could have just bounced at one rail.
Yeah, but maybe that type of shot, he's a lot more confident playing it with the spin.
With the spin, yeah. But he almost missed. Believe it or not, he almost missed that 8.
Yeah, he overcut the 8.
Yeah.
It went in off the horn there. So
Okay, so they've corrected YUTO's score, and it's 11-9.
I'm just going to grab myself a glass of water here, so I'll be back in 1 minute.
Doesn't
same
seem
here.
like
I'm gonna go
there's a
refill
lot
my
in this.
coffee.
I'm gonna play with some tools here. Yeah, earlier what Steven was said when YUTO had this long shot when he tried to draw back there. If he has even the slightest little bit of angle, then he can go 2 rails here, here, and then out here. But he was obviously dead straight. But he didn't love what he was trying to do. He was trying to draw it straight back to here with some spin, and then try to draw it with the spin, have the spin carry it over here. It's a big ask on 9-foot tables. It's a long way to go, and you got to be hitting the ball pretty darn good to make that happen. And he obviously miscued it, which you will do because you're trying to put the maximum amount of spin on that you can. ERIK doesn't really check his rack. He just gets it where he wants it and gets down, and now he's going to get down and smack it. He doesn't really go over the rack and see how well he did. He just kind of knows how the ball's settled, and he's happy with that.
He's had pretty good results with it so far doing it that way. I mean, his breaks don't end up with a lot of clusters. There's good separation.
Yeah, and I'm just looking here. It looks like these guys have stipulated 2 and the 3 at the back. Because from all the breaks that I've seen, I've only seen a handful of them, but it looks like they've put the 2 and the 3 there. Which now, it used to be a rule in tournament play, but now it's no longer a rule.
And ERIK has actually made that cue ball a couple of times going 4 rails around the table.
Yeah. That's the thing. He was probably just, dialing in his speed on his break because believe it or not, you can hit 10 ball break too hard where those corner balls go 4 rails and they go short. And if you take a bit off, they'll go long and go in. So let's look at the 5 ball here. This is the one he made last time. Into the left middle.
There it is again.
Yeah.
And he's got the cue ball back there with the 1. Does he have a shot at it? Oh,
he does, yeah. And
yeah, that's
and it's I believe he had the 5 and the 4 in the same spot last time he broke. So he may actually be pattern wrecking. I don't. It's a bit early to say right now, but I'm pretty sure the 5 and the 4 were in the same spot. Yeah, when he was in a tournament, I believe in Edmonton a month ago, and he was basically doing the same break. They didn't have a rule against pattern wrecking, so he would put the 5 and the 4 underneath the 1, and then he would switch that around.
This way, or does he go backwards?
I think he just floats forward. I think it's a natural. Oh, maybe not.
I think he is. Middle ball. Yeah. Oh, he missed. Oh no.
Yeah, I've just scrubbed back on the video, and the last 4 or 5 racks that he's racked, they're all the same.
Yeah, I wasn't sure, but I know that the last rack he I don't know why I pay attention to things like that, but I just noticed that the ball he made was the 5 ball and the 4 ball he didn't make. Actually, I think it was the other way around. I think the 4 was on the other side, right? And the 5 was on this side.
And if they haven't stipulated that you can't, then
Yeah,
I guess it is what it is.
Oh, there's
Yeah,
nothing,
totally.
there's nothing wrong with it. You know,
No, I'm
unless
just
they put the stipulation on there, right?
yeah, I'm just commenting on
Uh-oh.
it because
Watch
he's-
that one.
Uh-oh.
That one's gonna be in the drink.
You know, this
people
game is all consistency, and you know, if there's no rule against pattern racking, then that's an extra thing that you can do to make the game more consistent for you, right?
People think that ball hanging in the corner pocket is an easy ball to play, and sure, you're gonna make the ball, but it's not always easy to get the cue ball to go out of it where you want.
Right.
I think part of that is because you don't have that distance between your contact point of your object ball and then your other aiming point for your secondary position. You only have like an inch, so trying to get that line on the right angle is sometimes difficult
The
when
way
you're
he hit,
visualizing your shape.
yeah, exactly. The way he hit this, it looks like he's gonna thin cut this in with a ton of inside.
Yeah, that's what I was just looking at, because you can't really go around because there's too much traffic.
There you go.
You called it, Kenny. How did he do? Oh, this is one of those shots where you're drawing and it could catch the horn on the side pocket.
As he draws the cue ball back.
Yeah. So some players like to punch these and get the cue ball to the rail quick with lots of spin. And then other players like to smooth it and like really just draw it past the side pocket.
Yeah, he might be straight enough to just avoid the side.
Yeah, he did this. Yeah, the smooth stroke. Yeah, here.
You're right. There is a lot of manipulation on the cue ball on a shot like that. You can really pick your spot on the rail depending on how hard you hit it, right? By keeping it along that tangent line or pulling it off quickly.
So this is a 2 rails forward out to the middle of the table, I believe.
Yeah, I think so. You are crossing the line of where your next shot is going to be, but it's one of those you just have to kind of get it out there.
You're limited with your selection of how to move the cue ball on this.
Yeah, but you know what he did there? He made sure to get past the 8 ball. Sorry, get past the line. You know,
The pocket line.
Yeah. I keep using the wrong thing. This line here, yeah.
Yeah, coming from the center
even
of the pocket.
Yeah, even if his cue ball gets down here and a little too far, he can still do stuff. If he's here with the cue ball, that 10 ball really comes into play.
So he's playing low. He's probably going to stun over this direction. Yeah. Ran a little further than he wanted to there.
Yeah, this is another preference thing. Do you just kind of pinch it and hold it, or just
Go
play
across
with
to
more
the other
stroke,
side.
Go across. I like going across.
Now, I always tell anyone I'm showing shots to in the game to, I always tell them that if you have a choice between, if you're not sure, basically, if hitting it soft is going to get you there, then absolutely take the long way. As soon as you have to think about whether or not you can, then you should just go the long way. It's that simple. Because you'll find that you just almost never hold when you're not sure if you can or not.
Well, ERIK catching up here now, and I feel like, you know, ERIK, he's kind of getting a rhythm going here. And I think when if he's in front, I think he's a really good front runner. He can really start pulling ahead and get the confidence going. There was a shot that YUTO played a few racks ago where he missed the 9 ball. And I think that was a pivotal moment, really. I know it's only one rack in a race to 30, but there was, I think he could have pulled ahead by 4 racks, and instead it was the 2 rack, So, yeah. But it's not the time to dwell on the misses. You've got a job to do, and you can lick your wounds later on.
But you're right. It does seem like ERIK's got a little bit of sprite in his step now, all of a sudden.
All right, let's see. So he's got the 5 on that. Yeah. It looks like, 8, 9, 10 in the middle of the table. 8, 10, 9 from right to left. And then he's got the 2 at the far back. And it looks
2,
like
6,
and
7, 3. Yeah.
So it looks like he's putting the 4 and the 5 at the front, 6 and 7 at the back, and 8, 9, 10 in the middle. And I saw him do this in, I think it was Edmonton he was at, and he would alternate between putting the 4 and 5 at the front and then he'd move it to the back, and the 6 and 7 would come to the front.
So you see how much he's got his cue choked up, and he's really got his front arm bent forward to get really close to the cue ball.
Yeah.
And then he's choked up about a foot on his cue. That's a lot of choke. But you can get a
look
lot
how
of
calm-
pop with these.
And look how calm the stroke is. He's not really like trying to like hit it quick. Just nice and calm.
And you notice that he
five-ball.
stands up right as he's about. So after he takes his backswing, before he starts forward, he's actually standing up, and that creates a lot of power as well.
Mm-hmm.
That 9 ball that YUTO missed would have made it 11-5, and instead it was 10-6.
Wow.
Right. So I was wrong on the numbers, but you get the idea. It was like a chance to really kind of
Pull
Well,
ahead.
yeah,
put
it-
some
it-
more distance.
Instead of 11-5, 6 racks later, we're at 11-10.
Yeah, and I believe it would have been a break and run and he had a combo in there, like a long distance combo shot. So he really did well to get out of the rack, and then just whatever happened on the 9 ball happened. But do you notice here how, because he put the 8, 9, 10 together, they've kind of stuck near each other. So now they're away from the rest of the early part of the run out. So, and all the other balls are kind of near pockets. So if you can really get this break dialed in, make a ball land on the 1, it's gonna be dangerous.
This is going to be a tough shot. Does he come here and spin? Oops, I did the same thing you did, Steven.
Yeah.
Does he come here and spin this with lots of left-hand English and try to spin back here?
I think he has to, because the thing is,
The 7's really playing, or the 8's really playing kind of big right now.
well, I think it's the 6, but I think he called the 6 inside, so he's going to hit this with some speed here. I thought he had a good chance to maybe kick safe back.
Oh, great shot.
See
See if he gets lucky, and he does.
It's going to leave a combo, but that's not easy from there.
Yeah, I really thought he was going to play that softer and try and send the 1 ball down the rail and leave the cue ball behind the 6. But he probably felt that if he makes good contact with the 1's going to go downtown, and he could get safe that way too.
Mm-hmm.
And he also called the 6 on the side, so there was like a couple of good things that could have happened there. ERIK might have a chance to put the cue ball right on. Oh yeah, he's playing the 3 railer. He's probably going to draw the cue ball behind the 8 just in case. Yeah, I don't think he was really shooting the 1. I think he was just calling it just in case.
In case it flops in or something.
Yeah, off the 6 or something. All right, YUTO not taking any time. He got up and had the jump stick in his hand right away. This is one of those kind of jump shots where it feels very natural, like you're going to make it. You're jumping half a ball. It's a slight cut shot,
Pretty much natural shape on
Yeah.
the cue ball if he makes it.
I wouldn't say he's, favorite to make it, but I think, of any kind of jump shot where the ball's not over the hole, this is like one of those that you feel like is very makeable.
He liked that kiss on the 2 ball there.
Yeah.
That saved him a duck 1 ball in the corner.
And you know what? I feel like YUTO's had so far a decent run of the ball. He's had some nice rolls when he's missed, and when he's kicked out of a shot, he's managed to get a safety in return. Now, obviously, you can kind of play those. You can play kicks in such a way that that if you make good contact, there's a good chance you could get safe. But I think that he's just getting a nice little bit of roll of the cue ball here.
Yeah, I mean, an 1/8 of an inch difference there, and the 1 sitting over the corner pocket.
Yeah.
for ERIK.
And even his prior shot where he kicked at the 1 and called the 6 on the side, that 1 ball could have just lined up over the hole, but the 2 is in the way. So let's see what ERIK does here. He's trying to put distance between these balls.
Tried to play half ball to get the cue ball behind the pack, but he left it a bit. I don't know that this is going to be a lot of aggression here on this shot.
Is there enough room here for him to thin the cue ball off this side of the one and send the cue ball back up table?
You know what? That's not a bad shot.
Looks like he's digging in for bring it over, bring your cue ball here and here, kind of.
I think he's going to send the cue ball here and the one ball up
No,
table.
he's drawing this.
He went after it.
Yeah, he tried.
I don't hate that shot because the two's kind of surrounded, but that shot kind of played, sort of natural. That if he made the one, he would have been on the two.
Mm-hmm.
Not natural. He still had to play position,
it,
but
play with some bottom left or something.
But the shot was allowing him to get there without too much work.
Yeah, he didn't have to force something around with an incredible amount of effort to get there.
Erik's looking at this now. You gotta be really careful that you don't bump into the six.
Yeah,
my line might be a little bit wrong here, but this is what he's looking at.
Yeah, it's easy to hit that six, and then you're headed towards the side pocket.
Yeah. So the natural. Yeah, I was just about to say the natural. You kind of want to go this way, but then if you spin it, it goes towards it. So he's going to try and
drag it. Yeah.
Drag it along the line. So instead of this way, he wants it to come more this way. So he can.
Just like that. Perfect.
How is my line?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
I'm a great player.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
Yeah. I wish I could just put it into practice when I'm actually playing.
So I'm not sure how close that 8-ball is and the angle, but it's very likely that he can roll the 2 and he'll clip the 8 and the 8, and then the cue ball will break open for the 3-ball.
And you know what, Kenny, on that, you got to play, if that shot is there, you got to play in such a way that if it doesn't hit the 8, the cue ball still drifts and it'll end up somewhere around here, because all he has to do is see the 3, really.
Right. So maybe a touch of inside English, maybe, to help this a little bit, or
I think it's more of a speed thing. You want to get just enough to pass the 10 if you hit the 8, but if you don't hit the 8, you only get to the rail and bounce out. So.
Oh, he caught that.
That really caught the 8-ball thin. He thought he was going to hit that a lot heavier.
Yep.
You know what? And I was just about to say, a lot of times you can be convinced of how much of the collision you're going to get, and you don't worry about speed, and then you don't. So if he had kind of rolled that and thought to himself, look, if I don't touch the 8, is it possible for me to hold my cue ball here? Because even if he had hit the 8 full, the 8 was around here.
Yeah,
I believe so. So he would have still got his cue ball out anyway. So I think that's one of those situations where it's almost like a two-way shot. If it hits the 8, or if it doesn't hit the 8, play with speed where I can always be on the 3.
By the way he hit it, with the speed he hit it, that tells me that he could have avoided the 8 had he hit it softer, because the speed of the shot was what probably brought it into the 8 in the first place. So he may have been able to avoid the 8 altogether and just roll right where his cue is right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if he didn't, if he missed the 8, or if he didn't miss the 8, he still would have just barely rubbed it.
Mm-hmm.
So what are your guys' prediction for this match? What do you think the scoreline's going to be?
I really liked YUTO early on, and I thought he was going to run away with it. But I'm not so sure. I'm thinking ERIK's starting to get a lot more confidence, and I'm leaning towards ERIK now pulling this out.
I think you're still going to see YUTO finish on top. I think it's going to be 30-28, and I think we're just seeing the momentum shift, because momentum shifts in all of these long matches. You'll get a guy that he can hold his focus for so long, and then it just kind of ebbs away, and he needs to kind of take a rest. And if your opponent can time it right and get his focus going in that time, that's when they can start running away. So I think it all depends on how long ERIK can hold his focus and keep this run going.
Look at that.
Now he's got a jump, I think, here, the little baby jump.
Yeah, little baby jump. He's got to watch the cue ball doesn't get away from him.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to pose too much. I think this is, just a sliver of the 9 he's jumping over, really. He may even jump at full cue. No, he doesn't have his jump cue. Maybe he can see it.
Little messy.
He's just going to swerve it a little bit.
I think he's just just
You can
playing
see it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He
See
had
the
us
whole
all
thing.
fold. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I think we should put this out to YouTube land or Facebook land, see what people think. What is everyone's prediction for the match?
I'll see.
Now, my prediction, and it's a bit of a on the fence prediction, I think if YUTO wins, it's going to be a closer match. I think it's going to be like 30, 26, 27, something like that. But I think if ERIK wins, I think he's going to win by a bigger margin, because I feel like once he gets stuff going, he's going to really start feeling it and get dialed into the match. I think he's going to ease into the match, you know.
Ooh.
And I think it'll probably be more like, 30-21, something like that. But maybe I'm being
30-21 for ERIK.
No,
But you can't
if
pick
ERIK
both.
wins.
You can only pick one though. You can't pick,
Okay, I'm
you
gonna
can't pick
call
both
I'm,
winners.
I'm gonna say ERIK 30-23. How about that?
Okay.
I'm with.
And by the
Steven.
way, just by the way, this isn't any dig or anything at either player. It's not who I think I prefer or whatever. It's nothing personal. I just think that this is, if I had to bet on it, I'm gonna say ERIK 30-23.
I'm right there with Steven on this one now. And had you asked me after the first few racks, I would have reversed it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
But
I'm a bad. I jump on and off.
Yeah, but you know what? This is. I feel like YUTO's a stone cold. He's got ice water running through his veins. He doesn't ever look to get nervous. He doesn't. He seems like he just has got a lot of confidence. It does look. He doesn't feel any pressure.
Mm-hmm.
So as it gets later on into the match, I could see him just kind of staying calm. And if he keeps it close, that's the thing. I think if YUTO keeps it close, I think he's probably going to edge ERIK out. But the way I see it, I think ERIK's going to, start running away with it at some point.
Patrick Nix calls it 30-27 YUTO. Mike Isaac has it 30-24 for ERIK.
Okay. And let's see.
We got 99 other people in the chat room.
Yeah.
Throw your scores up, folks.
And let's see here the rack. Yeah. So 1, 4, and 5 at the front. 8, 10, 9, 2, 6, 7, 3. I don't know why I'm reading them from right to left, but.
How is it you guys are looking at your chat?
I've
got my
the
phone.
YouTube stream up on another monitor, but I've just muted it so that I don't get the audio echoing.
Yeah, and I've got
And
my
the
phone
chat
next
is
to
on
me.
there.
Okay, I'm going to use my phone. That's what I was getting at.
And I don't have Facebook open, so maybe there's comments coming through Facebook as well. Is it being streamed on Facebook?
No, it's only being streamed to YouTube, but I've shared
Okay.
it to Facebook, so everybody that goes to Facebook can find it on Kicking Billiards and on the EvoSports Facebook pages, and just click the link and it'll take you to YouTube.
You know what? This is totally unauthorized, but I think that we should, if someone picks a unique score and actually gets it right, I think EvoSports should give them some sort of prize.
Oh, now we're giving away EvoSports, and we're not even.
A free diamond table.
Yeah, no. Justin's gonna.
Everybody at EvoSports just started rethinking their commentary.
No. I'm
policy.
thinking like an EvoSports sticker or something.
I know.
Like that.
I'm just kidding.
Justin's having a heart attack listening to this. So look, did you see that break there? He's now. I think he's now got the break dialed in. He made both head balls. Like when I say head balls, the balls that are underneath the 1. He made the 4 and the 5.
In the
Yeah,
side.
the second balls.
Yeah, he made the 3-ball 4 rails, and he popped the cue ball perfect. He just got a little unlucky with where the 7-ball landed. But do you see how the 8, 9, 10 are all together? They're staying away from the rest of your run out, and they're there for for
The end of the rack.
Yeah,
Where when you're getting down to taking the rack completely out, you don't have to move your cue ball much. But it's funny that the pattern rack does usually end up with that 7-ball somewhere near the 1.
Yeah.
And then you're trying to maneuver the cue ball around it somehow.
Yeah.
So
Justin's actually just come into the chat. He said, I just came in and I hear Evo stickers. So yeah, what I said, Justin, was totally unauthorized. I asked everyone's prediction in the chat what they think the score is going to be. And if there's a unique answer, if someone gets the scoreline correct and they're the only person that said it, EvoSports should give out a prize. Kenny said you should give away a diamond table. I was saying maybe a sticker. So
Yeah, it wasn't. It was a diamond table in a car, wasn't it?
Right, something like that.
Kenny, such a generous guy.
With other people's money, I absolutely am.
I was
Okay.
just going to stop the sentence there and just let it lie. But you know.
So this is interesting. So ERIK pushed out. YUTO's giving it back. So he's like saying to ERIK, let me see what you can do. Let me see it.
That's not a challenge I want to give ERIK.
I think ERIK's going to go after this.
No, he's playing safe.
He might have left
No,
an edge.
that's
No.
7
No,
balls
he's
in the
good.
road.
Yeah.
He's got a kick at it.
I am so inept trying to find the chat on my phone, and I'm looking at the video, but I have no idea how to get to the chat.
Turn your phone sideways.
I've done that too,
Okay.
but how do you get to the chat?
Is your daughter still there?
I know, that's what I need. She's not.
So there should...
My dog probably knows how to do this better than I do.
If you just tap on the screen anywhere, I believe it should.
If he kicks at this really, like, fairly hard, can he get that one ball down to the other end rail and try and keep that cue ball at this end? I'm not sure he's
Yeah,
got
like
enough
a kick-
angle to do
like a
that.
kick
Like
and
a
a stick.
4 rail. Yeah. Oh, he had enough to thin it.
That's what I was wondering.
I didn't think he had anything to see there.
Okay, I cannot get
You can see the different body language in the two players right now, right?
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely.
And it's only when you start to see that body language change that you're like, okay, you know, this is they're really battling now, right? Yeah, Mason, you could be right. Mason Mackey in the chat room, he says he thinks it's trouble for YUTO at this stage being even. ERIK's just finding his rhythm and break, and YUTO's been playing at Q1 regularly. You could be right.
Yeah, I think Mason's on the money there a little bit.
So then,
Like, I think that you're going to see from here on out ERIK's breaks just being almost perfect every time, which
on
is
point. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was just, you know, the beginning of the match, just kind of finding the break. You know, he was calibrating.
Not sure if he can just drift a few inches to the right here, or if he's got to go to the rail and come out for the 6 ball.
I think he wants to drift a little bit to the right. He just doesn't want to bridge over the 8.
Yeah, and it
looks
got
like he's
angles to do
drawing.
that.
No,
To the rail, yeah.
Yeah, and he's got far enough away from the 8 now that even though it's in line, he's not really bridging over it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is one of my least favorite shots on the pool table for whatever reason. A lot of good players will go across and back out. I just, you know, maybe there's not enough angle for that, but when there is, like if the cue was like there,
Just a little bottom left
oh
here.
man, I hate that. But I think he's just gonna like just play it
Yeah.
one rail out, just kind of.
Just kill it, have it come off the
Yeah.
rail about 1.5 feet.
Yeah.
Oh, he hit it a little firmer. That's good. Probably has a choice here to go with the inside or spin it 2 rails. I think inside is
The good thing about the inside is, like, if you're playing it 2 rails, it's going to go across.
Yes.
Playing it 1 rail, you can always keep it to the left side of that line, you know, the straight line I just drew, and you're always going to have a shot.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
just like this. Yep.
Yeah,
It's
So,
heading
like,
towards the 8 the entire time.
exactly. And as long as you keep it that side of, like, on like, you know, this side of that line, you're always going to have a shot on the 8. The problem is if you go the other way, you could end up short just because you
Or long.
decelerate,
Yeah.
or long, or down here or something.
Yeah.
So that was kind of the astute way of playing that shot.
So obviously here he's just gonna pull something like this, something along those lines out.
Literally
Keep
along
going.
those lines. You want to be short
Just
here.
going one rail though.
Oh, one rail. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
And ideally, you'd like to be short so that you can just stun into this area.
The only reason I said short is because if you go long now, you're bumping into the 10. So
Yes.
if you're short or straight, that's fine.
Yeah.
So I could see ERIK maybe just, I could see him maybe taking a break here. I don't know, just because he's ahead now and going to go reset himself, but maybe not.
See, I think
his
YUTO
first
would be
lead.
the one that would want to take a break here, right? Now that YUTO, ERIK's taken his first lead, YUTO call a break, take 5 minutes, and just try and disrupt his rhythm.
I think you have to be in charge of the table to call the break, though, don't you?
I have no idea. It would all depend on what they've agreed
On
to.
what
right?
they've agreed to, but I think standard you have to be shooting in order to call a break.
Yeah, in a tournament, that's usually
In general,
the-
yeah.
Yeah, so here we go. We got that same rack again. And by the way, I'm only bringing this up. I'm not bringing this up to knock ERIK. I'm just bringing it up as like a talking point. He's racking the same every time.
Mm-hmm.
And if both players are allowing that, then they're playing within the rules.
Yeah,
But
I think we've been clear on that. Is that
Yeah.
it isn't a knock? It's just an observation that and
just for anyone
also,
anyone tuning in, listening to me talking about it, I just want to be clear about it. And that in any sport, really, you want to do as much as you can to make the game as simple, consistent as possible, and that's what he's doing here.
well, and the other thing that we get to watch is with the patterns of the rack, when he breaks, you're seeing a lot of the same setups. Like the 1 and the 7 are close together. He's usually making either the 2 or the 3 on a 4 rail. He's been able to dial in the 5 and the 4.
Yep,
So
the
it's a
9
lot
and the 10
easier
are together.
It's a lot easier to track the results of the break, knowing where all the balls start from as well. So I find it more interesting to watch, actually.
Yeah, I actually think he's gonna put like a 4-pack or a 5-pack on at some point.
Oh, that'd be fantastic.
Well, he lost the cue ball a little bit. He didn't hit them as square as he would have liked.
He made one of the I don't know
He
what
made,
to call
he made
them.
the
the-
5 in the
5 in the side.
Yeah,
The second
and the 4 just missed as well. So
Yeah, and like last time he broke, he hit them absolutely perfectly square, and he made both of them. So, but I think he's figured out the speed that even if he hits them slightly to the left or right, he's going to make one of those balls
Yeah.
that are underneath the second balls.
So
and
anybody
if the 2 ball
listening-
hadn't have hit the 9, he would have made the 2 in the corner.
right.
Yeah, he
Anybody?
actually made-
Sorry, go
sorry.
ahead.
I was just going to say he made the 3 in the side. I didn't quite see how it went there. I think it went,
The cue ball got in the road and kicked
Yeah.
it, and it went funny
Okay.
into the side.
yeah.
Yeah, so
Sorry,
anyone
Kenny.
listening, it's okay. Anyone listening, that's the goal with a 10-ball break, is to try to get the 2 balls that are right below the 1 ball, and those 2 balls should head towards the side pocket. If those 2 balls are falling short of the side pocket, you're probably hitting the break too soft, and if they're going long of the side pocket, you're probably hitting the break a bit too hard. And it's finding that kind of Goldilocks zone where you're making them all the time and sticking your cue ball.
Yeah. Ideally, the cue ball up at into one side or the other, depending on which side you're putting the 1 ball on.
This is a finicky little shot. He'd like to just roll it in. If it was a bit straighter, he'd have no problem. But it's a kind of a tricky one. You almost want to hit it like if you could to like around and like really go for it. But I don't think that 6 ball's big. So he's just going to roll it in and leave the cue ball maybe around here. He just doesn't want it to track too far over this way.
That was a great shot.
Yeah.
I think
That
he
was
maybe had a
One
touch
rail.
of, maybe a touch of inside on
I
that.
think so, yeah.
Yeah.
That was a tougher shot than it looked because he had
He had a bit of angle there.
Yeah, he did, and he had a bit more angle than he would have liked. That's why he was kind of getting comfy on the shot because it required a bit of finesse. And look at this now. Look, the 6 and the 7, they're up in this end of the table. It's almost like a drill. You know what I mean? And this is
he
not a
mishit
good
this.
shot.
He's still all right there. You can still see the 5 or the 4 to pot it
He was
right
trying to get it right into here just so he have a little angle to punch out, I think.
Yeah. Was he trying to go 2 rails, do you think?
He was trying to go 2 rails. I don't think he wanted to go the 1 rail because then there's too much of a danger of being straight or even into this rail off the 4.
Yeah.
This way he can just come out into the center.
And if he was spinning at 2 rails, he's playing that with inside. He probably didn't want it to catch the second rail and come too far out. So he was probably trying to be a bit like, cute about it and trying to just get to that second rail and just catch. But yeah, maybe, I don't know, maybe he was overcomplicating it a lot too much. He could have just rolled 2 ball in, 1 rail. He's on the 4.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking when I was looking at it. I was thinking just a 1 rail shot, touch of inside possibly. And
yeah, because even if he lands dead straight on the 4,
still good.
Just kind of stop it, make the 6 go around the 7 maybe. But now he's given himself a little bit more work to do.
Now he's going to the side rail below the 8, you think?
He's going to go in between the 8 and the rail, I think.
Yep.
8 in the side pocket.
Great shot. Sorry. He hit it perfect.
Remember, folks, if you like what you see and you like what you hear, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button on YouTube.
Yeah, or send me
Ring up the score for EvoSports.
Yeah, or just send me $50 to my Patreon. No, I'm just joking. I don't have a Patreon, but I thought that'd be funny to say. Just plug my non-existent Patreon on Collins.
I just noticed that we got 117 people watching and only 4 likes on the video. So
yeah, only 4 likes. That's because they don't like us, though. What we're saying.
Well, yeah, but it's not for us. It's for the players, right?
He hit this a little short, but no problem for him.
Yeah. And here's another one. I think just another thing that people need to think about, that this line that's through the 8 ball, he's gonna be bouncing the 7 across the table. He wants to make sure that the cue ball stays on this side that line.
Yeah, for sure.
So then he can just go across and for the 9.
It's way easier to go across than it is to try to stun or something over.
If he lands here, now he's kind of, he has to draw the ball and he's flirting with the side pocket. So he might go across twice here and get back out to the right side of this 8 ball.
Well, the advantage, like you're saying, of being on the right side of that 8 ball is then you can use this side rail to aim your cue ball and keep control.
Yeah.
That was an interesting line he took there.
It was, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, because that as well. Sorry, I know I'm talking a lot here, but you almost now, like, if you've got like landing here, this side of that line, now you have to go around. Like you almost had to be
perfect.
Well, like you had to be like, he is this side of the line, like over here, but now the 10 ball's here. Like, did he want to land here? Like, I'm not sure exactly.
So looks like he's gonna hit this with middle and just try to stun it over.
Just come up this way a little bit.
Yeah, he's got a lot of angle here, more than we think.
Able to draw it over a little bit.
He's got to go back and forth again.
And this is more of a personal preference as to how you feel in the shot, whether you're just going to try and bounce off the rail a little bit,
or you come back,
come all the way back across.
Now I know Simon Pickering; he goes back and forth every single time. When I see this, there's never ever a question for him. Whenever I watch him do it, he goes back and forth.
And you know what? I'm the opposite. I just land over here and bounce out. You know why? Because if I try and bounce across, I don't know if my cue ball's coming this way or this way. I don't have too much control over this kind of a shot. So I'm not good enough to,
back and forth.
I'm not good enough to play that shot.
And I think part of it is the speed that you play that shot at, whatever you're more comfortable with it.
By the way, I think Steven is good enough to play that shot.
No, I'm being honest. There's a few holes in my game that people will be surprised about.
Number 13 in Canada as we sit here talking, by the way.
Nice work.
Okay,
ERIK with a 2-game lead for the first time. And he's not really giving YUTO any opportunities to get back in it at the moment.
Well, he needs to go pee. That was the go pee dance.
Yeah, just a minute.
Okay, so Smile Billiards in the comments, he or she thinks it's 30-21 YUTO. Interesting. Not saying that YUTO, but like it's interesting because everyone else is saying ERIK.
Well, the momentum is definitely in Erik's favor at the moment, and that could easily switch and go back to YUTO. But right now we're seeing a second gear from ERIK, and YUTO seems to be a little drab at the moment. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens.
So does anyone know how this match came about? Like, is there any backstory, or what's the deal? Did ERIK come out specifically for this, or was he coming out anyway looking for a game?
Well, I think some of the Alberta players do a lot of traveling, and they just come out here sometimes. I think it might be for work, and they usually try and contact one of the guys that plays out of Q1 and see if anybody wants to play.
Yeah.
There's a lot of money flowing out of Q1 when it comes to these kind of matches nowadays, and I think Alberta definitely has their eye on that pool hall and what's going on there. And there's always someone game to take on some big action. You know, there's probably a lot of backers involved in this.
There's no backers involved in this.
No backers involved.
That's why it's $33,400.
Why is it? What do you mean?
No. If it was all your own money, it would probably be an even round number. You know?
Right.
Yeah, but yeah, you know why I'm saying that, right?
Enlighten us.
Well, there would be one reason and one reason only why I'm trying to be adamant that it is one person's money.
Oh, I see. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
A two-man tournament.
Two-man tournament. Rack number 25.
Yeah, there's been quite a switch.
It's half hours, and I'm perfectly fine doing this.
So he broke last time and his cue went slightly to the left. Let's see if he corrects that this time. Sometimes people overcorrect and go the other way, but let's see what he does here. He did.
Lost the cue ball to the side.
He tried 3 times to make that cue
in there.
Yeah. So I think that was the overcorrection I was just talking about.
YUTO trying to get something going.
He's calling it.
He's calling the put. He's going for the jump.
He's trying.
Yeah. Well, the nice thing about this is if he makes it, the 2-ball, he's got a real good chance of getting on this 2-ball because it's kind of by itself. You know, the 8-ball could just get in his way if he goes down table.
There aren't a lot of approaches to the 2-ball that are blocked off by a bunch of other balls.
And not where he would.
Oh, yes.
He's probably behind the 8, but he got through.
Keep coming.
All right,
keep coming.
I'm glad I didn't commentate or curse him because he wasn't going anywhere near all the stuff on the right hand side as we look. So it was really I feel like the percentages were good for him there to get a shot at the 2. The only ball really that could have messed that up would have been the 8. All right, so YUTO's. It looks like he's just trying to pick his speed up and just get going. You know what I mean? Like
you're right.
He's trying to trying to find some rhythm. I think
he's been sitting in his chair for a while, and he wants to,
get going.
Yeah. Oh, he's gonna.
As long as he can cue it properly, he'll be fine.
He's a little on the wrong side of this 4, I think. He may have to just stop it there and take the cut.
He may draw back.
No,
if he's on the wrong side, he may draw back into here.
I wonder if he.
I don't think he has that kind of angle.
I think he's straight.
If he's straight, then you might as well just stick right there.
What?
I think that was a miscue.
Yeah, or did he try and cut that in the side? No.
I think that was a
miscue.
Yeah,
I think. Because he got down and he was looking at the corner pocket. I think it was a miscue.
Yeah.
But you know what? They could have.
That's 2 in a row on a big draw. That's got to be getting in his head a little bit too. Because you're right. The only way he would have miscued that is if he was trying to do the draw that Colin was talking about.
Yeah, because if he was cutting it in the side, he wouldn't have been. He would have just been kind of
drawing it.
Yeah. I'm just watching it here again.
Yeah, I'm doing the same thing. I got
Yeah.
kind of the poor man's instant replay with
Yeah.
YouTube up on the other screen.
And there was another shot there. He could have carried the 6 ball in, but he would have been sending the 4 ball kind of loose. So I don't think that's the shot. But as it stands, he got that, you know, that nice roll again that I was talking about a minute ago. Yeah. So Erik's looking at the 2-rail kick. It feels like he's gonna, you know, he doesn't quite have all the angle to get underneath it. It feels like it's gonna be more here and send the 4 ball that way, you know. But if he can get all the way underneath it, so 1,
Make it
2, the only thing I would say to worry about is watch the cue ball scratching over here. But my instinct is that you can only get to the right side of this ball as we look.
Oh no! Look at that! Almost scratched.
That's a great
It's gonna
shot.
come up in behind the 8.
Yeah.
It's gonna leave it. It's gonna leave him a shot at it.
So without hesitation, Yuto's just called the corner pocket.
So the tricky part about these ones is if you do miss it, you generally don't have enough pace on that floor.
No, it's a sellout usually, right?
For a pocket.
Because it's not going very quickly, and the cue ball's just coming back up to the middle of the table. It's generally a sellout, so you got to make it.
Believe it or not, you know what I think is going to happen here? I think he's gonna play position around this 7.
Another
Maybe.
score prediction in the chat.
Maybe I'm wrong.
30-27.
So it looks like people are, you know, really back in YUTO here now, even though he's down a couple of racks. But I think the 7 plays big. I think he's got to watch out for running into the 7. And I think
Get another little roll.
He's
here.
gotten away with this somewhat.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know that Erik would try a bank combo here at this point.
I'm a little worried for Yuto's body language.
Yeah, he doesn't seem very confident at the moment, that's for sure. Just in the way that he's taking shots and stuff like that. He almost like he took a slash at that one, you know.
As he walks away from the table, he's not. But I mean, it's totally natural to be a little bit off when you're you know, not hitting the ball the way you expect and you're not getting the results you want.
I've got a feeling Erik's looking at this with his cue ball. Well, no, he just pointed over here. So he's looking at something else.
Is he? He called it in the corner. Is that what you said?
No, I think he's looking at getting his cue ball. I think he just was looking at where he wants to get his cue ball to hide it behind the 8. And the way he played it, he knew that 7 was also going to cause interference wherever he, you know.
Yeah, if he had have tried to get the cue ball in behind the 9-10, he would have blown the 7 out of there and left an open look at the 4 if he doesn't get safe.
Okay, so potential cross corner here.
A little bit of a 2-way maybe.
I don't mind him
Cross
kicking.
corner, bringing the cue
sorry.
ball back down table.
I don't mind him kicking at it from here and playing it as if he was trying to make it in the corner, because the cue ball should drift down at this point by the 7, and the 4 should ricochet around the table and get long if nothing else.
But if you hit it too thin, then your 4 ball stays at this end of the table.
Mm-hmm.
You know
Well,
what?
if he
Like,
hits it,
I think. Well, I don't know what he's doing here.
he's massaying, looks like a little bit here.
I think he's 3-railer in the 4.
And just try to draw the cue ball into the 5.
Oh, this is a good shot.
That needs to carry just a little bit more. Not a bad effort.
Yeah, definitely give himself some distance. I think ERIK shouldn't have too much problem playing the 4 bank down the table and getting his cue ball behind the 9 and the 10 there.
Patrick Nix saying ERIK has won 8 of the past 9 racks. Just some extra Evo stats for
Yeah, yeah. Ever since Steven was saying earlier, ever since
10-5.
YUTO missed that 9 ball, it's really been a one-sided affair.
So I think
But it runs that way, right?
He's going to thin the left side, isn't he? And then go.
Yeah, leave the 4 ball around here
Mhm.
and send the cue ball, around this way. He just needs to get it back. Well, it might end up.
Go around the 5.
Yeah, but just leave them both on the same side of the table.
Yeah,
I mean, really,
It
if
looks
he
like
does
he's-
get the 4 to the rail.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, he's just going to play the split safety to
Oh.
either side of the table. Tuck
And
the
you know
4
what?
on
Maybe
both sides.
the shot that I was suggesting just wasn't available.
Mhm.
Now, if YUTO can see this side of the 4, which I think he can, that 9 ball can act as a stop for the 4, and he can hit this with a little bit of pace to get the cue ball up around the table.
Check this out for a shot. Rail first, thin the 4 ball into the 9, and the cue ball goes that way.
I got a feeling he's just going to play this, thin it, bump the
Yes.
9, and try and put his cue ball almost back where it is right now.
Yeah.
I think he's going to play with some left siding and try and run it around.
All-in was
That was not
on the
right.
money. Well,
I thought he was going to get that. I thought he was going to play that 4 ball into the 9 harder and have the cue ball run like around the table to get safe at the other end of the table.
Yeah, he hit that a little thicker than I thought he was going to hit it. I mean, this should be a pretty standard. Well, it's not like he can bank this right in line with what it is right now because
Yeah.
it'll come back and hit the 10. So he's going to have to cut it a little bit.
Yeah, that's what. And then that means that you can't get the cue ball jammed on the 10. Then
Mm-hmm.
he might actually just roll it and put the 4 near the 9. That's
Alan Ema with a comment in the chat saying that YUTO doesn't have as much big money match experience that ERIK has, and thinks that's going to be a big factor in the later stages of the match. Very good point. I don't know what YUTO's experience level is for matches like this, but that can certainly be a factor. Like we were talking about earlier, I mean, even between Federgorst and Eklund Kachi with $250,000 on the line, those guys missed a couple of shots that they don't normally miss.
I have a feeling he's going to take this 4 on, and no, he's not. Just draw. I think he's just going to draw out to the middle of the table, and just get something going. Take the ball by the horns in this match and just try and put it on ERIK. But
Yeah, if he was just a little thicker on this, he'd be able to just play some bottom left and tie up the cue ball, freeze the cue ball to the 10 ball, and I don't think he's got quite enough here to control that.
you don't think he's shooting
He's
this?
gonna do. I think he's gonna play the bottom.
See if he can maybe really soft, bring the cue ball to the rail and try to freeze to the 10.
You think he's going for the 4 in the bottom left
No,
corner?
no, I think he's gonna play. Oh no, he did.
Yeah, that's what I thought he was. Sometimes as well, like he's a couple of racks behind. He's allowed ERIK to kind of loosen up. I felt like he was wanting to take that on to try and run out and then
Do his own-
not
Get his
to
own psyche back.
Exactly, yeah. So I don't fault him for playing an aggressive shot there.
So pretty easy run out for ERIK at this moment. 7 balls, the only kind kind of issue if it's an issue.
That can be a difficult spot to pot a ball from, depending on what your position is and how you have to move it around afterward.
Mm-hmm.
For me, when it gets like inside that half diamond to the side pocket, that's when I start going, don't like that ball.
Right. Yeah.
Maybe the 6 goes on the side. Or is he playing a carom here?
The way he waved his hand, he wanted the cue ball to go a little further.
Yeah.
I think he was looking for. He might still have it.
I think he wanted the carom. I think he just wanted to be a little higher on the carom.
I think that's what he called.
Just has to be careful that the 6 and the cue ball don't end up straight in.
Like this.
And the only reason I brought it up is because that's like that type of shot there. It's actually difficult to not do this. You know what I mean? The cue ball was always going to end up near the rail, but he could have controlled the 6 so it was away from the rail. I think he just, didn't think about it enough.
I think he leaves a back cut bank here on the 7. So if anything, he might stick it or just draw back an inch or so.
Just enough so that he can cue it from the side pocket, so he's got a little bit of room to hit the cue ball.
Well, just so you're gonna miss the double kiss no matter what, right? So
he's also got a hair of angle, so he could top this through or play a big draw shot for the 10s right there. I think he's going to play a big stroke
looking
shot
like a
here.
draw, yeah.
Geared up.
Nope.
And then he fools us again.
That's great. It looked like he was gearing up for a smoker.
Yeah, it looked like he was going to dig right into that one and then tap.
I mean, I just can't. Oh, he's playing it to the corner. He's playing it more of a safety.
Yeah, on that carom, the 9-ball carom, I think he'll be kicking himself at that because I think he just didn't take care of business. He should have really made sure that 6-ball wasn't going to land on the rail. Because the cue ball running into the 9, there's no way that cue ball would have gone anywhere else but the rail.
Hey Nick,
trying to bank
this
to here
comment in the chat.
Probably back into here. Send the cue ball up here in that area there.
Nick Veritanis with a comment in the chat. He's played YUTO a few times and he says that those cute little shots are not his thing. He's more of an aggressive player. So that's probably why that 4-ball appealed to him in an aggressive manner rather than playing safe off of it. Thank you for the insight, Nick.
I think his cue ball would be more this way.
Yeah, I think he's going to come in between them or even shy of that 8 at least and just leave the 7 on the end rail.
Oh, he made it. Wow.
Nailed it.
Wow. What a great shot.
Big smile on his face. How's he feeling?
I mean, you have to think he wasn't expecting to make that. He was probably playing, more for like a pro side safety kind of shot. But wow, he made it.
I'll be even more impressed if YUTO can turn this around. Because, I mean, one of the scariest things to do is to have your opponent be laughing and relaxed as they play, right?
This 8-ball's not exactly a hanger, This is prime angle for a skid. He could overcut. He's not definitely out here. I think he's obviously massive favorite to get out here, but
there are a few things that can still happen.
This is a big shot, actually, because it goes 14-11 or 13-12. So that's why I think he went and took a sip of his tea. Just, steeling himself for this shot. It's a big shot here. And he had someone just walk by. Just getting his line of sight. They were barreling through it at a pretty quick pace. So he's just, settling himself now again.
So just a reminder, folks, if you like what you see, hit that like button, subscribe to EvoSports Streaming.
He missed.
Oh, he missed it.
Yeah, he missed.
Yeah, it was a big shot. I think he realized in the context of the match. I know it's still a long way to go, but
now
he would have really liked that 3-game cushion.
Can YUTO
This is a pivotal moment right now, for sure.
turn this around and start putting some wins back up on the board on his side of the scale?
As a competitor myself, sometimes when your opponent misses a shot like this, you feel like, oh my God, I'm back in. And then you're so excited that you miss this shot yourself. And then
He's putting left
you give
hand
it right
spin
back
on
to
it.
him. So
It looks like he's queuing up over here.
yeah. Oh,
Wow. He
I
used
love
the
it.
force.
you needed that. This could be what turns this match around a little bit now.
Wow. I thought that was going to hang up.
And
Wow.
that's exactly what I was just saying to you guys. Was like I get all excited. Okay, yeah, I got my chance now. I'm back in, and then I do something like that, like hang that 8. You know what I mean? And then whatever. Then you doubly have the energy sucked out of you, right? So good thing he made that. That could really change this match now.
Yeah, let's see how Yuto's racking them here. Well,
1, 5.
yeah, he's got the 8,
6.
10, 9 as well. So the only difference in this rack is, well, I mean, the 5's on the opposite side. To
Yeah, the
Erik,
5 and the 7 are in different spots. Like
Yeah.
they're opposing spots, but other than that, they're the same.
Well, the 4 ball and the 6 ball.
Oh, because
Yeah.
he does 4, 6. That's right up front.
Yeah. But it's it's pretty. It's a similar. The 8, 9, 10 sticking together. You'll see a lot of players do that. They'll want those balls because those balls don't really move a whole lot.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see the speed. He's picking a similar spot from where Erik is hitting them from.
That's the problem with the pool hall is people traffic. You got to contend with.
Yeah, you would think that they could have a roped off area for this, but this is true pool hall action. Hit them nice and solid.
Is that 1 ball going to be behind the 7 again?
Yeah, unfortunately, he still can't get some ball love here.
We know you like ball love there, Kenny.
Uh-huh.
You just walked right into that one.
This is a family channel.
Oh, yeah.
You did
Yeah.
say it. You,
Yeah.
you had to know Steven was going to say something.
Yeah. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I'm talking about pool.
Yeah, so are we.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got to run off for 1 second here. I'll be back.
So where's he going to go with this push? Does he try to kick at something? I don't think so. He's going to leave some kind of a cut. Maybe a jump cut? I think he's going to leave a gap just so you can get back at this. No, he gave it back to him without even thinking. So he's probably got about a half ball that he can hit here. Problem with this is that if he hits the 1, the cue ball, the 6 is making that corner pocket really big. Cue ball, okay, he hit the.
Oh, look
he
at
had a
this.
lot- He had a full ball there.
And
I can't believe he had a full ball to hit there. It looked like half ball on the screen. So I see him going 2 rails. Oh, no, he's going 1 rail. Just kicking it from behind with spin. Oh, what a shot. Wow. Wow.
That's one for the highlight reel.
Yeah, that was a wow shot for sure. What's he looking at here? He's gonna parallel shift over for the 1 rail kick.
No, I can tell you from experience that when I'm trying to make this 1 ball, because I know I have to kind of cut it back, there's a real tendency to just whiff this ball and not make contact at all. You know, you go past it.
I was gonna say kind of the opposite, Steven. I was gonna say when I do this, I have a tendency, because I'm afraid of whiffing, I have a tendency to go to cheat to the thick side.
Right.
And but you can see, as you can see from that shot, the thick side meant scratching the side.
Yeah.
So
I just
he
hate
would-
when I kick. I just hate when I kick at that ball and
Yeah.
I kick full into it, I'd rather overcut it, because I feel like then I hit it better, but then I end up missing a lot of the time because I do that. So
Two balls got room to go past the 6 in that corner.
So do you like rolling this in and going forward, or just pulling it back a hair?
I'd probably just pull it back a hair.
I don't mind sticking there or pulling it back and even going 2 rails forward for my shape on the 5 after.
Yeah, and you know what? If you pull it back a hair, you could end up with that 2 rail forward position. Or if you pull it back a bit too much, then you've still got the
Just
1
a
rail.
single rail.
Yeah.
Because I think going forward, if you go forward too far, then you get a little bit too close to the 6 maybe, and you've got queuing issues.
Has he landed in between where he can do kind of either comfortably?
I think he's fine.
To do 1 rail or 2?
I
think he's fine for the 1 rail.
Let's see. Yeah, it looks like middle ball.
And you're not going to come all the way out to center. This was always going to be maybe the 2 rail would have been a little bit better for position to transition from the 5 to the 6.
Right. Well, you could almost do a stop shot on the 5 if you go 2 rails, right? Now
Yeah.
he's moving the cue ball.
Now he's
gonna
playing it.
Draw underneath the 8 and around it.
Draw to the side rail and back out.
That execution shot that I was talking about.
Yeah, right.
You have to execute there.
You're going to miss cue there sometimes. I mean, there's just, like I said, 1 out of 100. That's all it takes.
So does he have a risk of running into the 7 here?
I don't think so. 2 rails, 7 into the same hole.
You just play a little bit lower on your English, right? To miss the 7.
Oh,
So
he almost hit it.
instead of playing like the regular, how we normally play those with like top right, in this case, he would just lower his tip down and play more to middle or even a little bit of bottom right instead to come a little wider.
I have a feeling he's going to go forward 2 rails here,
Yep,
so he's got a
forward
good line.
2 rails.
So he's not, his
2 rails would be better for an approach to the 8, but he may only have the 1.
Like that.
I don't think he's putting any spin on it, so this might just be straight top.
Yeah, he may have more angle than I.
Oh,
Yeah.
just single
Yeah.
rail. Yeah.
1 rail.
Yeah. What do I
But
know?
still into the same spot.
The angle's tough. Like that one looked a little straighter to me
Mm-hmm.
on the screen than it obviously was. So it's tough for us to look at it sometimes. Just a soft
Erik's
stun.
so good at these.
Soft stun.
Cue's not going to travel a whole lot.
And perfect.
He ran around to make sure he had a good angle. Oh, I have a phone call here. I have to go. I'll come back in a moment.
We will see
All
you
right.
shortly.
Are you texting on your phone, Kenny?
Oops, I'm sorry. You can hear it.
In the haptic noise from the keyboard.
I'm going to
No worries. No
mute
worries.
my volume.
To regain 2-game lead.
Yeah. I think I missed one of those against Steven the other night.
I've been trying to play a little bit more lately, but I still struggle to find the time. ERIK leads 14-12. I
actually played an interesting match today. I don't want to talk too much about other people's stuff on here, but this guy from Italy created an app for playing Ghost Pool, and he wanted me to play him just to kind of try it out because he's only just launched it, and it was actually quite interesting, and it worked really well. I don't, like I said, I don't want to post other people's stuff on the stream like this, but I'll definitely have it on my own channel, on my own Facebook page and stuff, for people to have a look at.
It's always interesting to find new things.
Yeah, and it was actually really good, and I really enjoyed it. The interface was quite good, and it was basically, you can have a little bit of action. You can challenge the people from around the world, and you can do it for $5 or $500, whatever you want.
Rack number 27. ERIK breaking from just right of center. See if he makes the 5 again.
So the 4 and the 5 should go right away to the pocket if he hits a good break, and they did. They were
and
perfect.
the one ball got a little bump from the 7, pushing it closer to the pocket. He's got a wide open rack.
Now, also, I wonder if you noticed, the 2 ball actually went around the table and basically 3 rails it towards the corner pocket. When you make those 2 balls, that 2 ball will whatever ball that is, will almost always wrap around the table and head towards that pocket as well.
Well,
So
it's the
sometimes
back-
you can make three balls on the break from this.
It's the back 2 corner balls, so the 2 and the 3 are naturally going to go 4 rails. And it's usually, if you break from the right side, it's usually the right side that does the 4 rail to the corner, if it can go through the table
Yes,
undisturbed.
that's right, as long as it doesn't hit a ball. But it's a pretty natural path for it to go back to that corner, and sometimes it drops.
And that's all based upon the speed that Steven was talking about, getting the right speed on the break. And ERIK with the right balance on this shot.
I used to lift my leg like that about 30 years ago.
And now I'm just thinking, ow.
Okay, a little bit tricky here. Just got to pick a spot, and I think he's probably going to play, in between the 9 and the 10, and then play for shape between the 8 and the 10 for the 3 ball here. I don't think he's going to try and stay low. No, he's got too much angle anyways, I think. So he's probably just going to play a little left-hand siding and just try to come up nicely between the 8 and the 10. Oh, 2 rails. No, he went too far.
He's gonna go far enough that he's still got a shot at it. It's just gonna be, with that kind of angle, you're letting your cue ball go.
Yeah. The problem with that shot is, in your mind you're saying, don't hit it short, and then you end up blasting through it like this sometimes. But it's a makeable cut. It'll probably, if he puts a little inside, it'll probably kill the cue ball a little bit, and he might be able to hang around for the 6. Trying to see the path here where this cue ball is going to go naturally. It's yeah, I think good shot. I don't think he did much with it there. He just put maybe a little below center. Just had the cue ball kind of run naturally.
Yeah, it doesn't need to do much here. Just keep the cue ball clean. But like we were talking about earlier, it's so important to keep that cue ball on the right side of the ball, just to keep moving properly through the rack
of your line. Yeah, it makes it so much easier. Like, it just, a lot of times you break, you look at the table, you go, oh, this is definitely a run out table, and because you're thinking like that, your very first shot, you get out of line, and then you're just fighting the whole time to get back in line again. And sometimes you do, and your run out becomes easy, and sometimes you don't. You don't get out.
I remember listening to a podcast there probably about a year ago. That was, I think it was the Cue It Up podcast, and they were talking about, the 2 guys on there were talking about moving the cue ball through the rack. And if you want to keep the cue ball from moving too far, if you just only want to move it small distances, you keep it within within 15 degrees of straight. And if you really want to move it, then you got to be out around the 30 degrees, but you really don't want to be any more than that, because then you start to lose control. And I can't remember what the exact percentages were or degrees of angle, but it made a lot of sense to me at the time. And that's something you have to keep in mind when you're running out the rack as well, is not just staying on the correct side of line, but in that correct zone on that line. For most of us, like me, it's just a struggle to stay on the right side of the line.
Right. Yeah, I'm a very big proponent for playing drills. I play a lot of them myself, and a lot of those drills, when you get them, they focus on playing the right lines, because as soon as you get out, it's almost impossible, the way some of the drills are set up, for you to get back again. That was a great shot. He didn't, there was no guarantee he was going to make that. He's back online now, though. He can basically just drift this 8-ball in and get shape on the 9. He might even, if he's got a bit of angle, he might come down to the bottom rail here and play it back up, but I think he can just drift it in.
Yeah, it's going to depend on what he sees when he gets down behind the 8, whether he needs to come all the way up this way and get straighter on the 9 and come in at it on that angle, or whether he can just drift forward. And it looks to me like he's going to come up table.
Yeah, he's
Got a bit of angle
top.
on that
I
one.
think he's playing top. It's soft. It's going to be a soft. Oh, no, he's fooling us. Slow down. He's good.
Well, that worked.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, so I see that he broke and has run out to this position. It looked like a kind of a perfect break that he got.
It was a perfect break. Yeah, he
Yeah.
held his cue ball. He made both balls in the side,
Mm-hmm.
and he had the 2 balls sitting around the corner pocket after he made his 1. He's he
A little scrambly there, a little later in the rack, but
he's
recovered.
mishit some shots, but he's made some good pots to recover. So he's up to, is that 15 now, or is the score changed already, or is it?
It's 15-12.
15-12.
Is he looking to get a break now? Halfway through this, he's halfway through the set.
It would make sense, wouldn't it? That this
I think
would be a
that's,
good time to
they're going to take a little break.
maybe grab a sandwich or something and power bar or something and go at it. That's a very a lot of people think about pool and any sport really, but they think about pool, and diet is especially important when you're playing long tournaments and matches and things like that, and to keeping the right kind of food in you and energizing yourself with the right kind of stuff is very important as well. So I hope these guys are out there, they've got some stuff put away that they can get some really good nourishment out of, to try to bring their energy levels back up.
The right kind and the right time, right? You don't want to be eating anything too big right before your match, and then you get a little bit of a food coma going.
Yeah, we always talk about that, about, I just had, fish and chips right before my, well, you're just not going to be feeling right when you do that. You should keep your meals, fairly small before a match, and just make it nutritious, fruit and yogurt and those kind of things, and power bars and stuff, and save your meals for big breaks. I'm not sure how new the cloth is that these guys are playing on here. If it's, I don't know when the last time Q1 changed over their cloths and stuff, or if this particular table is any newer than the rest of them. It's almost match worthy enough that you would put a brand new cloth on the table just for the match. I think the guys are on a break as well. I'm talking to myself here, which is just fine by me. But yeah, I mean, if I was playing a match, with $35,000 on the line, I might, want to throw in the extra $1,000 and get the table reclocked before the match as well, and play on some optimum, equipment, right? But some of these guys, they play for big money, like a lot. I remember even when ERIK played Simon not that long ago. Well, it would be a couple of years now, maybe, but he came down and played Simon, and Simon ended up getting that one. But I think ERIK is no stranger to some big dollars. Of course, Q1 is really great pool hall in Richmond. It's a little far for me to have to travel to Q1, so I don't go very often. But if I lived closer, I would definitely be in there a lot more. They've got, I think, 6 diamonds on the front tables here, and it might be 8, 6 or 8 diamonds. I think it's 6. And they've got a few other 9-footers that, at least I remember, unless they've changed them since the last time I was there. They've got a few other 9-footers that don't play quite as well, but they're great for date night. And I think they've got a bunch of 7-footers in there as well that people play on. So it's quite a large hall. They do electronic darts, all that kind of stuff. The biggest knock for a lot of people about Q1 is that they don't really have a lot of food selection, stuff like that there. I think they do hot dogs, if I remember right, or something, but there's really not a lot of food choices, for there. So you're going to have to bring food in with you, or order some food or something if you're going to plan on staying for a while. But the hall itself is really great. The tables are great. They keep their equipment in pretty reasonable condition. And I think they went through just a big reno about a year or so ago as well. So it's pretty sharp place. And then just across the way is actually a large snooker hall as well. Like literally 100 feet away from Q1 is 147, which is snooker tables and Chinese 8-ball tables mostly. So the area is quite a hotbed for a lot of players. It's a quite a heavy Asian contingent that plays around here, and that's where some of this money comes from too. I'm going to mute myself for a little bit here, guys, while I try and eat a little bit of dinner. And then I'll be back shortly.
It looks like ERIK is getting ready to come back here. A little cleanup of the equipment. So where are you, Colin? You at home? Well, I guess I'm all on my lonesome. Okay, so it looks like they're starting up again here. In Erik's mind, this is round 2 now. He's at the halfway mark. Making sure he gives himself a good rec here. Keeping all those balls nice and tight. Yeah, he's done a really good job of getting the 5 in here, 4 in here. And I've noticed a couple of times the 3 ball is going 4 rails. Oh, sorry, 3 rails. 4 rails. And he wants the same to happen with the 2. Just like that. Look at all those lines. Let's keep an eye on these 2 balls behind the 1 ball. He's been consistently making that 5 ball. Getting close with the 4 ball. If not making it. Alright, here we go. Five ball, 4 ball, 3 ball was trying, and he has a look at the 1. Looks like the 1 may have half a pocket. He also has the option to carom this 6 ball in. But I think actually there's more of this pocket than it looks like he has. You want to make sure that if you are shooting this, that you do call the ball and the pocket, because weird things could happen. You could overcut it and make this combo the 6 in. And you don't want a disagreement if that happens. So you just want to make sure that you're clear about what you're doing here. So I think maybe he's looking at the bank here now, banking the 1 ball down table. I didn't see him call it, but he kind of was looking at that line. Yeah, he did go and play the carom, but he didn't do the other part of the job, which was to control the 1. So he has a piece of this 1 ball. He could elect to play the cue ball down behind the 3, or maybe behind the 10, and then bounce the 1 ball back out to like here somewhere and have the 2 balls cover. So let's see what he does here. My line was pretty decent. And I think he has left him hooked here. So I don't think there's any jump available here. If he does elect to jump, he may have like just the edge this side of the 1 ball, which would send it over this way. But I think the shot here is to try and find a kick. Yeah, the problem here is where the cue ball is. If he does have a gap through the 10 and the 8, it brings him to a place where he can't really get to the 1. So that's why he's having to go off this short rail. He's done well to hit the ball there. ERIK won't be too enamored with the outcome there. He may have a piece of this where he can hit the one ball right away, but it looks like it might be an overcut. So if you can see the one, it looks like maybe the cutting angle is to there. So I think he's probably going to go rail first, kick into the one, send the one here. That's what he's kind of looking at right now. Leave the cue ball exactly, well, pretty much where the one ball is. Just put distance here. I think that's all he can really do. Unless he can see more of that one than I think, but I'm pretty sure it's a kick and stick here. A nice soft kick and stick. I think he was trying to get behind that cue ball behind the 9, which was quite adventurous. It meant that you had to hit the one ball a little harder, which has now left YUTO an opportunity to run this rack out. I think he has enough of this one ball where he can make it. All he has to do is make, if he can actually see enough of the ball to make it, he doesn't really have to worry about position. The cue ball's just going to bounce there and bounce out. It could go long, or he could go across and back, or he could play it there. It really doesn't matter where this cue ball lands, really, because the 2 is going to be available in the side pocket, and the 3 is down near the corner pocket. So just put all your focus on making this shot. Just make the ball. You're always going to be on the 2. Nicely done. And like I said, like even if his cue ball was here where it is right now, even if it went right across the table and came back, he would have been okay. Yeah, he's going to play a nice 2 railer out here to the middle of the table, slightly on the right side as we look. Nicely done here.
I just noticed that Colin and Kenny were on break. I thought I'd come in.
You know, I was slightly worried that my headphones weren't working properly, and I was talking over them and couldn't hear them, you know, so I'm glad that you popped in. How you doing, Patrick?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good.
Doing a great job commentating. I was really enjoying listening. And
trying.
oh, what's for dinner, Kenny? I think that was Kenny.
Doing what?
Yeah, sirloin steak and pasta. Sorry, guys.
There you go. Nice.
Can you guys tell me if the TV in the background is hearable on my end?
Nope.
No, barely.
Okay. If it's an annoyance at all, just let me know and I'll do something about it.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
And I want to know if my mute button works. So I'm going to hit the mute button right now. If you can tell me if you can hear me after it.
Nope, we cannot hear you.
The mute button works great.
Okay.
Yeah, I had it on mute the whole time I ate dinner, so.
Great.
Excellent. Well, we've never had actually 4 commentators logged into the same stream before, and that's way too many to be commentating. I just came in because I noticed that Colin and Kenny were out, so I thought, hey, I'll jump in for a little bit while you guys are on break. But if you're back, I can...
I am back. I'm not going anywhere. I'm in the chair for as long as you guys want me here.
Nice.
So yeah, YUTO made Made a couple of balls on that break, but lost his cue ball, so was forced to play a push out here. I don't see ERIK turning this back over to YUTO. I think it's one of those that you just shoot it. If it goes in, you're on the 2. I don't think ERIK's going to play a safe here either. I think he's just going to get down and drain this 1 ball.
And I think it's getting a little choppy, so I'm going to actually cut out because I think we have too many commentators in the same box. So you guys have a great rest of your night, and I'll pop in if needed. I'll be watching. It's pretty good stuff. Exciting match.
Yep, it has been. Patrick. Thank you. See you, Patrick.
Thank you, guys.
Sorry for the disappearance there, folks. Had somebody knocking at the door, and it was actually my daughter coming back home. So they're all set, done, and I'm back.
So it looks like he's got a little half ball jump here. I don't know what his plan. Oh, he's called it. Oh, no, now he's going behind, I think. Well, that's going to work out, but it's probably going to be a pretty reasonable jump.
Yeah, I'd expect that one.
I mean, if he makes a good jump here, he stuns and cue ball goes into the 3 ball, and he's probably got a shot on the 2. Just depends how he lands on it, of course.
I think it's likely to go between the 2 and the 3, and I can't really tell how straight it is, but I'm not very confident he'll have a nice look at the 2.
There's some angle for sure, and yeah, it definitely could go forward and tuck in behind the 3 ball there.
Yeah, I've got a feeling he's going to run into the 2. I think it's difficult to avoid the 2, I think, unless he really digs in.
Yeah, because he can't really get any bottom on this, so he's not going to be drawing it into the 3, I don't think.
And I don't think there's going to be a ton of movement on the cue ball. I think it's going to just kind of drift down there and run into the 2. So I think good things can happen. There you go.
Oh, perfect. Oh, there he goes.
It's all right.
He actually went around it the other way.
He has a shot.
Who's that in the background?
So we can hear the TV more now than we could before. All right, so this is a difficult ball to refuse to take on. You know, you're going to play the 2 down here.
You've got a very large area there.
I think there's a natural path for the cue ball to go this way. You know? And end up somewhere around here, you know? Unless he has a path through here somehow. But you'd want to hit this one more with bottom. And it looks like he is hitting it with bottom. You just want to watch out for running into the 8 ball here and
getting trapped on the other side of the 4.
But he used the 8.
Oh.
And I think he was paying more attention to having a good contact with the 8 ball, which kind of made him take his eye off the 2 ball. So a couple of little unforced errors here now by ERIK. Maybe he got a little comfortable and he's taking his foot off the gas. But it's definitely allowed YUTO to...
YUTO seems to be walking around the table a little bit more aggressively.
So he should be trying to just go up in between the 3 and the 7 and come off the top rail here. I don't think he can really hold this.
I think I would like to go to the long rail if I could, the side rail. I don't know if he's got the angle to do that.
Trying to use the 7.
So this could be ugly.
You know, like an inside English kind of shot where it kind of takes some speed out of the cue ball.
Mm-hmm.
It might not have been available, but that's what I saw. And he's put himself in a bother, I think.
And just trying to separate those two.
Yep, that's a shot there. The one of the big issues with that, you got to make sure you make a rail, because if that 3 ball collides with the 7 pretty full, your cue ball might not get to a rail, and neither of the 3 or the 7. But it looks like he's got.
Yeah, it's got to have some speed on it.
Yeah, jump,
bank.
And if he misses, let's see if he ends up with a roll again, because he's had the run of the table so far.
Looks like he's going to get behind the 6, but not quite.
Well, it's not a terrible outcome.
You think ERIK will just bank that 3 ball back down table here? Leave
Possibly,
the 2 ball
yeah.
down there.
He could put the 3 on the 8. That would open up a chance though for Karen in the 10, so he might not want to do that. Played your shot. He's left it. Has he left this?
I can't quite tell if that's on there or not.
I know he's
Yeah, I
gonna
was
jump
just-
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's so good at jumping that I don't want to discount this one here.
And this is one of those as well where you can kind of just focus on the jump shot and just let the cue ball do what it's going to do. It's going to go back down table.
Seems like he's elevating a lot for such a long jump shot. Wow.
He was not far off. Needs
No.
to stop rolling though.
He's definitely good at them. That's for
Yeah,
sure.
he's got the signature YUTO roll here. You know?
And that can be a little bit tough as an opponent coming in and knowing your opponent's not making the ball, but he's not giving you anything to work with either.
Yeah, you just gotta
Bear
deal
down
with
and tough it
Yeah,
out.
you can't get if you start getting frustrated at things like that in this game. That's, in my opinion, it's just kind of a weakness. That's pull for you, you know. Some days you get a roll, sometimes the rolls go against you. You just gotta play through it.
Just gonna mute myself for a second.
Well, he's called the 3 ball down in the corner. It doesn't bank straight in, and 7 is in the way, so I don't know.
Is he 2-railing it backwards? No. He's just playing safe. Oh,
He got the dreaded double kiss.
ouch.
Yeah, maybe he called it just in case. Maybe he was trying to bank it down towards the 4, and he was thinking it could clip in off the 4, maybe.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But he ended up with a double kiss. So. All right, YUTO just needs to make sure of his work here. The 6 doesn't go by the 9. It only goes in that corner pocket that he was looking at. But he also looks at the combo. But that could get tricky.
Yeah, if you don't hit that 10 ball square and then the 6 ball rolls up to the horn.
So he's left.
He looked a little bit worried about the 3 there. for
I
a
know,
second.
yeah. Yeah, he's left himself, I think, a good angle here just to roll through and play the 6 into the... Oh, he's playing the combo. Yeah, maybe he just landed 2 straight.
Yeah, you could try and make them both, I guess.
Yeah, I think he's just going to roll it super soft. Oh,
He tried to thin it.
that is very surprising to me. I don't know why he just didn't play the 6 full into the 10. That's mesmerizing, really. Maybe he didn't want the 6 ball to drift past the side pocket, but you can really control it. He was close to the 6 with his cue ball. That was
I didn't
really
expect
shocking.
that.
Yeah. ERIK could draw into the 10. Well, he won't do that because the 6 is going to go back down to the top left corner as we look, and the 10 would be in its way. But
Patrick has a comment there on the chat about the when you said the U2 signature U2 roll. He says U2 roll
Yeah.
sounds like it's been on the menu.
yeah. That's showing a lot of discipline there from ERIK. He knows that if he can get that cue ball jammed up in the 9, he's going to put YUTO on a spot of bother here.
Yeah, the only reason that this is ever, well, anytime you let your opponent back to the table, they've still got that puncher's chance, right?
Mm-hmm. Shusheng, how's it going? He's in the chat here. He's saying, when you play 700 level players, does your game plan or strategy change? It shouldn't. I mean, because we're always trying to, run out and play the game as effectively as possible. In reality, hard. Yeah, if I've broken round 3 in a row, 4 in a row, and I broke another one, and I want to keep the run going. If I'm playing a weaker player, maybe I could take a flyer and just kind of go for a difficult shot. But maybe against a better player, I'll play the safety. But really, no, the game should be played. Like when I play pool, I'm not really playing my opponent. I'm just playing the balls that are in front of me. So I'm just trying to do what I'm supposed to do, which is win the game, whether that's by playing safe or running out. I just have to stick to the game plan. The only time really that my opponent affects me with my decision making is if I know that maybe they're weaker at jumping or kicking. I might play a push out a different way, and leave, because I'm pretty good at jumping myself. So if I know my opponent isn't as strong jumping, I might leave myself a jump shot on a push out. But if I know they're really good at jumping, then I'm not going to leave that because they're just going to take it. So yeah, maybe that your opponent does come into it a little bit, but personally, I just try and play the same whoever I'm playing, and that is a big miss there by ERIK.
He hasn't left it easy though. Stuck on both rails. There's not much you can do with the cue ball here. Yeah,
this could start getting
you want to put a little bit of left on it to try and stay back and forth above the 8, but that creates risk as well.
Yeah. Yeah, he's really it's to get the cue ball to,
He is 2 diamonds away though, so he's 2 diamonds up table. He's got lots of angle to come into this. It's not like it's a 90 degree.
But even with left spin, that cue ball's kind of coming still across this way or even into the 8, and you can't go it's very difficult to go into the rail there. He may even just roll it in and play the 8-10 combo. Yeah, he missed that because he was really trying to, and it did exactly what I thought. He wasn't able to get the cue ball to come this way too much. It went straight across,
Yep.
But he was in a sticky situation, to be honest. It was,
this 7 ball right up on the rail, the cue ball right up on the rail.
Yeah, it's very difficult, and because the proximity of the 7 to the rail, it's very difficult to get the cue ball to catch a whole lot of spin. So even if you put left or right on it, it's still going to kind of bounce off that rail pretty straight.
ERIK's not in an easy position there, bridging over the 8.
Yeah, he called the 10.
Gonna try and get that cue ball into the corner behind the 8.
Yeah, he did a pretty decent job there. He would have liked to have been behind the 8, but
YUTO can thin this into here and get back down into the same area.
Yeah, send the cue ball 1 to. You really want to try and go, I think, here maybe. I don't love going that way because you could scratch by going long, and also you could just end up not quite getting there, and then you leave it here. And so I think going inside the 8 ball.
I think it's most important is to just make sure you don't leave that 7 ball in this area.
Out, yeah, which is easier said than done.
That's why I'm up here saying it than trying to do it.
Well, he did do that, and he's
now can he? I think he can see past the 10, can't he? But
yeah,
good
I'm pretty
grief,
sure he
I'm
can.
trying to get. This So this actually reminds me of a Corey Duel shot that that was making the rounds on videos.
Is that the one he played the Mosconi Cup against Nick Vandenberg?
I think so, where he was almost stuck on the rail and he just jacked up and grew at the length.
Yeah, that was the 2-ball he played. He actually broke and he pushed out to the rail. Nick Vandenberg put him back in, and then Corey put the butt of his cue up towards the sky and just jammed the ball, and just like the cue made the cue ball dance back across the table. It was pretty amazing. What they don't show you in that video is though he managed to not get out.
Oh no!
Which kind of sucked for him, but yeah. So yeah, you know what? Big stroke shot maybe. Like, what are you gonna do? You can't just roll it in.
It's close enough to the corner you could play it rail first. Like I'm fairly comfortable with that shot from there. I mean, I'm not going to make it 90% of the time, but I'm not going to make this shot and get down there for the 90% of the time, no matter what I do. So
you don't really he actually is playing safe here. I'm pretty sure he's just going to leave the 7 here.
Oh, that's nicely done.
Yeah.
You wanted that to stay down there though.
Yeah.
That came off the rail, that back rail, a long ways.
Yeah, he's opened the door here now for
back within 1 or behind 3.
Should be able to just drift this in with a little bit of top right and Hi, sorry guys. I'm back.
Yeah, Nick, I don't think I think he was actually a little bit hooked by the 10. I don't think he could have got to the rail. I may be wrong, but I actually don't think he could see enough of the 7-ball to even make it the way his body language was. Because if he could have made it, he could have even got the cue ball out to here and here and had a shot on the 8, you know. But he doesn't look like it was available to him.
Went a little farther here.
Work.
Yeah.
Now, this is a little tricky with the fact that you don't really want to go up and down and back to where the cue ball is, but I think actually, trying to hold it.
I think that's exactly what he's going to have to do here. I think he's got too much angle.
Yeah, I was going to say like trying to hold it is going to be impossible there.
Yeah,
you have to, even though you don't want to.
I think he's going to hit the rail between these 2 X's and just try and get back up to like right here. I was wrong, but the speed is
not bad.
You got the same line though. He's on that line. And for all intents and purposes, this is now the 10 ball, right? You make this, you've got the rack.
You would think so. Weird things can happen, but this is, if he makes this, then most players that have ever picked up a cue at least 10 times in their life would probably make that 10 ball. All right, so here we go, 15-14 now.
Somebody must have said something to YUTO after he made that 9-ball shot or something, because he looked behind and then he smiled.
Yeah, and so the only thing YUTO's doing is the 8, 9, 10 in the middle. The rest of them, he's got them pretty random.
Actually,
no, you're right. They're both doing it because he had the 5, 6 up there last time.
Yeah,
with the
and
4,
7 in the back. That's right.
Yeah,
and then
they
8,
both
9,
got their own patterns.
and then 8, 9, 10.
But I mean, really, it doesn't make a whole lot. Like, it doesn't make a whole lot of difference because where ERIK is racking it, the 5 goes in. So if the 4 goes in, now it's 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If YUTO makes the 7, I think that's the 7 he's got. Oh no, the 6 and the 5, then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9. You know what I mean? It's the same thing. But he's definitely not hitting them as consistent as ERIK is.
I think he's trying to overdo it.
Mm-hmm.
I think those came long, didn't they?
Mm-hmm. They did, yeah.
Is ERIK just going to put the cue ball behind the 3?
I think he's just trying to rest it on the 3.
He missed that a bit, right? So he can just chip this on the right side and then just go up and hide up in the corner. It's not really a tough shot, but he can just stop the 1 ball on the 9 here. And
pointing exactly at where he wants. He was just pointing right here on the rail. That was where he wants this cue ball to go. 1, 2. He wants the 1 ball to land like right here.
A little thick. He's gonna give the edge out, maybe.
He was. I think he was pointing right there. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he caught it a little thicker than he wanted.
Looks like he's massing this a bit, maybe, or he was thinking of a jump. Or
I think he can see the edge of that 1 actually. He's just gonna try and get it to the rail and get the cue ball on the other side. Although the 7 ball is gonna come into play.
Okay. Interesting.
Didn't really see a lot of purpose in there other than a contact legal shot.
YUTO's looking at you know what he can do here? He's gonna shoot it. He's gonna play his cue ball across the table. The 2 will go down here. But if he overruns it, and he actually might want to leave his cue ball right here anyway, so if he doesn't make the 1, he's got traffic to hide behind. He can just like float it in.
He's missed it.
Yeah, but let's see where he left it. Yeah, he was trying to leave the 2. It was kind of almost like a 2-way shot he was shooting. But he's left him the old 1 pocket cross corner. Just watch out, cue ball. Believe it or not, the scratch could be big up here.
Watch off the 3. It doesn't have the speed.
No, but he just... Yeah, that was always a worry, is scratching in that corner pocket.
Now, does he have a pathway at all to this 1?
He can hit it thin on the right side, but if he hits it thick, he's going to scratch, right? So I don't know that he'll go for that.
What do you do here? I have no idea. 2 rails and hit it with some speed.
Don't come out. Oh, he got behind the 8 a little bit, but it's not too difficult of a jump here.
Is he far enough behind the 8?
He might even have a shot at this.
Now, if he does have a shot at it, I like to try and leave myself, if I can, here on the 2, so I can bump the 4.
Just a little bit of angle in there so you can disturb the 4 or 5.
Exactly. But the big thing you want to do now is make sure that you don't leave yourself like where the 7 is in your way.
So he's playing this with a little bit of, well, it looks like he's drawing into it, but I would have thought
a little bit of bottom right,
left.
bottom left, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, just to draw a little off one of those balls.
Okay, maybe leave the cue ball around here actually. So he's just make sure he's.
Oh,
no,
that was actually what I was worried about when I was looking.
He's all right though.
Yeah, I think
he's okay. But that's what I was worried about, was the 4 coming out and blocking his shot.
Yeah, and that happens sometimes because you're not picking a specific target on those 2 balls.
This is a finesse shot here. He has to get his speed just right.
Get up by the 9 ball. Yep.
Just right. How did he do? He's okay.
I think he's still got room to cue it.
Yeah, he can address the side of the ball, the right side of the ball as he looks. The question now is, does the 6 go by the 10? If it does, it's going to make this run now quite a bit easier.
I think there's enough room for it.
Yeah, Bruce, yeah, such a close match. You're not
He
wrong
didn't
there.
take a long look at it.
Yeah, they've played 29 racks. This is the 30th rack, and there's only 1 game between them, so as close as you can get, really.
Let's just see what he's. I'm thinking that I don't think the 6 goes, and I think he's wanting to draw in towards the 9 ball there, but oh, it does go. Okay.
Unless he's playing the carom on the 10 if it doesn't, but yeah, I think the way he played it, the 6 must go.
It's funny, sometimes it seems like he's like gearing up for some big shot, and then he just fools us and rolls something in.
I think that's his cue ball there. Oh yeah, he had more angle than I thought. Okay, well,
He doesn't have a lot of angle here though, so he may just be sticking close to that area and playing the long 8.
Yeah, he'd love to be exactly where his cue ball is right now from where he is. That's just the perfect stop shot angle for the 9.
he's not dropping to the rail, is he? That seems.
I don't think so. I think he's just coming back. Oh no, he really hit that well. He really hit that well.
And actually, it's safer than it looks actually, because if you hit the rail, it's going to be very hard to hold it down to the point where you get hooked by the 9. So using his experience there, knowing that he really wasn't going to get stuck.
And he ended up getting the exact same line that he would have had, like if he had drawn back to that spot. But he was, 2 or 3 feet closer. That's all.
Yeah. All right. 2 game difference now again.
Okay, and so my dinner is here, so I'm going to step away for a little bit and let you guys take over. I'll be back in a bit.
Sounds good. Enjoy. Do you know if these guys are playing the whole thing out tonight? It's still early enough here in Vancouver. It's 7:45 at night.
I would imagine.
Well, they started at 2, right? So the game's already been going almost 6 hours.
So worst case, you're looking at 2 in the morning.
2, yeah. And that's if it stays tight. If one of them gets going, like I feel like if they were going to play over 2 days, they would have already probably.
They would have stopped. Yeah, right now.
Yeah.
First time, as soon as someone got to 15, they would have stopped, right?
Yeah, or maybe even 30 racks played.
Mm-hmm.
If it's close, which is where we're at right now. All right. Well, ERIK gearing up to break open his rack here again, using his trusty pattern. Yeah, the 7 and 8 are gonna. Sorry, the 6 and 7 are gonna come up and land it around the head string.
Stephen, do you happen to know the Fargos of these 2 players?
YUTO, I think, doesn't really have a Fargo. It's like hasn't really been established, but I think he's got like 100 games in there or something. I think he's like a 720 something.
Okay.
Let me have a look. I think ERIK's around 730.
Let's have a look here.
He's a 732.
732.
And then, unfortunately, I don't know Yuto's last name. But, Otsuka, 722.
722 with how many games?
It's a provisional, so 156.
Right, he's getting close to his 200, but I don't feel 200's really that real either. I think when you start getting to like the 500 to 1,000 kind of games, like that's where you are.
Yeah, well, he had another perfect break this rack.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he made the 4 ball on the break, he made the 3 ball on the break, he made the 2 ball on the break, and then he ended up with this kind of connect the dot run out.
He wanted to be a few inches higher here so he could just stun for the 6 now he's going to be going back and forth a bit.
Yeah, I think the 8 goes in both pockets. Yeah, he's done that a couple of times where he's played for the 8 on the side. Which I I don't mind that as long as you trust your line, it's probably the better shot, you know.
I'm going to reevaluate that for my own play, to be honest,
Yeah.
because I play it one rail across.
But then you can end up really steep on the 8 depending on the speed of the cue ball. It looks like he's made short work of this rack, just break and run. All right, just like that. 17-14.
He's stretching his lead a little bit at a time. YUTO's really got to try and do something to get, his break is what I think is the big difference right now between the two of them is the break.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Erik's got his dialed in now. He knows exactly what he wants to do. And YUTO's just smashing the balls, just trying to make.
I feel like if YUTO was breaking the way Erik's playing, or breaking them, he would also just be running out the same. The interesting thing as well, like, so Erik's making the 5 in here, the 4 in here, and what's interesting is the 2 ball is ending up pretty much all the time.
Yeah,
right here.
When you were gone, Colin and I talked about that a little bit.
Yeah, so that makes it, he's leaving the 1 around here, cue balls around here, so now it makes that opening, shot from the 1 to the 2, that much easier,
Yeah, I was telling Colin that when you do make both of those balls, the 2 has a tendency actually to go around and go into that corner pocket as well, and just taking one more of your players off the table.
It's interesting because here, this is the middle line, right? So he's breaking from the right of the 3 is going to have more of a chance than the 2. So watch this.
Oh yeah, you're right though. The way it was coming off, it was heading towards that pocket.
Yeah. Now, if he was if Erik, so here's the center line, right? If Erik chose to break from this side of the table,
then the 2 would it be more likely?
He would probably rack the 3 on this corner and the 2 on this corner.
Oh, I see.
You know what I mean? So that's in when you're playing in a tournament where they ask you to put the 2 and the 3 in the back. I don't think there's any rule about choosing which side. You know what I mean? So, it would, if you break from this side, put the 2 on the same side as you're breaking from, because more often than not, you're not going to make the 2 ball and it's going to stay over the hole. Out of the 2, the 2 and the 3.
Yep.
The most likely one to go 4 rails and in the corner pocket is the 3 ball if you break from, the right side.
Right.
If that makes sense, everything I just said.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And then that means the 2 ball is now just dressed up for you. I know it didn't happen in this case. It got kicked. But
it all depends on the other balls. That's the path that the balls are going to take. Whether or not they can make it 4 rails to get there is another story.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the 2 ball, I believe, usually goes shorter and just lands over the hole.
He seems like he wants to take this on. It's a funny cueing. Easy to miss this because he's got to give it with some strength to try to get back out for the 3 ball.
Yeah.
So I don't know that he's going to do this or not, but he seems like he wants to.
Do you think there's an option here to ride the 6 ball? Go up the long rail and...
I'm not sure.
It's kind of a wild shot, really.
Yeah, it's kind of, yeah. I think he's just gonna play it, get it there, play it with top, just try to roll it in, come out about 1.5 feet.
The tendency on these though is because you're jacked up is to overcut them. You know,
overcut them. Okay.
Yeah. Well, from what I've seen when I watch most players, if they've got a shot like this, because you're kind of queuing down on the ball. And you're not really looking at the ball.
Right. You
can't really see it. It's kind of blind. And you have to cut it somewhat. So you end up kind of overcompensating, over guessing.
And even a millimeter off center here, you're going to masse this a little bit.
Exactly. But he's probably going to just drain it, So
there you go.
Overcut it, yeah.
He called it. I it's funny because I would have said the exact opposite of that. And,
both things can happen, right?
Yeah, but you called that one pretty
But
good.
I would say that, when I see a player make a shot like that or shoot a shot like that and they miss, I would say 70% of the time they overcut it.
Interesting. I'm going to pay attention.
So sometimes when I'm down on a shot like that, I'm queuing up and I'm like, okay, make the ball. And then I'm like, okay, dummy, play a little bit straighter, don't overcut it. And then I have that conversation with myself in my head.
I don't really see any trouble here at all. The only interesting shot that should be here is from the 7 to the 8, and after that, I don't see up until then, and after that, I don't see anything that's going to be.
Oh, don't get on the rail. It's not the end of the
forward
world,
now.
but he didn't need to be on the rail.
No.
So yeah, Telia Young in the comments, they said, but if you make the 2-ball 4 rails, the 3-ball is the second ball. Correct. All I was saying was that just if you break from one side, whatever side you're breaking from, the opposite corner ball usually has more of a chance to go 4 rails than the other one.
But she's correct. It really wouldn't matter how you rack them, because that ball would still be the second ball, whatever number it is.
Yeah. And the nice thing is, if you make the second ball on the break and you land on the 1 and both the 2 and the 3 you don't make them. Now you've got 2 and the 3 over the corner pockets.
On the same side of the table.
Yeah. I like going 2 rails here. That way,
you go into the line now.
Yeah.
He's gonna have to do a little bit here, though.
I know. I was gonna say the reason I like 2 rails is because it can kind of go longer, but he spun it. You know what I mean? So it ended up kind of shortening that path.
So now he's got to miss the 10 and go 2 rails.
Yeah, just don't.
Or
scratch.
I was gonna say, or he was just gonna roll it through and kind of play the 9 in the side, but he fell a bit short here because he was forced to play some stun there, which kind of killed his ball a little bit. I'm sure he would have liked to have rolled that with just some nice smooth top or something and gone up a little further. Yeah,
it's funny. I've just been taking it for granted how great these guys are playing. I'm just, as if I'm watching world-class players. When you watch, Fedor and Joshua Philly, you just don't expect them to miss. And these guys haven't really missed a whole lot. They've done, what they've been intending to do most of the time, and maybe getting out of line here or there, but playing great safeties. So we've been really given they're putting on a show for us, and it's a real treat to watch good pull.
That was an interesting back and forth. I thought with that one, I think I personally would have done a 1 railer on that one.
10 into the same hole.
Yeah.
Yeah, YUTO's, he doesn't look like he's not flapping. He's just kind of getting on with it. If you couldn't see the scoreline right now, you wouldn't know if he was way behind or way ahead. He just looks very even keeled.
Yep, he's definitely not out of it. That's for sure. I mean, really.
Oh no.
Just a couple of games could really, from either player right now, could really swing this.
Yeah, that could be another 5 hours in this match. There's a lot of pool to be played. The good thing is he's sticking with ERIK, you know what I mean? He's not letting him get too far ahead.
Yep.
All right. If I was YUTO here, I'd be trying to take some off my break, because I think he's overpowering it.
He's trying to overdo it. He's not making it. He's adding power.
Just pop the cue ball.
Yep.
Let's see what he does here.
That's better. Yeah, he hit it better.
It doesn't matter. Oh, he did make the ball, but it doesn't matter. Like, he did definitely hit them
more controlled.
Yeah. Well, this is a little unfortunate, but he does have a kick and stick here.
I guess you don't. Yeah, he's not going for this. It seemed to me like that 1 might be on.
The nice thing, the good thing to think about here is it's very difficult to kick this 1 ball into the 4. You know what I mean? It's so basically you can play this maximum as close as you can, and you know that you're going to get behind it. You know what I mean? He didn't do that, but you know what I mean. It was. If you say to yourself on that shot, can I kick at this 1 and get so deep that I'm going to kick the 1 into the 4? If the answer is no, then you just do that.
You do your maximum, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So Obviously, I can't see all the angles here, but it seems like that's what he was faced with. It would have been very difficult for the 1 to hit the 4. All right, so ERIK has a chance here now.
Yeah, I don't see much problem. The only kind of weirdness, if there's any at all, it would be the 3 to the 4, and then after
Yeah,
that.
I agree.
You can never take those for granted. Oh boy, I was just thinking it in my mind. You can never take those shots for granted that you're going to make these. These guys should, and they should, 99 times out of 100 make that shot. But for some reason, he played it soft, and it just seemed to make the difference. I think if you just get down normally and just stroke it in, I don't think you're going to ever miss that shot. But he decelerated his stroke for some reason and played it softly, and I think that's what cost him.
Yeah, and I've noticed that ERIK, when he's addressing the cue ball, there's a good, couple of inches. Like he doesn't cue right up to the cue ball.
So his timing could be off sometimes.
Yeah, like I'm not trying to, like he's a great player, but I think that like on certain shots like that one there, it can cause a bit of a deceleration.
Because you think the cue ball's going to hit. You think you're going to hit the cue ball before you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you
just have to push the cue ball a little bit further through to make contact. If you watch when he's at the table next, it's a good 2.5 inches away, and you can see YUTO when he's addressing the cue ball, his tip is right at the ball.
Yeah, when I took lessons from Paul Pache years back, that was one of the first things he told me is that I'm cueing too far back, and I need to get closer to the cue ball. Yeah.
Well, there's two parts to it really. That you want your tip to be right at the cue ball.
When your stroke is when your forearm is perpendicular to the ground, right?
Correct. Yes. Yeah. So it's not just good enough that your tip is right at the cue ball. Your arm has to also be 90 degrees to the ground. He's taking these well. The 3 to the 4 was really nice.
Yeah, and I think it plays to your timing. If you're off a little bit, and if you keep changing the distance that you're stroking, and your tip is your cue tip is to the cue ball, then I think it's gonna change your timing a little bit.
Yeah, he didn't want to rub the 10 ball there.
I think he's okay.
It just means his cue ball's a little further away from the 6th than he intended.
And he's slow rolling it now, probably to keep control for the 8 ball.
Yeah.
If it was a little closer, he could do like a stun run kind of shot, like a controlled follow, but now I think he's just going to roll this in.
Yeah, which is a little touchy, but I think he's going to take care of it. Roll of the head. I don't know if he was just not happy with where the cue ball landed.
So this is one of those times, if you can't pinch it enough to hold it, then you're just gonna. It's if you're not sure if you can, then just go to the bottom rail.
Looks good to me. Played that perfect. This is a personal preference. Roll it in and just get close to the 10, or
stun it, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, draw to the.
Oh, draw to the side rail and then come in. Yeah.
Probably roll it. That's
there's like 3 different shots you could do here. There you go. Okay, we got a 1 game.
Yeah, I'd like him to make this 10 ball here.
So I think the score is going to change, right, to 16 to 17?
I believe that's right. I'm going to head off for 1 moment. I'll be back in a couple of moments.
I'm sorry if any of you are chatting at all. I'm not very adept at finding the chat on oh, you know what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring up stream on Facebook page, and then I'll be able to see the chat. At least I'll be able to just shift back and forth if I want to see if anyone's chatting. Takes a minute from YouTube for the chat to show up in the... So yeah, we just got to make sure YUTO doesn't forget to take his game, if that's what the actual score is. Nice that they come out here and do a little table maintenance for them, just to keep everything fresh. Probably a little sticky in there right now.
So I actually have to head off here, but maybe I may be able to come back later. But yeah, something has just come up, and I just need to head off.
No problem. I'm here for a while.
And
always a pleasure, Stephen, to have you, especially
no.
for this kind of a forum. Have you get some insights from you as well. It's
no
really
worries.
great.
Yeah. No, I mean, I enjoy doing it, and EvoSports do such a great job that we're able to just hop in from wherever we are.
Amazing, yeah, it's amazing.
And just like commentate live. There's no delay. That's a big issue with like a lot of live streams, I guess. Is like sometimes there can be a delay, like if you're not at the venue. So yeah.
And to have a telestrator and things like that, tools like that you can use live, it's great. Like I'm really impressed with what I'm seeing here.
Yeah. Again, I think he's hitting them too hard.
Yeah, he's trying too hard on the break.
Yeah, which is making them not go. When Shane Van Boning is really hitting his 10-ball break perfect, he's actually not hitting them very hard.
Very hard, yeah.
But he's getting an explosion, so it looks like he's hitting them hard.
Right.
It's just all about timing
and again, we go back to where ERIK is choking up and just getting that compact, lots of power. Okay, so he just played a push out here. Push out hook.
Yeah, I think he's trying to leave the jump bank. And like, if you make it, you're on the 3. If you don't, the cue ball's, the 1 ball's zigzag.
Bouncing across, yeah.
So maybe I'll see out this last rack, and then
looks like Patrick's been listening. He's gonna come in and give me a hand here.
Yeah, I just was listening. So thanks so much, Stephen, for the commentary. It was a pleasure listening to you and hearing your strategies and take on the game. So
no worries.
I appreciate that.
I enjoy doing this. It's, especially for such a big match. I'll probably stay to the end of this rack now because I'm just I'm invested. But I will need to go once this is done.
I think there's about 125 people that are invested so far. So knowing that there's at least a few hours to go, 2-3 hours minimum. So at this point, we've gone about 6 hours now and 31 racks in. So
I think his cue, if he's got an angle, I think he can do that. If not, his cue ball if he's got a slight angle, his cue ball may have to come this path, which is a lot more tricky. But just the way he was addressing the ball, he wasn't digging down.
Yeah, I think that's the exact path that he's going to be coming.
Oh, now he is drawing it. Oh. So hold on to your hats. Big stroke shot coming here. Get this off the table.
It was a bit of a pokey stroke. It wasn't a really good smooth,
Yeah, like there might have been some deceleration a little bit at the very end.
His cue didn't really push through very far, for a good follow through, what you need on those long strokes. So it was a bit of I think he was trying to go for more of a speed stroke than a smooth long stroke.
Yeah, so and again, maybe it's that, having the cue ball being a couple of inches away from the ball, he's not allowing himself to get maximum, effort out of the, hopefully he doesn't hear this and course correct and improve his game, because that would be terrible for all of us.
Are you guys thinking about coming up underneath the 10 and playing the safety like this?
I think he's playing the 5 ball.
Is he? Okay.
I may be wrong, but I just think he just can't not take it on.
He is, but that's 3
Oh,
could
look
go
at
anywhere. So
Yeah, exactly.
he got very fortunate there. It could have rolled up on the 6. It could have held back on the 4.
Yeah, you didn't see that shot, Kenny?
No, I mean I saw the possibility. That's a shot I'd go for. Not that he's supposed to go
Yeah.
for.
If he can hold his cue ball, he would love to be able to hold his cue ball right there. But I don't know if he's may have to play the 4 in the corner he's bridging over right now.
Oh boy, he made
He
it.
created an angle.
Yep. Don't need much here now. There's really nothing to speak of.
Yeah, so look at his cue where it's right.
Look, he's 3 inches back at least.
Yeah.
Well, no, he's 2 1/4 because he's about a ball width back. So that's about how far back he is from the cue ball. But yeah, so when he gets to the bottom of his stroke, he's still 2.5 inches or 2 1/4.
And you know what? I haven't really paid too much attention, but maybe his forearm is also slightly back, so that when his cue ball does hit, or his tip hits the cue ball, maybe it is right at the
I
bottom of
actually
the
think
swing.
is looking at his stroke right there. I think he keeps his hand forward, not backwards. So I think if anything, it's actually worse than what we think. I mean,
But
it's hard to second guess a 730
Yeah.
Targa player, you know, but it obviously works for him, whatever
Yeah.
he's doing. But
And I'm sure he's aware of it. You know, he's not players of his level. They're aware of kind of everything that's going on with their stroke.
but yeah, every stroke is very, very far back.
They all go in.
They all go in. That's right. So nothing here, just a little bit of bottom left to hold the line to the 10. Oh, he came out a little interesting. I play that differently. I try to come more backwards and stay on line with the 10. Yeah.
You're probably going to see him full stroke this and go around the table.
2 rails. Yeah, go to the middle diamond on this far rail. Here he comes.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna head out here. Enjoy the rest of the match. If I'm able to come back later, I will. But if not, have a good one.
Thanks, Stephen. It was
Sounds
great.
good, yeah.
No worries. See ya.
Thanks, Stephen.
Bye.
All right, so we are through 34 racks officially in this contest, and about 6 hours and 9 minutes into it. Yeah, so I think they're averaging about 13 minutes a rack, which is a little on the high side, but they have taken a couple of breaks in there as well. So
YUTO's been struggling to get back. He relinquished the lead. I think it was around the 11th or 12th when they were around 11-11 or something like that, and he hasn't been able to fight his way back. He's had some moments where he's looking pretty good, but his break's really killing him. He's not getting it done on the break, and that's where ERIK is definitely has an edge right now on the 2 of them.
Yep. If this was a race to 10 or 11, it would have been over 10-5, right? Because YUTO was up 10-5 in the beginning, and ever since that point, it's been mostly ERIK piling on. I think he had a moment where he had 6 in a row and 8 of 9 or 9 of 10, something like that. And that really just adds to the pressure of the moment when your opponent does that.
And I think a big part of that is ERIK finally found his break. I think he struggled with it early on, and now he's really kind of dialed it in. Look at the 4 ball was heading straight to the pocket. The 5 did miss on the side, but the 4 was heading straight to the pocket. It just got kicked out by another ball, and you just can't do anything about that.
Yeah, and I was learning from what you guys were saying about the pattern racking, and I think and Shu Cheng made a good comment in the chat about sometimes with a triangle with a wood rack, the balls will only rack tight a certain order because some balls have more residue on them than others, and maybe they sit better in.
Yeah, how many times have
patterns.
you swapped out a ball? You know what I mean, for another ball, and then it works. Yeah,
exactly. And so, is it really pattern racking if you're really just trying to get a tight rack? So
we certainly weren't knocking pattern racking, because if the 2 players have agreed that there's no issue with that and they can both rack as they like, you know, whatever helps you in your game is fine. Like a lot of tournaments do frown upon pattern racking, but as long as the rules are set, I don't think there's any issue with it at all. Whether they talked about it or not, or they just are both doing their own racks and nobody cares. But we're certainly not knocking pattern racking. If it was allowed, I would do it all day long.
So is he looking at coming across the top of this one ball? I can't imagine that he's kicking off this rail here to kick and thin cut the one into the pocket. Is he?
If he is, he's going to do it slow just to keep the one ball behind the 7.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Like coming across the top of it,
like this.
Safety.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like a safety like that. Yeah, yeah, that was pretty nicely played. I think he gave a slight edge of it, but maybe not. We'll see. It's really close.
I mean, if he's got an edge, he'll be able to make it. You know, so if that's all he can see of it, it'll go in probably. So he might just go back and forth in the table and take his chances.
Well, that would be one heck of a thin cut. It looks like a 90-degree cut.
It's close, yep. If he can see it, well, he can see it.
Yeah, I think he can see a bigger piece.
Oh, no.
Than,
Yeah.
He could see a bigger piece than we knew of. Yeah, and he played it just perfect.
Yeah, good shot.
Yeah.
He takes away some room here. He might be able to get in for a 2-railer just past the 4 ball. He might have to. Yeah, he looks like he's got the angle there. He might have to manipulate it a little bit, hit it a bit harder maybe. Oh, he's gonna jump. He's a good jumper, and I don't blame him. I've seen the way this guy jumps is spectacular.
I agree. We've seen a lot of really good jump shots from YUTO.
So I'm assuming he's going to try and bank it towards the upper left pocket and try to stun his ball at the 3. Yeah, there we go.
Heck of a try.
Yeah, and he got the hook too with this, right? Some good things could happen as long as he can go into that 3 ball and keep the cue ball sticking around here. It was a good chance of it turning out good for him.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Erik's got to.
He might try the same shot that YUTO just played on.
Yeah, the same shot, and then get the cue ball to try to get over behind these balls somehow. And 1 ball up here, cue ball over here, right?
I think it was a Thorsten Homan video that I watched recently that actually showed this shot as a very viable safety shot. See what he does. I mean, I don't see just smashing into it. I don't see any advantage to that. So I think the cut on this is definitely the best option. I think he just pointed over there, so I think he's trying to thinking about his cue ball.
Yep. Certainly touchy, a lot of distance. He's got to make sure he hits that perfect spot.
I don't know what he's doing here. It almost looks like he's going right at this thing. Oh, he had way more. Maybe he must have arced it a bit.
Yeah, it really didn't look like that from the camera view.
No, it looked like he was a 1/4 ball hooked.
Right, but man, did he get that cue ball exactly where he wanted off that shot.
Well, if he tries for this, he'll call the 6 ball here. I don't know if he's going to jump. Yeah, he's jumping again.
Yeah, I did see him point to the pocket, so I'm sure it's the 6 that he's calling, obviously. Good chance of getting stuck here, even if you make the ball. Good chance of getting stuck behind the 3. He double kisses.
Oh, what a result this is going to be for him. This is unbelievable.
is this a YUTO roll?
Yeah, this is I'm sorry, not sorry shot.
The YUTO roll.
And now, I mean, is ERIK gonna jump this? Yeah, no, he's got his cue. I only see a 1 rail here.
He did give the hand wave.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's looking for 2 rails maybe from behind. If he can get behind. I'm just gonna go and have a look at what all the chat's been saying for the last little while. Steve K mentioned we were talking about his Fargo, because I think he's at about 165 or so Fargo games robustness. And yes, technically Fargo gives a 200 count for what they consider to be your real. But I think in real world, 200 is not enough. I think you really start to find a player's accuracy when they get around that 500 robustness mark. Just from what I've seen out there, 200, there's still quite a bit of movement in a player. If he has a good run or something like that, his Fargo can jump up quite quickly, or drop quite quickly.
And the other thing to keep in mind is if you're under 200, you have no rating. It doesn't matter what the number is. You're an unrated player.
A lot of tournaments won't even let you in.
Yeah, it's at the tournament director's discretion if you're trying. But at that level, if you're playing at that level, you should only be playing in open events, right?
Right.
There's no 730 and unders.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we have 6-man tournaments.
Exactly.
He left this one hang.
Yeah, he did. And it kind of looked like it was like 50-50 between playing the safety and playing the shot, trying to get the two-way, but you can't go for the shot there on that one. Maybe he was trying to play the safety and he just missed the 8-ball. Mm-hmm. Trying to bank the 1 into the 8 is, I think, what he might have been trying to do on that last shot, right? And it missed it and sold out.
Broke free, yeah.
Yeah, I really don't think that he was attempting to make that shot. But this one might cost him, depending on how he
these are tricky.
Combo.
You can, if sometimes you play these and the 2-ball just gets away from you, so you've really got to focus on keeping that 2-ball jammed in the gap that you can see there with the 6 right there.
He wants to hit the sweet spot of the ball, leaving the 2-ball right there.
Yep.
Definitely don't want to catch the rail first, because then the 2-ball's
it'll be gone. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's hit it.
Hit the other side of it. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the problem with that shot.
Yeah. It really isn't hard. It isn't easy to do because you're hitting it at such a slow speed, and you also have to trust the table. They've already played 30-something racks, and there's some chalk buildup, and you're hitting it that slow.
And the deceleration, all that stuff that adds into those shots. I'm not a big believer of slow rolling too many balls anymore.
Yeah. But that was kind of necessary on that one to slow roll it, unless you're going to play at a little faster pace and try to bring it around, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I know that you probably know her secret. She's running a bunch of 560s and 660s and stuff like that kind of tournaments around your area now, which has been really good for a lot of players.
Absolutely. She's a great tournament director. I've played in many of her events, and she's helped me on my Chalkbox live streams as well, with things. And Secret Wong, she's awesome for the pool community, puts on great events. And she's bringing a Tony Chohan clinic.
Yeah, I saw that $600 a head for a semi-private clinic.
Yeah, so if you're a one-pocket player out there, Tony Chohan going to be, I believe it's at Ox in Seattle.
I think you're right. Yep.
Yep. And,
no, I think it's at the Golden Fleece.
Oh, the Tony Chohan is at Fleece. Okay, right. Fleece. But there's another a clinic that's Tyler Steyer and Rusnik.
That one there was I think it was a $500 a head for the Tyler Steyer one, and I think it's more of a group thing than it is.
Yeah, I was thinking about the Tony Chohan one pocket lessons. I like to play one pocket, and certainly that's a guy you can learn a lot from.
Sure. Yeah, he's like number 1 or 2 at the moment, isn't he? In the one pocket circles.
He's been one of the, I mean, I would say top 3, top 5 for quite some time. But he's had some health issues and other things that have kind of affected him from time to time. And he's always in action, no doubt about it.
Yeah, we really don't play enough one pocket here in Canada. I've only played a little myself, and I do enjoy it. It's just that I really just don't have anyone to play it with, and really I'm a 200 Fargo when it comes to on one pocket for sure.
Oh, well, go to Q1 and ask Justin to play. He'll play you some.
Justin Lee.
He loves one pocket. It's the official game of EvoSports executives. So
okay.
we're all one pocket players. Right?
Yeah, you guys have moved into quite a few halls now. Like Ox for one. They have a couple of tables there that they use you guys.
Well, not yet. So we're talking to them, but we're not in Ox yet. We're at the
I thought you were.
Yeah, we're at the Golden Fleece in Everett.
Yep. Yeah, I just watched the NWPA event that was there last weekend with the women's event, and I was watching a lot of that on the streams.
Boy, Eric just got enough out of that cue ball to get past the 5. It was really close. But yeah, we've launched quite a few new locations. We have 4 locations here in Washington, 3 in BC. We've got we just launched a location in Taiwan.
Wow, good for you guys.
The other day. Yeah, so we feel like this is going to be good technology for Southeast Asia markets where pool is really exploding. Taiwan, Vietnam.
I love that anyone from anywhere can jump in and do the commentating. That feature alone makes this thing just incredible once you're set up. And you've got some tools. Like, it's not often that you even see a lot of streamers that have a telestrator, and you guys were able to draw lines and things like that and do some stuff. And it's just it's a really great feature you guys have added to your platform. Right,
and no technical knowledge required to be a commentator.
No,
Kenny, right? I mean, are you
5 seconds?
Are you like a computer guy?
I am a bit. So yeah, but even still, like, this was as simple as it gets. Like, as soon as I came on, Colin gave me about a 30-second rundown of the features, and it's been pretty easy to do ever since.
And Eric is just making a really good show of this rack, but he hasn't really been in, prime position each time. He's leaving himself a little bit tougher.
Yeah, he's gonna have to go 2 rails now, and maybe even a 3rd rail to here. That's kind of a little oblong shape I made there, but that's roughly he's going to end up somewhere down there from here, I would imagine.
I would think so as well.
I always tell people to spin to the this diamond right here. So wherever you when you look at this shot here, try and imagine whether you have to drag the cue ball or spin the cue ball, but all your last line should be heading towards that middle diamond there most times.
Right. Oh, and he
missed. Look at his yeah.
Yeah, he did get that line.
He did. He undercut it a little bit, and that's why his cue ball went long. So that's what happened to him there. If he had made the ball, he would have been dead on that line.
Yeah, so this one I heard you guys talking about earlier, and on a diamond table, the deep shelves, that ball is all the way inside the jaws, so it's very difficult to really get the cue ball to come out effectively, because it's easy to hit that point.
If the cue ball was here, you'd be able to play this with a little inside English and just track back down the table down this direction. But because it's on the cue ball's on the other side, he's going to have to go 2 rails around.
Yeah.
And he
Good.
goes to that middle diamond.
Yep.
That's
Just
the path.
found your line exactly the same as on the last shot. So well played. He doesn't like it though.
He may have got a little
It's a
straighter
little
than he
straight,
wanted.
I think.
Colin's back. Hey,
I am
Colin.
back.
Oh, what was the
Hey,
dinner?
Colin.
Hey, oh, dinner was pizza. It's quick, easy, and somebody else made it.
Nice.
So he's probably just gonna bounce off the. He might. I don't know if he'll go 2 rails. He might just bounce off the bottom rail and play it for the side here. Oh, just roll forward. There you go. Sometimes it looked to me like he had angles.
So Yuto's keeping it close, I see.
Yeah,
and
both
ERIK.
of these guys.
Yep.
I have a feeling that this race to 30 is somehow going to end up in a 29 to 29 one rack shootout for 33 grand. That's just I just for the way that this thing has gone so far.
Do you think if they get that close, they bump it?
Double the bet and start the race over.
Well, I don't know if they'll double the bet, but you get hill, and then do people ever do that? Because I'm not much of a gambler, so I don't gamble that much.
If
He just
He
missed that shot.
that.
He
Wow.
did. Yeah, really unfortunate. Tried to draw back for the 10 ball, and he got perfect on the 10, but just rattled the 9 in the side.
So 2 unexpected misses in the last 4 balls here, 7, 8, 9, 3 balls. So
I mean, I didn't see what happened. I have to imagine that he caught the low horn and then double horned it, so the 9 came up the table like this. When you hit that with speed, I mean, if you just touch that horn, you're done. It's not going to go. I think he's rethinking this now. I think he would have just rolled that in and taken a shot similar to where ERIK is right now. Actually, he would have been a little easier. And here he goes to that middle dot again. He likes that shot for a finish.
he actually hit the far horn and doubled it back.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, I was just watching it back to see as well.
That's the handy part about having it on YouTube on the next screen over.
You can
Yeah, as
go
long as
back and
You got that.
Oh, you can
30-second
wait. It's like a
you
delay.
go back. Well, there's a little
Is-
bit of a delay, but on that one I
Yeah.
waited too long, so I had to go back and look.
Yeah,
Because you can scrub through it as you're watching. So
as long as you remember which one is the live one and which one is the YouTube one. 'Cause if you start commentating on the YouTube one, they'll be like, "Yeah, that already happened, man. That happened like a long time ago."
yeah, I see Steve says looks like Yuto's neck is bothering him, and I'm not sure how old Yuto is, but if he's anything over 40, that's exactly what happens. You start to stiffen up on these long days, and it's a very big possibility that it is bothering him a little bit, and he's just trying to keep it relaxed.
Yeah, I noticed that too. A lot of the rubbing of the neck. Maybe it's just a nervous thing.
So we were expecting this to be a one-game, and it's now a 3-game game, just like that.
That was a good swing.
yeah, just about 6 hours now. 5 hours and 45 minutes, 40 minutes. Minus whatever we played in that first little section. So at this point, it can be exhausting to try and play as hard as you possibly can for 6 hours. Good grief.
I was just checking, Patrick, to see if we were friends on Facebook, and we are. And we must have played. I'm sure you've been to the 15th Street Bar and Grill and played some tournaments there. Oh, he's muted himself.
I think he's got something else going on at the moment.
So here we go. It's 19-16. It was looking like it was going to go 18-17. This is definitely a little bit of breathing room for ERIK right now. Yuto's just, since early on, he just hasn't looked quite right, and hopefully for him, he gets a little burst of energy soon and starts putting some things together. Just it seems like every time he starts to claw back, he falls back another step, and he's losing ground right now.
So there's another example of the layout of the balls after the break. The 8, 9, 10 clustered together. The 1 by the top left, 7 ball up at this
6,
end.
7 together. Yep.
The only thing that's different is the 2 ball isn't in that top right corner.
Because it must have got kicked by another ball on the way around.
Yeah, he made both second balls in the side pocket, and the 3 rail or the 3 ball 4 railed into the top left corner, which is a little odd. That's the one I would have expected to go in the, or I would have expected the 2 ball to do the 4 railer, but oh my gosh.
Okay, that's a couple of balls that ERIK has missed.
Do you think that corner is going to start getting him? Because that's the second time in a row he's shot a ball at that corner that it hung up.
Well, he hung one up over here.
He hung the 7 ball the very last shot,
yeah.
like in the last rack, right? He hung the 7 ball in the same pocket.
That was YUTO that hung that in the last rack.
No, YUTO made the 7, made the 8, and then missed the 9.
That's right. That's right.
But, yeah, ERIK hung the 7. So
yeah, I think the fatigue is starting to set in a little bit. I mean,
on both. Yeah.
Yep. It's not necessarily physical fatigue. I mean, it is kind of, but the mental fatigue of how do you stay 100% focused on every single shot for 6, 7, 8 hours straight.
It's incredibly difficult.
It is.
I mean, just think about going to work and being focused with everything that you can to do your job for 8 straight hours with one 15-minute break.
20 minutes and I'm staring out the window, or I'm disappearing into the bathroom for 30 minutes.
I mean, that's an intense period.
Yeah.
Right? Now, is he going to be able to just knock this 9 towards the top left corner, or is he going to push that right at the side rail?
I would assume he's coming into the 9 here.
He's trying to see it,
like
right?
Draw back and play the 9 in the same side pocket.
Yep.
Yeah, the draw shot to the side didn't work so good for him on the last rack, but he got it that time.
And he's a little bit more careful this time.
Yeah.
And then I think he looks like he can just roll through it, or
yeah, he got perfect.
another draw shot.
He got perfect. I think he's just comfortable with the draw shot. That could have been either way.
And gets one back. Not letting ERIK run away with it.
No, he needed that. I mean, ERIK had to make a mistake for that to happen, but it almost kind of evens out what happened to YUTO a couple of games back. But still, they're like you say, they're both looking a little fatigued now. They're starting to see a little more errors. Like I said, YUTO's got to get his break going. That's the one thing that could get him back into this match properly.
And that's what his problem has been since the beginning. We commented that his first 8 breaks, he was not successful once. Did not have a ball in, and 2 of them ended up. One was a scratch, and one was cue ball off the table. This is in his first 8 breaks, and I said early on, he's playing really well and he's winning these racks. But if he doesn't figure out the break, it's not going to last.
Yeah, he needs a little pop break.
Yeah.
He's got to kind of jack up a little bit on the break and elevate his cue some, but choke up the same way that ERIK is, and just give it a little pop. And I think that's what's gonna, if he can just. But it seems like every break he's just going full on, hitting it almost as hard as he can, and he's just not having any success with it at all.
Yeah, the 10 ball break's definitely a speed break, right? You've got to get the speed right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then rack your own with the triangle. You have to know how you're racking it, and how to hit it. There's a definite formula, and a science to it. A lot of players, they love the wood rack. This one's successful.
No.
Wasn't it? I saw something.
No, he made
going.
one. He
Yeah.
made one. Yeah.
Yes, something went in the bottom left corner.
2 ball.
Okay.
So does he go for this bank here?
believe
That
the
3
nine-
ball is not perfect.
believe the 9's in the way.
I think he's playing safe on this.
Yeah, I think he's going to run his cue ball behind the 7-5. I would imagine. Yeah, that's what he's pointing at.
Try and bank that 1 ball onto the 3.
Soft bank it so it stays behind like the 9 or the 3.
So cue ball coming off, and then with some right spin, trying to get it
and
down
just try to,
into this area, because you're pretty safe if your cue ball's down there.
and don't let the 1 ball get all the way to the rail.
He's doing it the other way. He's going the other way.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Wow, I'm surprised.
It's behind the 3. That'll work.
Good job.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give ERIK a jump shot here.
Yeah, and this is an almost guarantee of a good hit, and pretty, I think it's pretty good percentage to make as well, even though it's a lot of distance. He's got a lot of room. This is a comfortable position to be jumping.
Yeah, you've got a long landing area. You've got room to get up.
Yeah. And you only have half the ball to go over, about a little more than half. And position would be on the 3 next, which would be good. So it will come with position.
See how close he's going to get.
Yeah, good try. And
Got a little unlucky there.
Yeah. Well,
unlucky to have the 1 ball dress up.
Yeah, it was a good opportunity for ERIK, because if he makes that, he's favorite to run the rack from there. So there was a very high reward in that shot.
So I guess you just kind of draw back out here if he's straight enough and just play. If he's got angle, he can just go between the 9 and the 10.
Well, I think he's got angle to bring the cue ball into the 9.
Yeah.
And that's why he's taking a look at it. He can't really go forward, but he's got too much angle to just simply draw back.
I agree.
Looks like he's going to slow roll it through there.
Just get through the gap.
Yeah, it's going to nudge the 9, it looks like, but
yeah, you're right, guys. Wow.
It's hard to avoid that 9 from that position there.
Like if that's the case, you'd almost want to hit that harder just to make sure it clears and then take what you get.
Exactly. It's a little more wild, but yeah, I think he was really wanting that ball to go by, but
this is a pretty good shot he's made here. If it gets just a bit more.
That'll work. I think he might have left the edge of the 3 ball there.
Possibly. This might be where you just masse around a little bit, because that 4 is hanging, right? So you're calling the 4. If you need to swerve a little bit, this is where you would masse versus trying to do any kind of a jump or anything.
But I think he'd have to masse a fair amount there, wouldn't he?
I don't think a lot.
The issue for me would be the distance between the cue ball and the 10.
Mm-hmm.
You have to give it a little bit of power to get it past the 10 before it starts curving back, and that always makes that masse a little bit harder.
Yeah, I guess the 10 should be like right here for that to be a little bit of an easier masse, right? Where you have more room for it to curve back.
Just my own personal preference, and that's my own observation on the masses. I'm certainly no wizard at them, so.
I mean, I think if it's me, I might be trying to just do that little bit of curve, because all you have to do,
make it.
Yeah, I mean,
he might not have to bend it much.
Well, if he's not messing, he's probably playing safe, bouncing it off the rail, bringing the cue ball up table.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Watch
Oh.
That side pocket was definitely in play on that one. He wanted it to just come right before the side pocket so that he could send the cue ball down, right?
Yeah, I think
perfect. That was the idea. But
I think he might have been a little bit concerned about hitting it a little bit too thick and then caroming into the 6 off the 3.
Mm-hmm. This is a much different combo. This one here, it's almost impossible for the 3 not to be good when this is over.
You had to say it, didn't you?
No.
Yeah, you're gonna commentator curse him.
It was just gonna be tough to not, because the cue ball was gonna travel so far down the table.
Well, the only problem with leaving it right in front of the pocket like that is now you have to play your cue ball gently to get it to come back
Oh
down.
yeah, he's
If you
not
overcook it, you
loving
can
this.
stick it right there.
He's not loving this right now. Yeah, he's got to play this close to the side pocket, which obviously is danger. Catches it too thick. Oh,
that was well
that
done.
way. Yeah, that was great. But he's still got to get back down. Now he's got to draw it off the 7 ball. So he's going to play this into the 7 and then draw it off the 7 up the table here.
I think he might be able to get away without touching the 7. He's pretty straight on this. Get a little bit of angle to the rail, but he might be able to miss the 7. Nope, you were right.
But he missed. And he's got good. Oh, uh-oh. Well, it's not going to change anything.
Yeah, Erik's not going to give this back to him.
Yeah. But still not the best opportunity for ERIK.
No, but anytime you're at the table is better than your opponent at the table.
That's true.
I think I banked the 5 down the center of the table and just try to keep the cue ball over here at the bottom right corner, hiding behind the you got all the goalies down there, the 8, the 9, 10.
What about banking the 5 down table to that corner and tucking your cue ball over here? I mean, that way you have a low percentage, like you have a two-way shot. I think he's doing what you said, banking it to the center of the end rail. Yeah. Oh, doesn't want it to hit the 8.
Yeah,
the rub on the 8 gave YUTO the look.
And now same situation for YUTO to bank the 5 this way and run the cue ball around.
I would say that's the smart play, is to hit the left side and try to skim it. He did hit it thick earlier when he had a similar shot and ended up selling out. So let's see what he decides here. And he was on the rails, very similar to this.
I think he's got the angle to cut it in. So he could hit this thin, trying to cut it into this portion of the pocket, and then if you overcut it, it comes back.
I like your first. I like your first idea. I like coming off the left side, bringing the cue ball down this way.
Yeah.
Right.
And as long as you don't catch it thick,
5 ball ends up over here, right?
Just don't catch it thick.
Yeah, exactly. But these
he
guys have
he
pretty
hit this
good
one
precision.
about a 3rd ball last time.
I think he's going for it.
Yeah, maybe. No.
Just roll it in and just bring the cue ball back up table.
He might 2-rail it till the 5 ball comes up into the middle diamond by the 6 up here.
Yeah, could be.
The one thing is, if you do make it and you don't get shape on the 6, the safety on the 6 is going to be much more difficult than the safety with the 5 ball, right? So you have to be aware of that. If you do make this, you have to get shape, because the safety, if you playing a safety on the 6, is just 10 times harder than where the 5 is in this position.
I mean, depending on where your cue ball ends up.
Okay, he's calling it in the side, so I think he's trying to 2-rail bank it by the 6.
He's trying to, he
lost.
Gotta get right on the 10.
No, he did not get behind the 10.
He lost that a little bit.
Yeah, and I think there's still enough room for ERIK to hold the cue ball there.
Yeah, wow.
But he's missed a couple of shots to that left corner pocket.
I wonder why he didn't like that shot that we were talking about, sending the 5, off this rail and over here.
Because he hit it thick last time. I bet you he remembered it, and he was like, yeah. And he was cueing from the same location on the side rail, and I bet he said, last time I did this, I hit it thick, and it probably weighed on him a little bit.
It's so hard to shake your own brain, eh?
Yeah.
And it was 2 hours ago that he did that, by the way. So. So ERIK's not going to be able to hold. He's just trying to see if he can get through, like maybe go around the 10, and then like literally do a 1, 2, 3, 4 rail shot back to the 6, maybe. He's just going to smooth this slow. Then he's going to good skid. Yeah, he's trying to.
Oh, wonderful! Great shot.
He's wrecked on the 8.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, I guess he tried to go with some inside maybe and go up and down on that, but
Trying to come up and down between the 8 to
yeah, like
8 and 6 sort of thing. Like stay on that left side of the 8-9.
Stay on the left side. Yeah, maybe that's the only thing I can think of, because he didn't come back towards the rail. I thought maybe he'd go around the 10 and try and 4 rail it around there, but
is there a good safety
getting past there?
Is there a good safety option right now, guys, or does he have to go for this? There's I don't see any real legitimate safety.
You can play a 2 rail, like
okay,
and just lag that 6 ball down to the 9.
Okay,
just try and get it close to the 9.
Oh, see,
he came off the other side.
This is a great shot, really, really great shot. He just got a little. He was trying to tuck it in there behind that 8 ball, but
and the same shots there for YUTO.
Yeah. And he can cue this a lot better now. Like, he's not on the rail, so now he should be able to cue this the way he wants it.
And he's tight. The 6 ball is tight to the end rail, so even if he hits it a little thick, he's not going to scratch or anything, right? He doesn't have to worry about that.
I think he may have called this backbank. No, he didn't. No way he did that.
No, he was just looking at the angle where he wanted to hit the 6 to have it come around.
Yeah, that's right. He wants to tuck in behind the 8 the same way that ERIK just tried. And the 10 does offer some safety in case you.
Oh man!
Don't make
Look
it.
at this.
Oh,
look at this. He's going to be treetopped over the 8 somewhat. Man, both of these guys hitting that thin piece of the ball from all the way across the table after 6-7 hours of play, and they're still able to, execute those shots with perfect speed and perfect vision. That's amazing. Those are hard shots to catch that thin piece from all the way 9 feet away from it.
YUTO probably had a better view of that cue ball coming in at the 8, but I thought for a minute there he was going to make it.
I don't know what he's going to do here. I mean, he seems like he's called it back into the right-hand side.
Off the 10 in the side.
And I guess he's going to try and 2 rail it in between the 8 and the 9. But
get the cue ball to go 3 rails down for the 8-9.
I mean, anything can happen with this kind of posture. Like, you just have no idea right now how this.
You could hit it a little bit and completely miss the 6 ball. Look at this.
Oh, he's going in off. Nope. Oh, he did it.
Oh, wow.
My goodness. And
but he's got
reward.
nothing on the 8.
No
what
reward.
A great shot though that he just made there.
Wow.
That was amazing.
Plays it off the 10. I'm watching it on YouTube
Jacked
right
up
now.
over
the clip.
over a ball. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Take a clip of that one, Colin.
I'm doing it right now.
That's amazing.
That's a good idea to take clips as you go of the best shots, so we can maybe even put together a little quick highlight reel for these guys. Kind of fun.
Hang out there. That's going to work just fine.
Wow, man, such great execution when it comes to the speed of these shots. Using a bridge, awkward position, and he just hits it perfect speed.
He was going to do it behind the backer. He changed his mind. A lot of Filipinos are like that. They like to get the cue behind their back.
Yeah.
Anything to avoid using the rest.
Yeah, but that kind of shot kind of tells me that he doesn't play offhand, right?
Right, he doesn't play left-handed. He
could have switched.
And he needs to get a rail. He doesn't have it.
I don't know if anything hit the rail.
No. I knew what he was trying to do. He was trying to catch. He was trying to be a little bit to the right of the 8 ball, so that when he hit it with the spin, the 8 would go to the rail and maybe kiss the 9, and then his cue ball would just come up the table to the center. But he just caught he was a bit too close to the 8 when he hit the rail. And this is just when he has a kind of a chance to get back into it. A couple of small errors, and this is a 3-game game again.
Well, that was not an unforced error. That was
No, certainly
off of Vargas's good safety. He ended up getting the ball in hand, but YUTO almost pulling off a good shot on that.
Mm-hmm. He was
first.
Yeah, it had to be perfect, but it was definitely there. The shot that he tried. And so here we go. We have the first one to 20.
Yep. Officially in the 20s now.
That's a great match. 47 racks played, and they're only 3 different. They're 3 apart. 37, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say there's 3 kinds of people: those that can count and those that can't.
Yes, yes.
Colin always good with the one-liners.
Yeah, sometimes they come back at you, though. Thanks, Kenny.
All right, I'm going to be back in just a couple minutes.
We will see you shortly. Pretty exciting here. Now, YUTO really needs to try to turn his jets on here and not let ERIK get any further away. Perfect break, nice pop. 3-ball goes around just like Steven talked about earlier. He got a little unfortunate
that time. He still made the second ball on the right, the 4-ball,
yep.
And he still made that 4-railer on the 3.
Yep.
But see where the 1-ball is? I think that might have been a consequence of the rack, right? It didn't come loose from the rack.
Yeah, the
normally
one usually goes up
down.
a little higher, right? But you see the 6 and the 7-ball are up here, just like we talked about. 8, 9, and 10 are down by the bottom, and the 2 is roughly where it should be. So is he going to try for the bank here? No. Yeah, you see these guys been playing for these kind of stakes and stuff, but you don't see an awful lot of reckless banks and things like I think you would if they were just playing, in a tournament or for a lower stakes match.
Yeah, they're definitely, well, I mean, how do you not take this serious, right?
Mm-hmm. Just seems their threshold for chance is quite a bit higher right now, or lower, I should say.
That only makes sense, though. And has he made it?
No, and he hasn't left an easy shot to the 2-ball. ERIK's going to have to stroke this pretty good with whatever he does. I think from here he's going to go 2 rails forward. But
I think that's the only option he has.
But the 10-ball's kind of big there, so I don't know. It's hard to. He might jack up and just bring this thing all the way back to the head string.
Yeah, just a good clean stroke with straight top. Try and come out 2 rails, and you're right. That 10-ball's kind of in the middle of that path. You don't know whether you're going to hit it on the left, hit it on the right, or miss completely, right?
So this might be one of the ones where they plays no English on it and just uses straight top and tries to bring his cue ball back up the center of the table rather than like towards the side pocket like ordinarily would happen with some top right hand spin.
I think straight top. You're bridging close to the rail, so if you're going to put any siding on it, you're going to be cueing it a little differently. You don't have your cue at a really nice level angle.
Mm-hmm. Let's see what he's looking at here. Yeah, see, he's looking to go 2 rails and maybe 2 rails and into the 9. So if he really strokes this nicely with just a little bit of right hand siding, he might be able to come and go straight into the 9, which would end up being perfect for him.
Yuto's really hoping this comes into the back of the tent and
Yeah.
staring at the side rail.
You don't want to hit a lot of siding here. And he did. He actually hit quite a bit, but I don't think he meant to. It's very easy to lose your siding there a little bit, especially when you're hitting it that firm from that far.
Did well to ensure that he kept a look at the 2. Unfortunate that he drove right into it and just pushed it to the side rail.
I mean, I have to imagine he's just going to pinch the cue ball back behind the 8 ball there and leave the 2 in the middle of the table.
Oh, and he's come
that a bit.
That 8, but with the 9 and the 10 there, he's got a little bit of room. I think Yuto will grab his jump cue.
Yeah, there's no question what he does with these shots.
And he's only jumping a tiny little bit of the 10, so he doesn't have to elevate as much. He'll be a little bit more accurate on this. The only thing I'd be worried about is, sometimes it'll fool you, and you think that 7's going to block you from the corner pocket, and then you zip right by it.
You arc towards it or something, arc around it or something. But I think this one here, yeah, you're right. It looks like it might
be close. Unless you can get a little bit of draw on it.
Yeah, just caught. Now let's just see what happens here. No matter what, this is going to be a tough shot. He's going to not fully free of that 7 ball.
I think he can just roll it. A little bit of a medium pace, and just make sure. I think the angle he's got, he's going to go into the 9 or past the 9. I don't think he has to worry too much about going all the way past into the 10 and hook himself there.
These guys don't love rolling balls for 9 feet, or more.
I don't mean like slow rolling it. I mean just you give it enough pace that it's going to stay on its line
and maybe go into the 9 depending on the angle here.
Yeah. But you're also not giving it a little extra to get that cue ball to roll forward. You're just going to rely on the momentum that it has when it hit the 2 to carry it forward, and then it should stop, before it gets to the 10.
Let's see. He's just looking to see the angle that he's going to have, where he wants to roll to.
He may elect to go farther.
Yeah, he may want to go past the 10 ball and come up the rail again,
so that he can come 1 rail out for the 6.
So he can give it a full stroke. Oh, he
went to the side.
Okay,
this could be tricky.
I don't know how he's going to get on this 6 ball, other than just to roll this in.
Yeah, I think he's just going to take his medicine,
just take it,
pot the 5, and deal with what's left. Just a few testers here.
Yeah, these ones here, they really do test your stroke. All I'm thinking about when I'm stroking this is pull my cue straight back and go straight forward once I get my aim, and that's all I can think about.
Well, and the other part is the mental imagery, like picture exactly what you want to happen, and stay away from that negative thought. Like, how many times you said, the only thing I don't want to do is follow it in, and then you follow it in. You're like, kind of a.
I have that conversation all the time.
I just need to stay out from behind the 9.
Yeah, your last thought should always be a positive thought, not a negative thought. That's for sure.
I don't know where I heard it, but I heard that when you're doing that self-talk, your brain doesn't seem to understand the word "don't." It just hears whatever you say after "don't."
Okay, let's see how he does here. This is not easy, especially at the speed that
he doesn't like it. He's shaking his head and get up, take another look, walking around.
He doesn't like it because he knows the speed he has to hit it, and he doesn't. Like I said, these guys don't like rolling balls.
Well, I don't think he's going to roll this one. He's looking at the second rail that he's going to hit. And if that's the case, he's going to have to give it a little bit of gas here.
Let's see. I'm really curious to see how he hits this. Does he
he's
go
playing safe.
all the way down to the bottom rail? And then,
It looks like he's aiming at the side of it.
oh,
Yeah, he's playing
safety.
safe.
He just didn't like it.
Oh.
And now it's cost him. That's a big. That's what you call an unforced error right there for sure. I mean, he would have much rather.
If you're getting, sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying he would have much rather gone for that shot and missed it than do what he's done right now, right?
True, but if you're sitting there looking at the shot and just nothing about it, you can't get the feel for it.
Then you're probably going to
Every
miss it
time you
anyway.
look at it,
Yeah.
you're going to miss it anyway. So
Yeah.
so try something else.
But he couldn't get comfortable in his head, and then I don't think he gave Plan B enough thought. You know, once he decided Plan A wasn't going to work, I don't think he really put all his focus into Plan B.
Now, do you just come straight down the table, or do you go 2 rails?
I don't like. Okay, I don't like going towards the side rail because you once in a while you catch that stupid horn there.
It's that freaky angle.
See this? Look! Oh man, see.
But that's what I was saying. That's why I brought it up, is because I hate these, because that's only one 4.5-inch, 5-inch spot
That
on the
stupid
rail.
horn is a lot bigger than you think it is.
But it's amazing how often my cue ball finds that side pocket when you're thinking, oh no, it's fine, it won't go near that. And then you're sitting there sweating bullets as it comes towards the horn. Just, at that point, you don't care if it hits the horn, just stay up.
Well, the thing is, when you're playing that shot, the speed that it gets to the side pocket is so slow that when it does hit the inside of that pocket liner there, then it will just drop. Because it's not going to double bobble or anything like that, because you've hit it. Like it's running out of power by the time it gets to the side pocket, because you're not really playing. You're only playing that shot another foot past the side pocket, right? So it just doesn't have any speed. So if it does catch that inner part of that side pocket liner there, it's just going to fall in. And it seems like how many times you ever said that like you couldn't take a ball in hand and shoot that in. You know what I mean? But that shot that he just played is the shot that's going to scratch on, if you're going to scratch
At the most unexpected time, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're not going to be thinking about it. You're going to be thinking, oh, I'm too close to that.
Yep.
Too close to the first diamond on the end rail to scratch in the side pocket. I'm good.
Yep. Or he's
And
going
then
to
he
catch the
finds that
horn, and the
perfect
horn's going to
spot.
send him out a foot out in the table, making his cut shot way harder, right?
So YUTO back within 2, 18 to 20. He trails in this race to 30 for 33,000. Oh man, just struggling to get that break to work, eh?
Yeah. I mean, fortunately for him, he's not usually selling out his break very much. Like there's a lot of stuff going on there because none of the balls are gone, so there's lots of things in the way and stuff. So he's been fortunate in that regard, that he's not just leaving run out breaks for ERIK to take care of. But he's got to work. That's the one difference in this match right now. Oh, he's mishit this a little, but he's got fortunate. I think he's got to go. I think he's got to go for this if he can't see the edge there. I think he's got to go for this 2 rails and try and get up for that 2 ball. Okay, I think he's just trying to spin this to clip the 1 ball, even though he's called it. I think he's called it just in case something weird happens. But I think he's just trying to clip the 1 a little bit.
He could make this in the corner from here, though.
This is what I kind of thought.
Oh, watch that corner pocket with the cue ball. Right in the heart. Didn't even hit the rail. Didn't even hit a horn.
Okay. This is going to be...
Lots of work left to do in this rack.
There is, but if you look at... Once he gets from the 2 to the 3, everything else plays into each other. 6 to the 7 will be the only trickier shot at that point. But if he can just make sure he's got good angle on the 2 to get on the 3, maybe go around the 6 and come in between the 6 and the 4, and then once he gets there, the rest of the table plays out pretty nice for him. So he's just going to play this, come off the rail, come in between the 6 and the 4, and I don't see any other problems for him if he makes this.
Yeah, he's just got to be, I mean, he's got lots of room here, but, I have seen people overhit it, and then they're headed towards this bottom right corner pocket off this.
So now it's just getting the right shot. I don't know if the 4 looks like it passes the 6, so he may do some kind of a stop shot here or draw it back a few inches, because really he only needs a stop shot on the 5 ball.
On the 5 ball?
Yeah, after the 4. So if he takes the 3...
Do you mean to get the 5?
Yes, he's over.
Yeah, sorry, I thought you meant just a stop shot on the 5, and I'm like, that's not the greatest position to the 6.
No. But a stop shot on the 4 to get to the 5. And he's kind of done that for the side pocket. I don't know that he was playing the side pocket here, but
he took a look at it when he walked by. He took a quick look at the corner and then took a quick head shake look at the side. So he did glance at it. Probably just to see, like, if I come a little long, is that still something that's viable?
I think he goes forward here off the rail.
I think he's just going to just stop it right there. Maybe draw it back a little bit. Just to get that angle to go up towards the 10 sort of thing.
He's got to draw out for the 6. Oh.
Yeah, he drew it back because he wanted to make sure the cue ball goes this way off that 5.
Okay, so he's playing it like that. I would have thought he would have been drawing it straight back.
I think he came a little farther
and getting some angle here.
To be honest with you, now that you point that out, I think that's probably the better way of going, because this is going to be very easy. Like, if you take this pocket line here.
Yeah, I mean, if you got to be perfect.
Well, he's going to have to play it into this rail and back out for the 7.
Yeah. Okay.
Or now he's going to go around. Go around 3 rails here, right?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's just I thought there was a better line for him than that. He probably wanted to be a little deeper on this shot here. Probably another 6 inches towards the 10 ball or something would have been nicer. But
I think if he lands in here, he might have some. He's just going to be forced to play the 7 where it is, and then work the 8 after that. Without trying to get across. Well, I think he's got a good chance of getting straight if he's playing for that small zone, right?
Yep. He might hook himself.
No, it is. It is behind the 9. Wow.
Yep. He hit it too hard. I mean, he didn't want to play it with that kind of speed.
Yeah, he didn't want the bounce off the 3rd rail. Or he wanted a very small bounce off the 3rd rail, just enough to get some angle so that when he shoots the 7, it can pop off that side rail a little bit so he can cue the cue ball properly.
This could be the TSN turning point right here. Let's see how it comes
YUTO's
up.
got to be taking a little bit of heart for here, right? Because I mean, ERIK wasn't missing these for a good stretch of this match, and now he's made a few mistakes in the last few racks that he's going to push the 9 up on the 7.
But it's a super simple safety for YUTO. And he didn't get there anyways. YUTO's just gonna play shape on this, and there you go. Like he was trying to freeze that to the 7.
Yeah, now YUTO can just pop off that 7, bring the cue ball out towards the middle of the table,
and then the 9 sitting over the pocket like a duck for him. So it's really just make the 7 ball, and you're gonna win the game.
I like how he's still deliberate though. Like he didn't just walk up and swing at it, right? He's cognizant of where he is in the match, what's at stake, and how important each rack is.
I mean, I've never played anything like this in my life, so I really don't know what my performance level would be, but you would think, like, you would think that you'd just be tightening up with almost every shot, and these guys don't seem to get there. They just seem to
I would
everything. Yeah, they just seem to be cool is I don't know. Cool is whatever you make up the saying.
My right hand would be having a hard time hanging onto the cue.
Yeah.
So back within one.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, there's a couple of errors from ERIK that have let him come back in here, and you know, one good break could change the fortunes here. We just got to get YUTO's just got to get one break and say, "Oh, there it is," you know what I mean, and then start hitting him.
I think he's got to take like 10% off.
Oh, at least 10%. Yeah,
well, because he's not hitting them that hard, and like in reality, like he's not killing it.
He doesn't seem to have pop. You know,
because if you watch how far the 5 and the 6 come up on the side pockets, like it's just about there.
And his cue ball seems to cut a fair bit too. It has been cutting to the right side the last couple of breaks that I've seen. So I don't know if he's just hitting center ball as good as he wants to, but he seems to elevate fine for pop. So I don't know why he's not getting the action. But see how the cue ball goes to the right there? Well, he loses so much power when that cue ball doesn't hit the pack straight on.
This could be trouble.
Yeah. This is a sellout rack for sure. The 4 ball's a little tricky.
If you saw the action on the cue ball after the rack, it's got a lot of top spin on it and wants to head up table or down table, whatever. The other end of the table from where we're looking at it.
Right.
And it shouldn't be going that way off.
No, it should be bouncing backwards and then a little bit of top spin, stopping the ball. But he's just not popping the break. He's hitting the break, but he's not getting that burst of power once the ball. Oh, for some reason I thought he'd missed that for a second.
It looked a little wide, didn't it? Just for a second.
Stopped me talking because I was like, oh no. Okay, so he's a little straight on this. I don't know if he's just going to.
He's okay.
Draw back.
He's got a little bit of angle here. He can draw right back towards the 8.
Oh, he's better than I thought. Okay, so yeah, give himself some angle. There's really, once he gets past this 4 ball, I don't see much problem. But I said that last time, and he didn't get out either. So,
well, I think one of the reasons he had enough angle there is it was close enough to the side pocket. He could cheat it a little bit.
So this is not much of anything, just a little bit of left-hand siding. And he didn't do that way. He ran it forward. It's funny sometimes the shots choices compared to what I'm used to seeing. It makes me, like I said, it makes me reevaluate kind of how I think about certain things.
Oh, I watch these guys, and when you're paying attention to them like this, and you're trying to analyze why they're doing something, I realize that there's even more holes in my game than I thought. Because they'll show you different ways to run out, and oh wow,
well, you know,
oh, and look at this.
This actually drives me crazy because he could have played the 4 ball with a little bit of left-hand English and gotten, you know, straight enough on the 5 and the side that you could cheat the 5 and stun up for the 6. So he plays it what I thought was a bit of a weird way. And then I'm thinking, okay, he's just going to run this down to the corner and draw back a little bit. And instead he plays it into the same side that he could have played it with a lot easier of a shot. That whole 3-ball combination there just kind of has done my brain in a little bit.
Yeah, but I mean, that was probably one of the most unlucky things that could have happened, is hit the point on the side. I mean, you could shoot that shot 100 times and you're not going to hit that point. You might scratch, right? But to hit the point of the side and go past the 7.
Mm-hmm. But even the scratch, like you said, was on, right? Like I said, I always try to talk in terms of out of 100. And it's interesting you just said 100 times, because that's what I always say. I say, if you can change one shot out of 100 to make you a better player, then you know you're going to go up a level, you know. And I just found that whole scenario that he ran the 4, the 5, the way he played it and stuff was just really strange to me.
I'd like to say that I said 1 in 100 or 100 times because I listen to what you say and I pay attention to what you talk about. But I just
It just happened to be the number that came to your mind.
yeah, I can't take credit for it.
No. But I'm just saying, like, it was interesting that you said 100 because I always talk out of whenever I try to explain something to somebody, I always say, how many out of 100
Did he call it bottom right? I thought he just tapped the bottom right with his cue. Like, is he sending this 3 rails? Like, what?
Maybe he's just thinking of a point that he's trying to get to, or
he's playing safe and thinking that if it gets there, then it gets there, but it's not going to be safe.
Okay, YUTO's definitely got another chance here. I don't see much of anything for this. He's going to make this, try to get probably something like around here for angle, and then just play this one here for the 8 ball. Something along those lines.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
And then
you want to get past the 8 so you can cue the cued ball to the 7 ball properly.
Patrick's back.
I'm back.
So
hello, sir.
I think he's just going to roll this forward. I don't see him coming to the side rail here with this.
No, just like you said, somewhere just a foot past that 6.
But he's thinking about it long, so there must be kind of like two things.
He's got a little bit of angle to it.
Yeah, he may go to the side rail and back out again.
I think that brings that side pocket into play, so I don't know.
Oh, yeah, there he goes. First option. So pretty standard. You just want to make sure that you're a little bit low. Sorry, I should have done the other. You want to make sure you're a little bit on the low side of this line here, so that way when you take the 8 on, that you can kind of move it away from the 9 ball. I don't know. It's hard to see how much room he has around that 9, but just a little bit of bottom right and play it off the rail and start heading towards the 8.
I like his diligence to his process here. He's really thinking things through quite a bit, like he's done this whole match. And when he gets down and he really gets focused and goes through that process, he seems to be incredibly accurate.
He lost that ball a bit, I think, the way he hit that one. And now he's got no choice but to cut the 8, and then he's going to clip the 9.
If you draw into the 9, I think you can hit it full enough that you'll knock it towards the side rail.
Yeah, but that's what I think.
He's table as well, but he's not playing draw.
No, I think he's just going to clip the 9, and he's either going to have shape on it into the bottom left corner here, or into the side pocket. Oh, he hit it hard. Oh boy, let's see where it goes. Now he got away with it.
Yeah, might have rolled forward enough to
not a gimme though. I mean, it goes by the 10 and it's a thin cut, but your cue ball's going to run a little ways.
Well, now he's got to pinch it with like soft bottom right if he's just going to try to hold it. Oh, he's changing hands.
I think he's
seeing what's most comfortable right now, trying the different body positions and seeing how it feels. I think he's naturally a right-handed player, but he can play left-handed.
Okay, he's going up and down. If he's using his rest here, I don't think he's doing any funny little pinch shots. I think he's just going straight up and down the table.
This is something I was talking about earlier, is you see how he's got the rake up in the air?
Yeah.
I realize you've got to be ready to pull that out of the way quickly, but anytime you're shooting something like this, I always try and trap the bridge to the table so that it's rock solid.
I just had this lesson with Catherine McMillan the other day, and I told her, whenever you can, put the rest down and get it steady.
Yeah, and like not even have your fingers underneath it. Have your hand pressing down on it on the table.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's up and down. Good shot.
Yeah, he's going to be a little steep, but probably happy with that.
Yeah.
Considering where he was.
Yeah, not bad at all.
I always like to throw these in a little bit with a little bit of left-hand English.
I wouldn't say I have a pattern for that. It all depends on exactly what the angle is and how I'm feeling on that particular shot as to how I want to play it.
I would say most times I play this with bottom left and just kind of slowly trickle around the table. not enough to scratch in this bottom corner down here. It looks like he's playing it with top, maybe a little bit of inside. Yeah, a
Ties
little bit
it
of
up.
inside.
20 to 20.
Say,
Yeah, it's been a while since.
Crazy,
so, I mean,
crazy,
Yuto had the
crazy.
lead
It's a
in the-
race to 10.
Yeah, in the first 20 racks, Yuto was pretty much the dominant player, and then in the next 20, it was, and ERIK, and then now Yuto's coming on, and it's tied. So
Race
yeah,
to
we got
10.
some good action. Yeah, it's now a race to 10.
See what chat's saying these days.
Last thing I have is Jim saying thank you.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
not a lot of chatting going on, is there? For
The chat's been
158
pretty
people
quiet.
watching.
For 158 people, the chat's been real quiet.
So now we're at 2020. Does anybody want to change their prediction?
I'm keeping mine.
Or
the
anybody
same.
have a new prediction?
Go ahead, Patrick.
I verbally changed mine to Hill because I said I think this thing is going to go Hill. But my original prediction in the beginning was 30-27 Yuto. But I think I made that prediction after I saw the first 5 racks, right? And he was just
I think it was 10-5 at that point.
maybe. So
This is interesting. We saw this exact scenario about 10-15 games ago where ERIK left him that push shot to a jump, and I think it kind of ended up similar to what this is right now, where ERIK had to pump it in and draw back again. So, and he didn't draw it far enough. He kind of like pinch drew it, and he only made it about halfway back.
Yep.
So it was almost exactly, this is like almost the exact way that this rack is playing out, except that this time he's got some angle. He can just go forward. But I'd like to almost put a, like an overlay of that other table on this one just to see how close it is.
So they've been playing for about 7.5 hours almost, and 40 racks, without any real breaks other than a couple of quick bathroom breaks. That's been about it. So a real grind.
So Yuto. This is one of his few breaks that he's made a ball. Got to look at the one on, right?
Yeah, it very much is. This is a rarity for him. And, it's a testament to how well he's playing, considering his breaks have been doing so poorly in this match. To be tied at this point, considering how much of the break advantage has gone to ERIK.
Oh my
I think he
goodness.
still left a piece of that one.
Guys, you know what I just did? I was actually watching the old
I was trying to figure out what you were talking about, and I'm looking at this
I'm
thing going,
such
what
an
the
idiot.
heck is, what is he saying?
We're all getting tired. I was watching the old stream like on YouTube, and I had clicked rewind, and I was actually watching the game that I was just talking about watching. So
because I was sitting here watching it, and
I'm
I
crying
thought,
right
I
now.
thought I'd left a video going, so I'm flipping through the tabs I have open. Going,
I'm
what the heck
I'm
playing?
crying with embarrassment right now.
Oh, we all do it.
Oh, that's funny. I saw the score, and it was 16-17 when that happened. Oh boy.
So their average time per rack has gone down from 13 minutes per rack to about a little over 11 minutes per rack. So they've sped it up since the first 20 racks. The pace has sped up quite a bit.
Okay, let's get back to the real game now. So, he's going to be... The 10 ball's looking a little big right now on him. So I don't know if he's going to try and play this with inside and try and get to where he just was a second ago, or stop it a little short. But the 10 is a little bit.
I think he'll just roll forward.
Think he can soft roll it? No, he's going to the rail. Inside English.
Oh, all the way back and forth.
But he's going to be
in
short.
trouble.
Yeah, he's going to be short. Okay, well, what's he going to do here? He's trying to play it off the rail.
No, he's going for a jump. Grab
He
the
is?
short cue here. Yep.
What the heck?
That's a heck of a jump shot.
That would be a heck of a good. Whenever the impeding ball is more than half the distance, that's a heck of a jump.
Well, you have to go so far, and you have such a small landing zone.
Like he basically landed.
If that
on
clips
the
the 8,
tee ball.
oh, I thought it was going to clip the 8 and make it in the correct pocket.
He looks like he might get some love. No, he didn't.
Well,
Yeah, that combo is on.
is it dead straight on?
Yeah, it looks like it.
It looks pretty good, yeah, to where he can really do what he wants with the cue ball here.
He needed about a half a roll more on that 3 ball to make this a little trickier.
And YUTO has not had the lead in this match since it was 11-10.
Right.
That was his last lead, and that was 3.5 hours ago.
Okay.
And I know he desperately wants that back. It's always nice to be playing from the lead, even if it's only 1 rack.
So we should just pinch draw this to the rail, just so
Yeah,
we
but I
can
think-
get past the 9.
I think he'll be pretty happy with where he's at right now. The fact that he's not playing as well as I would have expected, and his break isn't working, and he's still tied with him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. He's got to be happy with where things are now. It's like you survived the storm, the wrath of, ERIK just putting a tear on him and winning 9 of 10 racks during a stretch. And
Oh, he missed.
and look at this.
Is he
And an
giving it?
No, he
opportunity.
didn't get there. He
Yeah,
didn't
he's
get there.
giving
He's
him an
still got this.
opportunity. This isn't
Now that
easy.
5 ball's a problem, though.
Yeah, it's big, right? So he's just going to play this and try and get his cue ball over to here, I would say.
Yeah, YUTO's got to be very happy to have an opportunity at this table from where things were.
But again, another ebb and flow in a match, right?
What's he looking? He's going to try. The way he looked at that right now is he's trying to do this. Oops.
I think he's cutting it in there so he can bring that cue ball around
Like
this
this.
direction.
Think so? No. I think he's.
Well, now he's looking at it the other way, so I have no idea. To be honest. We'll find out in a second.
Let's see. Yeah, I think he's going to try to just cut the inside of this 5 ball here.
It looks like he's put some left on it. He may be coming through the
Yeah,
5
here
and
we go.
the 7.
That's what he tried. It was a hard shot. Like, luckily he hasn't given anything up here.
He ended up with a makeable shot on the 4.
Mhm.
Sorry. And he's not ended up too bad here. Eric's
Does
going
he
to have to
slow
make a
roll
heck of
this and then sit on the 7 ball after? It's one of those shots, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, the only problem with this is now you've left him a 1 rail kick and the 3 ball's next to the hole.
Mm-hmm. Except that if you make it, you're going to be likely hooked on the 4 anyways. So I don't know that this is a real.
Yeah, so he's looking at 2 rails already.
I don't know what the play is here. I'm trying to see it, and I don't see it.
He's looking at the 2 railer, I think.
Yeah, he's gonna parallel shift over. So he splits the difference, flips his cue, parallel shifts over, and I think he's almost like he's trying to. When you do that, you're almost trying to hit the ball head on.
Yeah,
Unless
but if
he's
you
in-
line it up as head on
And then you make an
adjust-
adjustment. Yeah. Oh, good shot. That was a good shot.
Heck of an effort.
Yeah, he caught it thin. That's probably what he was trying to do. So the adjustment that he made was so that he could hit that ball a bit thinner.
I want to tap my desk in appreciation of that one.
Mm.
All right, sorry guys, had to drop off for a few minutes, but I'm back now.
No worries, no worries.
Yeah, it looks like I might have missed a couple of back and forth exchanges. It looks like.
There's been
Uh-oh. Oh no.
Okay.
Wow.
Can we possibly be about to see
YUTO
YUTO
with another
take the
lead.
lead for the first time in 3.5 hours?
You know, it's funny, you know, in these long sets, the longest one I played was a race to 25 with a friend of mine who's very even skill as me. And a 9-foot diamond playing 10 ball, just like this. And I had the lead the entire time, either between like 1 to 5 game lead the entire time in a race to 25 until it was, until I hit 20. And he tied it up 20-20, and then I lost the set 25-23.
Wow.
And I was just like, how do I have the lead the entire time? You know, you just hit that point where the fatigue sets in and
Oh, I thought he was going for that side pocket. It seems like, how many times does it seem that cue ball just, it's like a magnet right to that thing.
yeah, and it goes in at angles that you don't expect.
Yeah, couldn't
Like
shoot
that
it in
last
there
one.
straight with your cue.
Yeah, like that last one from ERIK. I
Mhm.
didn't expect it to scratch at that angle, and neither did he.
So little just bump off the rail here. I don't think he's going to move the cue ball much. Just get off the rail. Middle ball, stun.
Just a little bump. Just enough to cue the cue ball. Perfect.
Yeah, just a little pinch draw now to get. He wants to be a little bit low on the 9 ball, so he doesn't have to mess with the 10 ball at all.
Either way, here is fine, there is fine.
Yeah.
Just not dead straight.
Well, dead straight's good too because he can just draw straight back and play the 10 in the same pocket. So this is actually pretty good.
Yeah, he's got a perfect little angle.
Very well. Here he goes, Mr. YUTO. 21-20.
Fighting the whole way.
And it's getting close enough now that guys are, they're both probably starting to think, uh-oh, I better get my act together. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I've given this guy, Erik's going to be thinking, like, he's pretty much given YUTO 3 out of the last 4 of his wins, I think. You know what I mean? And by some unforced errors, and he's got to be weighing on him a little bit now.
Yeah, and YUTO is going to be getting confidence from this as well, right? You know, even though the confidence is coming off of Erik's mistakes, the fact that he's still able to complete and finish doesn't hurt your psyche as you continue to fight, right?
Yeah, but he has to have success on the break in this
Yeah,
final stretch.
come on.
He's got to figure out the break, and he's got to do it now. If he does, I think he's the favorite to win this.
If he gets his break going. Yeah, I'm not cheering for either one of these guys, but I want to see them both do well. And the one thing that YUTO needs to pick up on, obviously, is his break.
Could you imagine what the score would be if YUTO's break was clicking?
Yeah, that's what I said. It's a testament to how well he's actually playing, because it's hard to win racks at this level when you're not breaking well, because you just give up control immediately.
There's only one question you have to ask on the break. Where are we dropping?
See,
Ball's
he just,
going down.
he
6
just
balls
gives
down.
full power to that
Yeah.
break, right?
He's got us. Does he have part of the one?
No.
I don't think so. I think that 3 balls
Yeah,
well and truly in the road.
he had that successful break by pocketing a ball, but he put so much onto that cue ball, it didn't get kicked down there. It went off the side of the rack and spun down there off the rail.
Yeah, he's been hitting above center all day though, and then that cue ball's been tracking down table.
Yeah.
Yep.
So do you push the 2 onto the 10 and leave that long 1 there for ERIK as a
No,
push
I
shot?
think he's going to leave him an edge here on the 1 ball. Oh, he did, yeah. He's going to leave him the edge.
Yeah, and the player who thinks they have the best eyesight is going to take this shot. Because, right, you've got to just clip the thin edge of that 1, bring the cue ball 2 rails back down table where it is now, maybe 3 rails.
And it looks like such an easy shot right now, but it's just one of those times you hit it a little thick and everything goes sideways on you.
Exactly.
He called it.
All in the 1 ball bank side.
So he's going to play the cue ball to the
Into the
7 and 8.
Okay, kind of a 2-way here.
Mm-hmm.
I see. Yeah, I like that.
And do you think you just top just a hair right on this, or just straight top? I think you need that hair right, right?
Oh, I don't know.
It looks like he's playing bottom left on this now.
Yeah,
Did he change his mind?
Yeah, he
He
did.
changed his mind and he's going around.
He's going there. He's going the
Sent the 1 ball in there.
But look what's
didn't
happened
get-
here.
Well, this isn't
He's
going to
gonna-
be easy because I think he's got to play rail first, and as he clips the 1 ball coming out, the 1 ball and the cue ball are going to take off together.
I actually
No,
think he can
Owen.
see this.
I think so too. I'm going to agree with Kenny. I think he can see this and even
Make it
draw
in the corner.
Yeah, to make it the corner, and then
Just draw
back
into the
and-
7 ball.
you draw into the 7.
Oh, close.
I don't know if the 2 slops past the 10 there though, but it'll be an easy safety for him if he doesn't.
Pretty sure the 2 ball doesn't go. But you could
Either
get
way is,
behind the 7 ball easily here as you wreck into the back of it. It hits the 8 and then pushes towards the 2.
Oh wow, that was
There's that
uh-oh.
side pocket again.
That was adventurous what he tried there for sure.
Yeah.
He was looking to get shape on the 2 in the side.
Yeah, I think trying to hold it there and play a safety on the 2, you've got a good chance of drawing into the 7.
Mm-hmm.
Take the 7 off the 8 now, and then at the 2, and then you're hooked on the 2.
Is he going to lock him up on the back of the 4 here?
Yep. Hook
I mean-
hotel coming.
I mean, if he really wanted to, he could have played a fantastic safety just using the 1 ball and just hiding his cue ball next to between the 7 and the 8, you know. So there was a lot of things he could have done there. I think he chose the most adventurous out of all of them.
Erik's gonna avoid taking a chance on mishitting that 1 and popping it into the 4 off the rail, and he'll just knock it down table and draw the cue ball back into the 4.
I think he's just looking at putting the cue ball different places, see how it feels, but I think he's going to end up playing the safety, honestly, because it's not real comfortable to pocket the 1 shape on the 2, so the safety is pretty natural to lock him, freeze into the back of the 4 ball. I like this play. Get him on 2.
If you can get frozen and
was
take
gonna
away
play
his 1
8.
rail, which he did, he is locked tight. There's no 1 rail shot here.
Yeah, I still thought he was gonna play the safety. I thought he was just gonna draw the cue ball onto the 4 and knock the 1 ball up table towards the 7-8.
Okay.
I would be half tempted to cut the 9 in towards the 2 and the 10 ball here. He might be doing that with the 5 ball, but
Yeah, I think he's looking at tying up the 5 to the 5 and the 2.
but he's
you know.
already on 1. So if he takes this and doesn't get it, he's going to be on 2, and then he might be in real trouble.
That is true, but this is really tough to. Yeah.
I don't see it. Yeah.
That 3 rails is there. I mean, it's going to be a hell of a shot if he hits it. Never mind, makes it.
Let's see it. I know we got 159 people that would love to see something like that. Well, maybe half of them might not want to see that shot. It's depending on which way they were.
Well, the other half still want to see it. They just don't want to see him complete the rack after making it.
That's true.
Oh.
Good try. Clips the 5, and that's going to give up ball in hand number 2 with nothing tied up. So I think in hindsight, is intentional tie up and taking your second foul the right move with hindsight? I don't know. It's always tough to give up
Yeah,
second
but
foul
I think you're gonna
intentionally.
see Eric play that one ball in there and drop the cue ball in here. If you've got your third foul, your opponent's on 2 fouls, you get the 2 ball in that position.
If he can get fairly frozen to the 8 and the 7, it's going to make it really tough. But if he doesn't get it, then it's probably going to be a pretty easy 2-railer for
Well, now it looks
you.
he could be trying to make this. He could be trying to play safe. I won't know until the 1 ball leaves.
Yeah.
He could be trying to roll
No,
forward and play the 2 in the side.
I think I like what Colin said earlier, was that he was going to play the 1.
Yeah, he's
try to
playing
get it.
safe now.
Yeah. He's just going to drift this cue ball over by the 8 and the 7 and try to get the 1 ball in as close to the 10 as he can.
So
I think he's
one
worried
ball,
about letting the
like
cue
one
ball
ball
go
here,
forward here in front
ball
of
here.
7-8.
Yeah. Look at this.
Yeah.
Look at this. Almost hit
no.
both circles.
But he's left a jump shot here.
Has he?
And you can play this jump shot to almost guarantee you don't fly off the table by landing here. And then you kind of fall off the rail into the 1. You can leave the cue ball there and kick the 1 ball out.
Okay.
It sounds easy, doesn't it?
He's like, let's put.
It's
they're
not
gonna-
easy. It's not easy. But if you've ever practiced a bunch of trick shots, it's not impossible either.
Well, they're putting it on camera, watching it back in slow motion just in case it's close.
Oh, great
Good
shot.
hit. Good hit.
Good hit.
Don't need the camera for that one.
He sold the 1 though. He got unlucky there, but
Eric's
he's back
got
off of off. He's on 0 fouls again though. So
That's the important part. It was not that he was going to sell out. It's just if you foul,
It's over.
loss of game. Yeah.
So I don't know. Eric's he might try and draw right back to where he is right now, or play off the rail right back to where he is right now. He tried. He
a
didn't
little
get,
shy.
Yeah, he didn't get quite where he had hoped. These guys make these cuts down the rail look pretty easy, though. Just play a little inside to miss the 4, and he'll be on the 4. Oh, sorry, the 3 ball's still there. But he would
You get a lot of obstacles to work around though. Right?
Yeah.
Both side pockets are there. The 4 balls close. If you try and bring it back across, you might come too far, and then you're wrecking on the 10, 7, 8.
Yeah, I don't think he plays with any left. I think he just gives it a little bit of right hand just to miss the 4 when he comes back, and you'll be going back and forth across the table. If he's going.
Your overall cue ball movement is that way.
Yes.
Just to stay in the clear area.
Yeah.
Up to 171.
He might be looking at some kind of a safety. I just don't see it here at this point. No, he's going to make this. He's going to try.
Excellent cut.
Exactly
Well
the way you
played.
said, Kenny.
Yeah, I mean, it's just I've seen that. I've been in that position so many times myself, and that's usually what I end up deciding to do with it.
Well, it was all minefields this side,
Yeah.
right? So going forward, you can stay clear of the minefields. And
now-
if you don't get something that you like, you've got this 7-8 to play safe with, right?
Yeah, he may not go for this shot because it's really going to be hard for him to navigate all those goalies there on the left side. So he might end up just playing the 3 ball around and trying to hide his cue ball. And
I think with the way he just looked at it, he's coming between the 5, 7, 8 and out for the 4.
trying to come out. Yeah. I mean, if he makes it,
Trying to
great.
come through
It'll be a
that
nice
window.
looking shot.
Risky.
Great shot. Yeah, it was a good shot.
Wow, that
Yep.
was incredible.
But
that
he's
was a
messed
small
up the
window
7.
at that angle.
I think the 7 might go on the side, but it's tight now.
I think he's lucky that he hit that 8 a little bit. I think it slowed the cue ball down enough. I think he might have ran it too far if he hadn't hit the 8.
Yeah, just brushing that 8 ball made things.
Draw off the
little bit
4 to the
tougher.
center.
Let's see what he does here.
That
I don't.
7 might play in the side,
Yeah, that's what I think
but
too.
If he
not
doesn't like it, it's a simple safety though.
yeah, it wouldn't
Stop
play in the
shot
side
safety.
at a
Yeah.
yeah, it wouldn't play on a fast-paced shot. You'd have to slow roll it, which means you'd have to get the perfect position for rolling for shape on the 8.
I don't know
Or-
if I call this perfect.
No,
So-
I don't know
I don't
either.
know if I even like the safety from
No,
there.
he doesn't like it either. I think he's
Although-
gonna go for it, but
If he does roll it into the side, he's gonna
he's gonna play.
the
He'll have a
8.
hook.
Well, if he does make it in the side, he's still gonna push the 8 a little bit,
Mhm.
and he'll probably be able to shoot the 8 in the corner or the same side.
Yeah, he just has to hit it at a soft speed because
He's drawing off of it.
Yeah, it seems like he's
you
trying to
cannot, you can't hit those with much pace.
soft draw.
It's a small pocket.
As Dave McAvoy used to say, just aim for the near horn and miss.
Oh, he missed. Oh, look at that.
He did aim for the near
I
horn
didn't
and
like
missed.
the way he was playing it. I would have slow rolled it in and got a small bump on the 8, and had he missed the shot, he was hooked for sure. I think that's the way I would have looked at that one. But
So let's see if YUTO can take advantage in what he has in store. Nothing is really available to him. The bank shot is blocked by the 8, straight back. The bank to the other pocket, I'm not sure. And the safety is tough, really tough, you know. This is not an easy spot.
In this, and come back up table.
Avoid the 8. You're going to come between the side pocket and the 8.
I'm just looking at the natural angle, right? Like, you can play it with some siding and come around and back into the center of the table. I don't like going near the side pocket in that 8, but what else do you do? Do you two rail the 7 in behind the 9?
He doesn't have a lot of options.
Okay, someone has a dog, right? I'm not losing
Yeah,
my mind.
it's somebody does. It's not me though.
it's mine, but they're like 3 rooms away. You're still hearing a bit.
It's
Okay,
because
no,
they're-
I'm just making sure it's actually there.
It's because they're little dogs that you can hear them.
Yes.
Little dogs are the loudest, right? What kind of dogs do you have, Kenny?
They are.
Two railing it up in behind the 7.
Slow down. They're Schnauzer crosses, Schnauzer Yorkie crosses, and they have the zoomies right this moment, so they're running around my feet and in and out.
I see. Good shot by YUTO. I mean, didn't have a lot of places to play safe. You managed to use that 9 ball, leaving just the right side of the 7 for ERIK. He might have enough to bank it. If he likes that shot, he's looking at it.
I think he can hit this thick enough, maybe, that he plays this with some bottom right and holds the cue ball to the 9 and banks the 7 out of the way.
So your biggest objective is to just keep that cue ball in that small little zone.
In that small zone.
Yeah.
The 8.
Boy, and he is jacking up on it, so that is tough to do from that distance to maintain that. You have to have a really sweet stroke on it to.
That leaks out so easy.
Yeah, because the draw's got to hold, you know, and you're jacked up because you're about 4 inches away from the rail, so just a little bit elevated.
See here.
And where the 7 ball is going to go, if that comes out past that 9.
Oh yeah, it's the sellout for sure. It's all about getting your cue ball up to the 9, or hidden behind the 9 at least.
Yeah, I think that's why he keeps looking at the bank angle, but he hasn't called anything, so.
He's playing bottom right, which is the kind of shot he would play.
He's going between the 9 and the 10. Rail first.
Oh.
Wow. Well, I understand why he did that, but obviously at this point it's a mistake. But I understand what he was trying to do there, and it was actually a pretty smart shot.
I think he was trying to hit that almost full on,
yeah,
right?
hit it full. Yeah. Interesting choice, but this has kind of been the story over the last half a dozen games or so, where
Just a mistake here and there,
just
where
a little mistake that's leaving a little bit of a leak out, or just a miscalculated safety, and YUTO's been able to capitalize on them.
And that's how the first, like I said, in the first 10 racks or so, it's what we saw. But this game can be very finicky. It can swing on a dime.
Yeah, I like the reset.
What a shot.
I was wondering if he was going to play this into the side. I wasn't quite...
He's dead straight.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's fine.
How good did he hit that, though, to swing that just perfect? Yeah, he would have liked to have a little angle, but this is okay. Draw back, play a little longer 9-ball.
Now, does he have enough angle to come off that side rail enough?
For sure he does, yep.
Yeah, I think he's left himself just ideal.
You see where he's standing to look at his ball, his sight line, and then you see he takes a full step over to the left. I mean, he's definitely cutting the ball.
Yep. Good observation. One thing I've noticed is he's not afraid to abandon, and step up if he's not comfortable, stand up and reset.
Nice stroke. That was nice.
Yeah, we've actually made a point of noting that a few times in this match, is that his processes are very solid.
So those are the kind of balls, the 9-ball that he just hit there, where if I'm starting to fade a little bit, that I'll chunk that right into the rail. He stroked that so smoothly, like it was his second rack that he's played today or something. He's hitting the ball well still.
It looks like we're going to have a player break.
Asked to take a break.
Yep. So player break, good time for me as well. See you guys in a few minutes.
Okay.
All right.
I think I might go find myself a beverage as well, so I'll be back shortly as well.
It's been an exciting match if you guys are just dropping in. This race to 30 with 33,400 in the middle. No early 10s between YUTO. I don't have his last name written down. Otsuka and ERIK Vargas. Oh, Kenny, your mic is cutting in and out there. That's weird.
I think there's some kind of an issue, Kenny. If you're there, you might want to refresh your browser. I think.
Yeah, I just messaged him.
Yeah, I think if he refreshes his page, it should come on clean again. If you just got a little buggy there. And also to note, if you refresh your browser and come back in, you get a new color to draw with. It's a random color picker. So every time you come in.
Oh, and apparently we still have music playing. Apparently it's pretty loud.
I don't hear any music.
On.
Colin, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
We have music on the stream, eh?
Yeah, on the live stream, there's music because there is a microphone in there, and so if that microphone picks up any background music from the jukebox or anything, causes a copyright issue. So we have non-copyrighted music that plays over the video during our streams.
Okay. Is there any way to turn it down a little bit? I got a comment here that it's a little loud.
That's a good question. Might be able to do that.
All right, I'm back. So now 22-20. How things have changed.
Yeah, we start with a huge lead right off the bat, 10-5, and then ERIK comes storming back. What was his biggest lead there? It was,
I think he had 3.
19-16. So
yeah, I think he was 3 a few times.
YUTO kept him within 3, and then he's gotten 5? The last 5, the last 4, the last 5 to take a 2-game lead.
Yeah, let me take a look here. It was 2017.
I think it was 20-18, 20-17.
20-17. Yep, it was 20-17 at one point in favor of ERIK. So that means that YUTO has won the last 5 racks.
And I think it's important to note there that it wasn't that he's been like running rack after rack. It's a lot of these games have been like multi approach games, you know.
Yeah,
just
multi innings. Yeah, for sure.
He's just been coming out on the better end of it. I think ERIK has just made some small mistakes that have cost him, and hopefully the two of them can bear down and iron it all out so they can have a great finish here.
And that's what I would expect to see down the stretch. I think we're going to see, even though the fatigue is in, I think we're going to see the best of these two players.
So that was a better break, but it's still missing
dry.
Something. Yeah,
It's still dry. Yeah, he did get the explosion of the contact.
But he's dressed up on the 1 as well.
Yeah, but dry. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, if you're gonna break dry, it's not a problem to have the cue ball down there.
These are tough little situations here. Like, I think he's just gonna have to try to take this route and try to end up right in here somewhere, I think.
Just just get enough draw to pull it off the 1 and get it headed towards that rail and let the spin carry it down.
But there's just so many goalies here. He's just got to play this just with a nice little bit of touch. Nope, he's doing this way.
I like that, Kenny. I'm going to use that goalies. I've never heard that as far as blocker balls.
Yeah,
certainly
Canadian coming out in them.
I was going to say that's the Canadian commentary that we're getting there.
You know, and I didn't even see the shot for him to come across the table, and I really wish I had, because it was by far the better choice.
Got to watch he doesn't get stuck behind the 10.
And he did.
No, he's come far enough.
Just made it.
Wow.
Just barely.
Very close.
I don't think he's very happy about where he is. I think he was trying to get up a little bit higher just for safety, but
yeah, but he can just come 1 rail. A little further, maybe. He doesn't have to go anywhere crazy with this. Just 1 rail, come a diamond and a half, 2 diamonds off that end rail.
I think he's going around the 10.
It does look like it, doesn't it?
Yeah. So yeah, he just
still works.
Just have to drift up here now for the 5. You'd like to be a little low on the line of the 5 so that he can obviously come up this way or so for the 7 ball. I'm just kind of making lines here, but he'd like to be shooting the 7 ball, or the 6. I'm sorry, probably over here somewhere.
Yeah,
He's got quite a bit of angle on this, so I don't. Unless he's gonna, I don't know. I don't think he can drift into the 7
I think he's going to come all the way to the end rail and back.
and come back down again. Yeah, it's a very touchy shot. The 6 might cross down here. I don't know.
I think there's enough room. Like if the cue ball was where the 4 ball is, I think he's got the 6. It's just what are you going to be able to manufacture for the 7 off of that angle?
Mm-hmm. He's not liking this, whatever it is.
I think he's got too much angle to hold for the 5, so I think he has to run to the end rail.
I'm just wondering if he tries to run to the end rail and then run into the 7.
That's a lot of work.
Yeah, look what he's done.
Look, if
Yeah.
he gets in tight to that 6.
That's what he was trying. I think he was trying to bump the 7 a little bit.
But that's so risky. I mean, he almost hit that pace so tight that he could have rested against the 7.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought he was done when I saw the cue ball going over there. He's fortunate right now.
Or it hits the other side of the 6 and angles towards that 3rd diamond, and then you don't have a shot at the 5.
Now, do you think here he's going to try to draw into the 7? Or does he have the angle to get to the other side?
It's hard to tell.
Does he have the angle to get the cue ball here? No, I think he tried to draw into the 7. But either way, if this was what his intention was, that was fantastic.
That was a great shot. Yeah, I don't see any time on that shot that he's actually going to try and move the 7, because if you don't hit it just right, like you're things happen that you don't expect, right?
Right,
and
the
so,
randomness factor.
Yeah, so he probably did just try to draw it out, just like he did here, and I think he just made a great shot.
Yeah, very well done.
He's in great shape now to finish this.
Yeah,
the 7 to then transitioning the cue ball from the 7 to the 8 is a little bit.
I don't know if he's got to be in here now to try to play this.
I think that's where he's going.
No.
Oh no, he was straight.
Yeah, he was really straight.
Yeah. So he's just
funny angle.
The 3 rail shape is nice to get on the 9. It's got lots of room to get around the 10. Probably plays the 9 in the same pocket.
I wonder if he checks it back this way.
You think?
No, I don't know. It's hard to see the angle. It looks like almost too much angle for that.
Do you think? Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
I think he just plays at 1 rail. He's just going to end up here. Nope, you're right. 2 rails into the 10.
Yeah, but into the 10, yeah.
He got. Oh boy, that's a bad way moment right there.
Yes, he got a good roll on that one.
Well, Yuto's not getting all the rolls.
Yeah.
No.
That could have happened many, many different ways. But it should be a quick, easy. Nice to see the match is close still, and I really want to see what happens in the last, half a dozen games or so if it stays close all the way. That's when the heat starts to really come, right? And you might see a few errors from the guys.
Pockets get smaller.
Yeah. A few shots where the arm just tightens up a little bit.
And those 4.5 inch corner pockets now start looking like 4s.
Yep. And the pockets do tighten up after being played on for a while. You get a little bit more grit on the table, a little more traction on everything. Can tend to tighten up the corners just a bit.
Yeah, but they've been wiping the table down at the breaks, right? So
yeah, they have been doing a pretty good job of keeping it clean. I noticed that. Looks like Yuto's really, I think he's used to playing in a very sterile environment because he seems to be, keeping his cue really clean and keeping the table clean, wiping it down. So
Unlike the Philippines, when there's chickens running around your feet.
Yeah,
When you're
yeah, you got mountains of chalk all over the table. 'Cause
yeah,
they're
and they're
balls.
wiping. Yeah, they're powder. They have talcum powder everywhere, and there's someone going around wiping talcum powder, while the match is going on.
Some of the matches that you see, and you see all these distractions going on, you're like, yeah, no, I would not fare well.
Yeah, and here we complain that hey, somebody walked by when I was down on my shot. Well, you're in a bar, you're in
Yeah.
a pool hall. Of course, somebody walked by.
But if 500 people are walking by all the time, that wouldn't bother me. It's just that one person that just breaks the silence almost.
Or as they're walking in front of you, they stop walking.
They
stop.
Walking
Yeah,
in front of you. Just keep going. Just keep going.
I know exactly, because it's that unnatural, like, oh, stop, and like stand there.
He's got the 5 ball went long.
He's been unfortunate. The one was tracking for a great shot to the bottom left, but he got a kick on the one, and the one's now covered. So I mean, he doesn't have a shot on the one. But yeah, he hit the break perfect again, and like I said, this has been for me what's kept him in this match here. Is
I think he's looking at placing the one there and thinning the cue ball down table.
Oh,
that would make sense.
I like it. I like it.
He just came over and touched his finger here, picking a spot to aim at, right?
Yep.
Oh, other way.
Yeah,
that's what I thought he was going to do, is what he just did here.
Okay. Yeah, less distance for the cue ball to travel.
Mm-hmm. This was a great shot.
Yeah, if you take care of the cue ball, locking it up to the back of the 5, that's really putting a hurt on. And
I know. I'm just trying to think.
Rails that way.
Clear.
This is where I'll put my dollar.
Kind of in the road.
I'll put my dollar out there and say no hit.
No, I don't think he can get there, Colin. I think he from this way. I think the 6 is too big here.
So do you tie up a ball? He does. Try to tie up the 6-7.
Oh,
I don't mind the effort.
No, he's good. He's good there.
That's actually really good. Yeah, it worked out really well. That 6 is very difficult now.
I think if you're in the right spot, you can still make that 6, though.
Yeah, but we've seen.
And if not, you get down to the 6, you can play a pretty decent safety there.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting. Usually the 3 foul rule takes away a lot of the intentional ball in hand shots, but we've seen it a lot today between both of these players, where they'll give the intentional ball in hand to tie up a ball, even if it's 2, to put them on 2. We've seen it a couple of times, and it's not a bad strategy, but with the 3 foul rule, it makes it a little less inviting to do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got to really weigh your options and make a conscious decision as to how you're going to play that.
And that's what I like about having the 3 foul rule in the rotation. I know there's some tournaments out there that say no 3 foul rule, and I don't like that, because it just invites people to do that more often when they're in trouble.
Honestly, I'd really like to just see one set of rules.
Right, exactly.
I think he drifts, stuns it over here, and then drifts this guy. I don't think he likes playing it in the side. I think he wants to come up here later.
I like your position circle. I think it was pretty accurate. You went
Just wait, right?
Now he may play this with a little left soft and end up with some angle right here, and then he can just drift right over here for the 6 behind and play the 6 down to the far corner.
Right, short side position on the 6.
If he can,
not a bad idea. That is what he's looking at, I think.
But he can do the same thing if he goes this way as well, and comes up here, and then he can play, from here back into here. Sorry for my lines. It was pretty amateur.
It's a good point. I think he's going to go with your first option. Looks like he's putting inside on this. He's going to try to get inside that.
No?
No,
it just barely checked, barely enough to check it and keep it straight.
Yeah,
he's too straight now. I don't know that he can stun over. He's going to be hitting it way too hard.
Well, he can play this with left-hand siding and get there.
Yeah, off this rail here, you mean, and then come this way. Yeah.
I can't imagine that was what his intention was on that shot, but I'm not quite sure. Because like you said, Colin, I think, playing the cue ball here, trying to get the cue ball here leads to a natural short side position on the 6.
He may have just tried to get that one there for the exact same reason, to play this in the side and then drift over here as well. So that might have been what his intent was with this one. It seemed like he had some inside, but it seemed like he hit it a bit hard. He needed to really soft stroke that. This one now.
Guess the good part about this is that you have to play this with enough speed to get the cue ball there.
So he's
and
playing
if you
this
do miss
down to
the
the corner.
5, if you do miss the 5, the cue ball will come, or the 5 ball will come back up
He's
table.
playing this with inside. He's going to play this. And he's going to try and come out here now and try and bump.
I agree. The pace that you have to put on this takes away that side pocket as a really good option. I think you have to play in the corner, inside. Yeah. Tough shot. He hits it much softer than I
maybe this
expected.
goes, guys. Like Colin said earlier, maybe this guy goes.
Oh,
Man, if it does, that was a heck of a shot.
If you're in the right spot, I think you're not going to cut it in here. It's going to have to go in the side door. But what is he going to have left on the 7? Like, can he draw it off of that? Can he draw it into the 7 and play the 7 in that left side pocket?
If he can play it this straight,
7 up here.
if he can play it this straight, he may just play this with a bit of topspin and just come out.
I think he's going to touch the 7 and bump the 7 out towards the center of the table.
2 rails.
And he thinned it and brought it out 2 rails. Nicely done.
Yeah, he did bump the 7 after hitting the 6. But not out of the woods yet. He's going to have to come across sort of close to that side pocket, I think.
I think he's okay here.
For position on the 8.
Yeah, I think he goes 2 rails and back to around
Comes
here.
off
somewhere.
here.
Okay. See, this is the rookie mistake, is to play this and go like this and end up right here.
Yeah, I mean he may spin this down here, but
he may also just play it just 2 across and come back over to this side.
That's what I said.
Stay away from the side pocket. Sorry, you cut out there.
Yeah, he's going back and forth. Oh, he missed
And he hung
again.
it.
Oh no! And this has been the story. This is exactly what's been happening to him the last
5 or 6 games.
He's been making these little mistakes. Well, not little, but these are big mistakes. But he's been making these mistakes at crucial times, and missing a few shots, and missing the safety the way he's thinking about it and stuff. And yeah, this is it's unfortunate for him here. And you can see now, like YUTO's there's some spring in his step right now from him missing that.
Yeah, there's a little bit more energy, a little bit more pop there.
So he just plays this with a little inside, I think. He's got a good angle just to thin the 7 ball and just play it with a tiny little bit of inside, if he even needs the inside, and just roll down. Oh, he's planning to play it out to that side. I like it there, where he's like almost where the cue ball is now. Just a little lower, maybe.
Well, due to popular request in the chat, we are working on turning down the background music, so it's not quite as loud for you guys.
I don't even know. Is there background music on?
Yeah, not
We
to
can't
us,
hear
but
it.
when you are listening to the stream on YouTube, there is background music, and it is a slight bit loud, and it's kind of elevator style music, so it's not really.
So someone said, what did they say it was? It sounded like what was it? I have to go back and check the chat a ways back, but someone said it sounded like I forgot the song now. Sorry guys. Let's see how we do here.
So YUTO so far taking full advantage.
He's short here. He's got to make a bit of a shot.
He's all right. He's
Yeah,
all right.
bottom left, and you come across the table and basically back where your cue ball is now, or actually
Yeah.
where the 9 ball is now would be ideal.
I don't think you have to come back across. If you just come over, touch the side rail, and bounce back out, you'll be perfect on the 10.
You can do that softly too. Yep, with soft outside.
Yeah, it's traveling in that direction to where you could play either, I think, if you wanted to try to hold it or just let it out a little bit.
The benefit of holding it on this side is if for some reason you do rattle it, you might put the 10 ball in between it.
Mm-hmm.
Good point.
If he was a little bit further over, if he was another half inch or 3/4 of an inch to the right, then I'd say you'd have too much speed to hold it comfortably.
Yep,
Here you go. Yep.
I did just that.
Got to stay with these. These are never gimmies. You always got to stay with it.
You're bridging a little funny inside the pocket, right? So get that comfortable, get settled.
23-21.
I do so much better in the booth than I do on the table.
That's what the commentator studio is all about. Makes everybody a pro player. Look at this kick shot I can make 100% of the time.
I have
every
never
time.
missed a shot sitting here.
Right. with the,
That's the
with
sad
the
part.
telestrator. I can draw this thing perfectly straight and I never miss. It's amazing.
Hey, Kenny, that's the sad part is I have missed sitting in the booth. Oh, he's going to play this into the left. Nope. Right side pocket. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Oh, I think Justin might have messaged me again. Let's see. Oh no, that was.
When you were gone, your commentator studio was like kind of blipping out, and I thought you might needed to refresh. But
Yeah, I messaged you there.
Oh, I saw it. I saw it doing weird things. I was like, "What the heck's going on?" My microphone was like flashing really weird and everything. But
yeah,
but
if it
seemed
ever
like
does
as
that, just hit the refresh button or just refresh your page.
it seemed like as soon as I unmuted myself, it was fine again.
Yeah, something wrong with your mute button, I guess. But
Yeah, it's on your end, Kenny.
well, it's not your end. It's just sometimes it just needs. It is run through a browser, so you
Yes.
just have to refresh the browser, and it usually fixes everything.
Yeah, I just like saying it's on Kenny's end.
Yeah, for sure.
And I was also going to let you guys know, if you do refresh your page, you get a new color to draw with, by the way. It's a random color picker. So if you want to have some fun with that, you can leave and come back and you have a new color.
Yeah, no, I got red now.
Oh, you got red. Yeah, where's mine?
You're going to stick with red.
I got fuchsia.
Yeah, you got lavender. Yeah. That's not fuchsia, Kenny. That's definitely like a lavender.
Oh. I was thinking
And that's an
fuchsia might be a
interesting
little more
table.
manly than lavender, but it's not.
Here's a bit of an odd break from the hand rack, right? We haven't seen the 8, 9, 10 come up table before.
Yeah, and big clusters on the right side, but another dry break for YUTO.
But this is YUTO.
YUTO.
Yeah, he's just, like I said, he's just trying to hammer it. He's not really thinking of any finesse or anything. He's just trying to hammer the ball and make balls.
As everybody walks in between. They don't know. It's okay.
They don't know. Yeah, this is
It's
your
Saturday
yearly
night.
salary.
For them, it's Saturday night. They're going to go play some pool and have some fun.
Yeah.
Good to see him out.
Okay, so he called the 4-ball, makes it on the
And now
carry.
he's going to
He's
play
a little.
safe
He's
on
a little.
the
The
one.
one's a little low here. I don't think he can cut this in the side.
I think he just
Yeah.
rolls
Yeah.
the onto the 5.
Yeah, he's just gonna roll onto the 5 here.
Yeah. Put the one in between.
Oh,
I
he missed it.
Yeah, he did. He was
Yeah,
supposed to
he
hit that
overcut
one
it.
in between those two balls.
Yeah, he overcut that.
Yeah, by quite a bit. So this is a big opportunity for YUTO. He should have been frozen behind that 5, kicking at this 1 somehow, but now he's got a really open look.
I wonder why he's looking at it down there. I mean, I would say that right here, would be like a really nice spot to cut this 2-ball in and then just head down back over here. But he's looking at it like he wants to go all the way down to the bottom rail. But if you get straight down there, you're going to be buggered. So
but the distance he has, even if he is straight, he's so close to that corner pocket.
He can cheat it. Yeah, he can cheat it. Sure. It just seems to me that if he just punches this and leaves his cue ball like right here, he's just going to be in a perfect position to go up.
I agree. I wouldn't. I'd just be trying to come up past the 7-ball a foot or so.
He likes it down here, though. I mean, it's a great shot. He's just going to come around the 7 and come up table. But if you, like I said, if you end up dead straight there, all of a sudden you're forcing that ball. How did Steven put it earlier? There
are natural shots and execution shots.
Execution shots, right? And so this is a natural. He doesn't have to do anything here. But had he gotten straight, it would have turned into an execution shot.
And the only danger I think coming with the direction that YUTO has is you can see the line it's on, right? You could easily overhit it and scratch. Whereas if you come off of there, maybe you're a little less likely to have that line.
He really wanted to be about here with this so that he could play inside and come over here for this shot here. But now he doesn't really have the angle. He can still do it, but he's got to play like maximum spin soft roll, and it's just, things
so hard to make the ball then.
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing how just a few inches of difference in position makes a world of difference in the level of difficulty of the shot? That's what makes pool such a hard.
He's still gonna roll it.
Yeah, he's going with left.
No, he's drawing a little bit.
No, he's going left, I think. Yeah, but he didn't put enough. Oh, he went that way. Oh, crazy. That's
just clean the 6-ball.
I mean, that's definitely a great shot. I mean, he played it perfectly because he didn't have any room for error there.
Yeah, he's checking out the combination.
It's weird. I think I'm thinking that he's going to come, across the table here and maybe play it to here for the 6 on the side. But...
Yeah, but there's a danger of running too far and then you're hooked on the 6 right with the 8. Whereas this way, you're guaranteed to get a shot on the 6. It's just a little tougher. And if you really don't like it, you can still play a safety on it.
But I don't.
By cutting the 6 over here and tucking the cue ball in behind the 9.
It's just not super easy to hold this ball for the 6.
Yeah, he just rolled the 3 in.
Oh yeah, he's going back and forth. Okay, so he's not trying to hold it.
The straighter he gets, the better off he is. He's got a little bit of a backward angle on this to start it off.
It's good because the 6 will come out here, and then the cue ball should be able to sit around here somewhere, so he should be okay if he makes this.
Got to be careful the 6 doesn't come past this line.
Zane in the chat said that I sound like Justin Trudeau.
You do. You actually do. So I was getting ready to vote for you.
Really?
No.
You're the one.
The one in BC, yes.
Pardon me.
It's funny that I'm the only non-Canadian and I'm the one that sounds like Justin Trudeau.
Now I hear it.
Okay.
Now I can't unhear it.
Just say what you said in French, Patrick, and then we'll really be...
Yeah.
Not going to happen.
I have a feeling that's not happening.
That's not happening.
Oh, damn. Now I can really hear it.
It's so true. Sorry, my dog's barking.
I have to say that is the first time that anybody's ever told me that.
Now you're going to be listening for it. You're going to wait till there's a Justin Trudeau video.
I go look up a video of Justin Trudeau. I do not sound like that.
I'm sure I will. So 8-ball combo. This is a big shot here. Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Definitely tough, and you're selling out if you miss it. So had to make that shot.
I would never have played for that, to be honest. I'm the worst combo player in the world, and I would just like some players will not use a rest. I will not play into a combo.
See, but YUTO's had good luck with combinations today. He's made quite a few of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's been very on point with the combo shots. Just overcut that 8.
I don't fault his choice to play that position.
Oh, please. Now somebody says I sound like Trump. Come on now, guys. I can only take so much abuse. This is a non-paid gig, man.
Who did you say drew down Cali was again?
It's Andrew McMahon. He's from my county over here in Washington, Kitsap County.
He said you sound more like Kevin Trudeau, and
Yeah,
I thought that name sounded familiar, and that woof, ouch, that's worse than Justin Trudeau.
yeah. Drew down Cali, Andrew McMahon. We like to call him KW for short because he is the keyboard warrior. He's the quietest guy that you'll ever meet in person, but you get him behind a keyboard and he's the loudest guy in the room.
Now, interestingly, he did leave himself a little bit more angle probably than I think he wanted, but
Still gonna work.
Yep.
Back within 1.
Yep, what a swing on that combo shot from YUTO.
23,
And he knew it
22.
too.
Yeah.
He had to make that combo.
I was surprised he went after that combo with the speed he did. I didn't think he needed to hit it as hard as he hit it. Not that he smashed it. I just thought, that I would want the ball if it's gonna get close to like kind of roll in. So I was a
Yeah,
little surprised.
I think he stroked it because he wanted to draw and hold the cue ball right there to be a little bit higher in case the 6 got a little funny somehow. You don't want the cue ball being down, down here, right? Unless the 6 gets far enough to the pocket. So
Right.
he put a stop shot on it to hold the cue ball in that position, and that's why it required a little bit more pace, I think. If he rolls it in, the cue ball rolls forward. Probably still okay because the 6 tracks towards that corner.
Okay, let's check out his break here. See how he's doing. This is the one
Yep.
all-star point for him.
Yep, look for the 4 and the 5 to track towards the sides, 2 and the 3s to go around table.
And the 7 to block the 1.
3's
5
going.
went-
Yeah,
Yep.
6 got in the way.
5
A
went
couple
right
of times
into
now
the
that the 3 has gone around and hit the 6 towards the corner pocket.
Yep, and it does look like he's got a line to this corner here for the 1, so he's good to get started.
The 8 is his trouble here. That's the only ball that really puts him in a spot of bother.
And he doesn't have anything that's nice and clean to use to break it out. 6 ball's his best bet, but then, the 7 ball's down here, so that's not exactly ideal.
Not at all. This may be a rack where you play the run out to the 7 and then play shape for the safety, right? If you can't get to the clear breakout shot.
Well, he's right here.
Or or you could get there. Yeah, that's option 2 is without breaking him out. You could get short side on the 8 and play it down this bottom right corner.
That 8-9 is not in line with the side, right? That's more
I don't
up
think
here.
so. It looks like it's coming up here. Yeah. It's a good shot. I always wonder how guys approach the 4 to the 6. So I'm going to be curious to see what he does here.
The 4 to the 6?
Yeah, I mean, does he draw out or does he go 2
I think
rails
you
forward?
go forward. I think drawing out, you take a risk of getting jammed on that cluster in the middle. I think I'd almost always go forward off this just to avoid that cluster.
Try to come like this, almost right, like something like that.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the angle that he's played it for.
Yeah, beautiful angle to move around fairly easily. Doesn't have to hit this with any speed.
You just got to be careful not to, because you're trying to avoid the 10. So by trying to avoid the 10, you push yourself closer to the 6, and you just don't want to hit the 6 square on. That's all.
Yeah, but this is, I think, what Stephen was talking about with the natural shot versus
he's going
the
with bottom
execution shot.
Bottom right.
Is he drawing through it?
Oh, through it. What?
Wow. And that was the problem with the draw shot, as Colin mentioned earlier. I am kind of surprised that he didn't go forward with that.
Yeah, that was surprising for me too.
He can still, you know, tuck the 6 in here, maybe off the 10 a little bit, and bring the cue ball back over to here. Or is he just gonna bank?
He's gonna chip the 10 on the right side, 6 on the right side, and then go around and hide behind the 8 and the 9.
Yeah, there you go. When he started lining up for it, I thought he was lining up to hit it solid. And YUTO's actually pretty good position for that long rail kick.
I like that shot right now for sure.
Because if you hit it too full, you leave the cue ball there and just put the 6 on the end rail.
I think
you're not going to play shape on the 7.
Yeah, I think you give it a bit of a stroke too, and if you hit it fat, the 6 ball banks out like this, and the cue ball maybe just comes and stays down in here.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I don't think you're trying to make it, because what are you going to be left with on that 7? A crazy back cut into a blind corner almost.
The only reason I like maybe going this way instead is he can maybe hit the 6 and have the 6 come out here and have the cue ball come hide over here somewhere if he plays at soft speed.
But anytime you play a safety soft speed, you take a chance on leaving.
Sure. What's he doing?
Shot. I think he's jumping at the edge of the 6.
Wow. Oh my God.
What a shot. In my life,
nuts.
I've never seen such a good shot.
That was crazy. That was probably the best shot of the match, because jumping and hitting that thin of a piece and then coming back and getting safe.
Wow.
You can't make that up. I mean, who does that?
Wow.
I am flipping that one. Holy cow.
Yeah. That goes to the top of the highlight reel stack right there.
That's one of my favorite jump shots ever right there. That's that guy if he can bring me a coffee.
Is Eric saying I got to take a break? I think after that he's like, time for a break.
Hold on a second.
Right, mid game. Like, need to just go and splash some water on your face, because holy cow, Eric played a great safety, and then YUTO comes with that shot. I mean, that's just filthy.
Was that Joko that walked by with all those coffees, Colin?
I was looking at my other screen, dealing with the clip and posting the clip.
Yes, somebody wrote, Joko bringing coffee.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, it looked like Joko as he walked by.
All right, so are we going to see the same jump shot, or is he kicking? He's kicking. He's looking at the 2 rail.
Yeah, he wants to hit this half ball, so the cue ball comes and slides over here afterwards.
Yep, send the 6 ball up by the 7. And just like you said, Kenny, get that cue ball in behind that wall. As tight to the 8-9 as he can. Although I'm sure he'd take anything behind one of those balls.
Yeah, for sure. He's still got to get a rail, though, if he goes half ball. That's going to be tough. He's going to have to hit it hard enough.
This
might not be hard. Oh, yeah, it is.
Oh, he's got the rail, but he didn't get the cue ball.
Yeah, I mean, That was as good as I think he almost could have done there.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's containing anyway.
So another thin cut on the 6 to leave it behind the 7. Cue ball 2 rails, maybe 3 in behind the 8-9 again. 8-9-10.
I think that's right. Yeah. I think that's the natural path. And from what we've seen from these guys, that's a very popular shot in both of their arsenals.
What are you guys saying? Go like this?
Yeah. Yeah.
And just leave that 6 in behind the 7.
And 6 just kind of floats in this way, right? You just don't want to overhit it or hit it too thick. Obviously, that's the worst thing you can do is hit that too full.
What's he looking at there?
The cut.
Wow.
No, seriously, what's he looking at there?
I think that's what he's looking at.
The safety seems so natural here to thin that.
If you're looking at that cut, you've got to be feeling good.
No, I think if he's going to go offensive, he's taking the bank. But
I didn't see him call anything.
yeah, I didn't either.
Is he just trying to tuck that cue ball in behind the 7?
I can't imagine from that angle that would be the easiest play. I think if he plays safety, it's got to be off the other side of the 6, isn't it?
That's what I would have thought.
That's what I see it. Because there's no way to keep the cue ball around and get the 6 ball down table far enough.
Well, you know what they say: if the safety is harder than the shot, take the shot.
That's
Maybe-
true. But he definitely has a shot here to skin the 6 on the right side as we see it.
I think
Yeah.
the safety's easier than the shot here.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, there's a good possibility that the cue ball comes off this and comes into these balls, and then you're not getting hidden, right?
Well, what's he doing? He's going
Yeah,
for it.
but he's only
definitely going
2/3
for
of the
it.
table down.
All right.
He's going for this.
He might be going 2 rails off this 6 coming the other
Oh.
way.
Yeah. What? Okay.
Wow.
Pretty inventive. That was a good shot.
Very, very creative. There's so many ways to get it done, you
Mhm.
know, and that's
I
what
was-
separates these guys from a lot of other players is
I mean, he's definitely playing the safety there. There was
Oh, for sure.
no attempt to make the ball, but I don't know. I just not that confident of controlling the weight of both of those balls to leave them like that.
I think he figured if he controls the cue ball and was able to get the cue ball coming in this, path towards this bottom center diamond, he's probably going to be good.
Yeah, but if that 6 ball has any more speed to it as well, like you have to be able to judge the speed of both of those balls, because
True.
if the angle was such that he could get the cue ball there and the 6 ball was going to go farther, then you're still like that's definitely a case of controlling both balls.
Yeah, right, because the 6 is going to move quite a bit. Yeah.
Anyway, it was very creative, and
Yeah.
he's definitely got a result. Although you have a jump like this, and there is a percentage that he's going to make these.
It goes in sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
It's very straight, it looks like. Just an up and down here, getting over that 8-9.
You don't have to do anything crazy to get shape on the 7.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see where this ends up.
In
gonna
behind
split
the 8-9,
No, it's gonna come
split
in.
'em.
Oh, it went up high enough to where it doesn't have the pocket anymore.
And this is
So-
not a cut and dry safety either. Unless there's a combo on that 9-8 that's wired to the corner. I haven't looked at that yet, but
He hasn't either. He hasn't walked over there to see. What are we drawing
That's
up
my
here?
idea.
What? Oh, I see. Cue ball path going this way. Okay.
Cue
Ball
ball,
path
yeah,
going that
cue
way.
ball the 6 ball towards the 7 and
problem-
studding to the rail to the end rail.
yeah, you have to drag it with not
Yeah,
drag,
yeah.
but you've got to play some bottom on that.
Yeah.
And it's hard to judge that speed.
You're probably going there on the cue ball for that one.
I don't.
Yeah, something about there. I don't know if I want to put too much right on it because I don't want it to check on that side rail, but
Huh.
well, the thing is that the table isn't playing lightning fast. right? So you can play those shots that are a little longer with a little bit more weight, and you don't have to worry about the 6-ball going all the way back down to that foot rail of the table, right?
Yeah, this is really touchy. He's gone back and forth with what to do here.
You just have to make sure that your cue ball doesn't have any forward momentum before it gets to the 6, because then you could scratch. But if you can still, if you're sliding when you get to the 6 and just get the cue ball started on that sideways trajectory, it'll come back in towards that end rail. But I have a feeling that YUTO is going to do something completely off my radar, and I have no idea.
Sorry, my daughter just came home. I had to tell her to be quiet when she came in.
Oh, that was only a few hours late to get her to show you how to get the comments up on YouTube.
I never did figure it out.
Wow, there you go.
He's still looking at this shot, huh? I mean, I think you just bank the 6 here and play your cue ball. Play your cue
6
ball
ball,
over
3
here.
rails behind 7.
You're thinking just to the second rail then, Kenny, and leave your cue ball on the 8-9.
Yeah, I'm gonna just roll my cue ball over here.
I think my cue ball
balls,
gets away from me there and
then
goes past the 8-9.
which would be fine still, because as long as you get your 6 ball here, I don't see any real danger. He obviously wants to do something a little better than that, but
Really taking his time. You got to make sure you're committed on whatever you decide when you get down.
You know, I know as an observer, a lot of people are like, just come on and shoot hard, but I'm actually really admiring his patience. And he's keeping control of himself, and he's showing great discipline.
Hey, Ken Brown, folks, called it.
Yeah, you sure did. Nice call, Ken.
Well done, sir. You know, and I know some people are looking at it and go, like, he took that long to decide that. But the end
it
result
took me
is
that long to find that too. I only
And-
found it 10 seconds before he did.
Yeah, and you know, his opponent is coming to the table with nothing but a jump bank. If only I could leave my opponent with jump banks every time I let him to the table.
So here we go. Airborne again. We've seen quite a few jump shots. An incredible jump shot safety from
I don't
YUTO.
think he's even trying to make it though, right?
He called it, but yeah, I'm not sure how committed he is to making it here. Oh, foul off
boy.
the 10, and that 10's going to
Spreads them out.
Everything's spread up. Yeah. That's
A little bit of fatigue settling in there, I think.
yeah.
They have been playing for 8 hours and 45 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to watch it on the YouTube replay here and see what happened exactly. Yeah, it just landed on top of the 10, so maybe just kind of letting up on that stroke a little bit, not giving it enough to get over the 10, but the cue ball literally landed on the front side of the 10.
He's just going
So
to
you-
play this right into here, I think. And then play with just a touch of inside here and come up here for the 8 ball later. Unless he comes a little further with the 6, but oh, he came right off the rail, yeah.
I like the fact that he didn't try and stop it halfway, because sometimes you can kind of be a little tentative and just punch it and not get there.
Mm-hmm.
And he drove it right to that side rail, made sure it had the power to get where he needed it to go.
The thing about the rails is we know how to get to the rails. We don't know how to get to open spaces in the middle of the table for some reason. but we know exactly how hard to hit it if we want to go to a rail. So if you want it to bounce out from the rail, then you just hit it a little bit harder than if you were trying to go to the rail. Whereas a ball in the middle of the table is just really weird.
Hard to play
brain.
position
Yeah.
for some silly reason.
So he plays this one.
I think it might be because you'll have options and too many options. And it's probably a little bit easier. Well, it's always a little easier to make the ball in play position when you've picked a pocket and you've got a plan, right?
Little soft bottom left here. You got to be careful with the rest because it tends to squirt to the right a little bit on these shots. That was a good shot.
The rest squirts to the right?
Yeah, whenever you play with a rest shot, you always get exaggerated spin, exaggerated squirt when you play those.
Why would that be?
I don't know. Maybe because you're more elevated, because you're not stroking like a flat stroke like you would with your cue. You know what I mean? Your cue's elevated, so you're definitely pushing the ball a little bit more when you're playing spin. So you're going to push it to the right a little bit more, and reverse of that, sometimes you're going to masse the ball away from the shot sometimes too. So it's just really funny playing with a rest. You got to kind of know what that spin's gonna cause on a rest. It's a little different, and I think it's just because your cue's elevated.
So
Okay.
YUTO now with a 2-game lead, and this race is getting much, much shorter. So we started almost 8 hours ago. Started at 2 p.m. So
It's
almost
almost 9 hours ago.
yeah, almost 9 hours ago. We started at 0-0 in this race to 30, and now it is
They've got to be
shortened up quite a bit. Yeah, 9 hours almost with no breaks other than
they had like a 10-minute break in the middle somewhere, and
yeah, that was the longest. Was like 5 or 10 minutes.
Now tell me stamina is not part of pool.
Exactly.
I'm tired just watching all this pool. Imagine being part of it.
Yeah, but that's because we're old.
Yeah.
I mean, really.
Did he get a shot? He's got to look at the one.
He didn't make a ball.
He didn't make a ball. It's dry
again.
Yeah, dry break again. So ERIK is going to have a look at the one. This is it's just amazing to me.
The definition of insanity is what this is, because he keeps trying the same break over and over and over again and not having any success.
Well, you know what, though? The scoreboard says he's having success. So
yeah,
that's the crazy part.
No, that's the crazy part.
If his break was working, good grief.
Yeah, he's basically breaking and letting ERIK make a mistake somewhere.
Position on the 2, maybe wants to. Yeah, it works out pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's gone a little far now. He's going to have to hold it there for the 3.
Just do a stop shot, yeah, and then he can go up and down for the 3 to the 4.
Well, I think he's going to float up towards the 6. I don't think he can stop.
Yeah, I think he's straight enough to kind of do that little nip draw, hold it pretty good for the 3.
Looks like
I don't think he'll need to bump into the 6 at all.
Looks like he's rolling.
Oh, okay. Guess
but
he knew he was going to roll into that window. Yeah.
This is the same angle that he would have had if he could have stopped it.
He kept the angle, even though he couldn't keep the distance. He kept the line.
Mm-hmm. Now he should just roll this in, maybe a touch of top left, and just roll up for the 4 on the side.
The top left?
Yeah,
you're not worried about coming back on the 6?
No, top left it's like a straightening shot. It's kind of like hitting middle ball. Oh, he put a little something on it. But when you play off of a rail, when you have choices of like going straight across the table, if you play middle ball, you get that, but it's very inconsistent. And if you hit the ball, if you pocket the ball into a different side of the pocket, it really changes what middle ball does. Whereas playing with a little bit of top left instead, or top right, depending on where you're shooting, that really straightens out that shot instead. And I find it more consistent playing a top left type shot than a straight middle ball shot.
Okay, I haven't noticed that, but
It's
So
funny
you've got-
when you do a lot of drills and you're coming off of rails and into balls, you'll figure out really quickly which ones are more consistent than the other ones.
which rails are more consistent?
No, which types of shots
Oh, which
coming
types
off
of
the
shots?
rails
Okay.
are more consistent.
This could be a problem.
Oh, he's
No,
good.
he's landed nicely. I thought it had a little bit more speed than that, and it was going to come up right up in behind the 6.
Yeah, he's in great shape to close out this rack now. With that shape on the 5 ball, that was really ideal.
Yeah, just a
Just a
little
slight
pinch
angle
draw
that-
here. Yeah.
Yep. Play the 6 in the bottom left corner.
Oh,
He's
no.
going to play in the side.
I thought he
He
had
had an angle
reverse
the other
angle to
way.
that.
Yeah, it looked like he had the angle to go
The other
6
way.
in the corner the next shot, but
Yeah. So this is going to be tic-tac-toe. Should be.
Needs a little bit of angle here.
Yeah.
He's good.
Perfect.
we've got about 170 live viewers watching the
So
end
should
of
be-
this match. We've continually gone up in viewers from the beginning till now. It's continually increased. So let's get this up to 200, guys. Hit the share button, grab that link, post it on your Facebook or
So
Instagram or
knowing
wherever you
him, he's going to play
post
this
stuff.
And hit the thumbs up.
like this.
Yeah, I like that shot too.
That's just the
simple.
way he's been showing us all day.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah.
that's how he plays those.
Yeah, it's a simple shot, and you've got a huge landing area for position on the 9. And the only
Do you
risk
think
would
he
be
brings
running
it all
into
the way
3.
around to play it in the side, or does he just come to the 2 rails? For
He
the
might go
9?
further. He might go even
Yeah.
further. Yep.
Yeah, he's coming all the way around.
Yeah,
He
just
needs
because
it to bounce though.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's a bit straight on this, isn't he? He'd actually prefer if he was a little bit low on the cue ball right now. Then he can just
Right.
play off the rail with a little inside English and bounce off and come down to the 10.
right. His ideal position window was here, right?
Right.
Any, that was ideal for anywhere to get down to the 10. This requires a little bit more of a stroke.
Yeah, he's playing with inside here.
Yep, cheat the pocket a little bit too. It looks like.
Yep.
That's gonna work. Nice.
Well done.
Yeah, I would prefer to be there than like definitely like straight in or something. That shot's very predictable to play that with inside English.
Or to have too much angle to cut it left, right? You
Mhm.
cut it left and you're running straight at the 10.
Okay, we have a match,
Back
guys.
within 1.
Oh, we
24,
do.
23.
This is exciting stuff.
We will not go quietly into the night.
I don't think so. I don't think the bet that got jacked last minute. I think the original poster was 20.
Yeah, it just continually went up over the course of the week or two before the match. They just didn't keep updating the flyer as
Well, thank you very much, Michael M.
Yeah, I was just gonna say Michael M just made a great, nice comment for the match here. It's been really great.
These guys have been digging deep for a long time now.
And to his point, I haven't even considered getting out of my chair to do something else today. You know what I mean? This is what I've done for my entire day.
I was just doing some laundry, trying to get ready for this. So taking care of housework until 2 o'clock when this started, and then I was going to sit down and do nothing but.
Yeah, I crossed over to Sumas real quickly to go pick up some coffee that I got from Angela Higgins' company, Coava. And anyway, trying out some new beans. And anyway, I just drove across the Sumas border, came back, and I started watching it at the border while I was waiting to cross. And then as soon as I got home, I was like, I put my computer on right away to watch this. And then luckily, I got invited to come and do some streaming, commentating.
Well, it's been fun doing it with you. So
Because I haven't even considered doing something else today.
I do a lot of the commentating on my own. So, like, I apologize to Patrick early on. I should probably apologize to you too for cutting you off. Sometimes I forget that.
Oh, me
you know,
too.
conversation requires two people sometimes. And
I'm the same way.
Yeah, I am as well. So no worries about it. No apologies necessary. We just do our best to let each other talk. And I know with 3 commentators, it's definitely different. But
Just blame it on the lag, guys. Blame it on the lag.
Yeah, it's kind of fun. It's sort of like, a little bit of a chat room inside the commentary booth, kind of. But we all have our different perspectives.
So ERIK popped both the second balls in, just about drained the 3 as well.
It looks like he's got a cut on this one ball.
I'm not sure he's got enough of the ball.
He's looking at it, I think, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He must have, or he wouldn't be staring at it like that. And can he get it just 1 rail back down for the 2, or it looks like he's going to pull it 2 rails around? Looks like he's hitting low left.
I almost think he's going to try something like that.
That would never have occurred to me.
Yeah, I like that shot. If he has,
well, because if he ends up here, he can't hold for the 3, right?
No, you've got a good point there, right? Like I was just looking at what the problems were with just holding your cue ball here somewhere as well. If you hold it there, you get the 2, but you're never going to hold for the 3.
Oh no, he
tried.
Oh, he's hung it up.
Yeah, he was trying to get here, but it was going to be such a crazy shot to hold for the 3.
He got there for the 2.
Yeah,
I think he's got the 2. He may have gone a little far, but I think he can still make the 2 from there.
But this is the story of the last dozen games or so. Right there, he's done that a number of times, and just when he's been getting momentum, he's given it right back.
Yeah, but he didn't really give a whole lot here to YUTO. He's got to come with a shot, I believe. I don't think that he has room without
a little bit of a swerve shot.
Swerve or coming just rail first right before the 1. I
off
don't know.
Of here, down here, maybe down here this way. I don't know.
I think he comes straight into the 8-9. It's going to have so much spin on it. I don't think he can hold it that flat to that long rail.
He would have to hit the rail and the 1 almost at the same time. Oh, he was trying to go back.
He's going to be jumping.
Yeah, he's going to be doing something.
The thing, or can he see it? He can't see it from there.
He can. He looks like he can maybe bank it back this way, and then
just
have
leave the cue ball down there.
Yeah, sorry. You know what I'm trying to do there.
Not really. Looks like...
I love the honesty and transparency there. Really. I'm just going to nod and smile, but you can't see it. But I'm nodding and smiling.
Depends how much he can see of this here, but I think
he's worried about banking it into the 8. I think he's got to hit too far this direction of center.
Well, he's
So I've been having to sign my initials on electronic documents with the mouse, so I'm getting pretty good with the mouse now.
Yeah, I've had to do that lately too on a lot of my stuff at work.
I'm still not writing anything with it other than my name, but the odd corner is okay.
Oh, what?
He's getting past the 10.
Wow, what a shot!
Wow.
Are you serious?
Touch.
That was amazing.
He's left the edge though.
Yeah, he's left the edge, but
where can he go with it?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it looks like there's such a thin piece of the edge. Is the cue ball going to track to that corner, or can he? We don't know. There's no way we could tell from this camera angle. It's just his body language tells me he can hit it to do something. Yeah.
That was a very creative shot again. He's hit a couple of things like that have really kind of opened my eyes a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like this is really good for a lot of us watching, just to learn some of the techniques and different creative safeties and things that these guys both are playing different styles. That's the fun thing about pool. There's just so many different ways that you can approach a problem or a situation. And watching guys like this and great players all the time, you learn a lot of that stuff. Yeah, he had quite a bit more of a piece of that ball than we first thought. So good safety, just definitely kept the 8-ball in the way. I love the tactical battles between these two players. We've seen some really good safety battles back and forth, and excellent escape shots, re-safeties. This match has had it all. And there's one right there.
What are you kidding me?
There's one right there. Just slow rolls it off the rail and back to the 10.
It hurts my brain to think that someone can do that. Like I would want to do that, but my chances are so low, and it just hurts my brain to know that someone's that good that they can play a shot like that.
You've got to be so dialed in.
Yeah, it's consistently too. He's not just once in a while doing that. They're doing that like every game. Both players are.
He's had a dozen stellar safeties this match.
Yeah, so
if not more.
The 1 or 2 rail kick is open here, and I usually favor the 2 rail and call the 3 ball. I believe. Is that your shot, or are you trying to find a safety to play? Kicking at this, but the hit is pretty simple. Yeah, he's looking 2 rails, calling the 3. I like it. Looking at the second rail where he wants to grab with the cue ball, and then where he's going to end up with the cue ball afterwards. Really just working it all out. If he comes off that rail right there and hits the 2 ball where he wants, he's probably going to bring the cue ball into the 10 afterwards. Right, which will actually work out well. The problem is if he misses this shot, it's a high likelihood of a sellout.
That's right.
But he's in a position right here where this is all he's got, and you just got to come with it.
Good table management.
Yeah, 3 ball. Here we go. Get your cameras ready. Here comes the highlight reel shot.
Gonna have some speed on it. Not as much as I thought.
No, this is a good shot though.
It did not sell out.
Yeah.
So
he doesn't look all that happy with it. He's getting a shake of his head. Yuto's
boy.
running up to take a look.
No, I saw him. It's like he skidded to a stop when he came to the table.
He did go back for his jump cue, but he called it in the corner without hesitation. And you can see he's starting to get into it now. His body language is much more aggressive and confident.
He's saying, should I do this? Yep. Yeah, I should.
As good as he's shown to be with that jump cue, and I think he only has to go over an edge of the ball here.
It's got some distance though.
Yeah.
You gotta worry about the cue ball drawing out and then away. Yeah, that's
like,
exactly what I thought was gonna happen. Was the cue ball?
Yeah, just as you were saying it. Exactly.
But he's still at the table and he's still in control.
That's true. Yep. He can spin this on the left side now and come up table. So
I was just gonna say that thin little safety to knock the 3 ball into the middle of that end rail.
Bring the cue ball back out here.
Again, keeping control.
Yep.
Oh.
Okay. Elected to go the other way, but he's going to leave the gap.
He left an edge. Yeah, he left an edge on the 3.
And that bank looks like it's there.
I liked playing the thin and coming over here and bringing my cue ball up here. I don't know.
Like he's not far off his safety. I mean, that each
Yeah,
ball
yeah.
goes another half rotation,
No,
and then he's hooked, right?
and true, and it would have been very difficult for ERIK to he can get the hit easy enough, but to come up with a safety after the hit would have been a difficult task.
ERIK just took a little break there. Or?
After seeing Joko go by with those coffees, that's all I've been thinking about.
I honestly don't. The only reason I could think of that ERIK is wiping his tip on the table is that he's maybe hit it a little too close to the edge, and he's just trying to burnish the edge of the tip so it doesn't actually miscue and give out on him. I can't imagine that's good for the table though. But as long as you don't have a phenolic tip, I guess it's not so bad. Which, of course, doesn't need burnishing anyway.
So here we go through the gap.
Can he pinch the bank?
Nope.
Oh, he's just playing safe.
Yep, behind the 10. He's got this, the 10 and the 9 to hide behind.
He's jumping again. He ran for his jump cue again.
Well,
That's a long jump. I think he's got to go over part of the 9, doesn't he?
He does. He has to go over both the 10 and the 9. So this is Evel Knievel style.
Wow.
If you guys remember back in the 70s, the motorcycle guy that would jump over 47 cars.
Evel Knievel.
And then his son, Robbie Knievel, took over after.
Yeah, that's right.
This is a crazy jump. When this is more than halfway, when this ball, the impeding ball is more than halfway, this is a heck of a jump just to make this without
the cue ball going off the table.
Yeah.
And he also has a potential to scratch because he's cutting this in the side, and the 7 ball could end up.
Oh, wow. And
how close did he get there?
And he landed on it again. Like
he did. He landed right on top of it. That was the only way I think that he could jump that and not fly off the table, was to land on the ball as the cue ball's coming downward.
Crazy.
Right?
Because you're kind of jamming the cue ball there, right?
Yeah.
How do you judge that? Like, to land 4 feet away on a ball?
Practice.
Yeah, practice.
That's the one word.
No,
yeah.
I've tried that. Kenny. I've tried practice. I still can't do it.
Yeah, try practicing jump shots landing on top of your intended ball.
Yeah,
right.
It's a great drill.
Practice that. Yeah, because if you land on the top of it, you go off the table. But if you land on the face of it, that ball might jump off the table possibly, but your cue ball stays on.
This is tricky here. This 7 ball blocks him. I don't think he can get his cue ball past the 7 over here.
And he's too close to the rail to probably draw.
Well, he probably can, but if he stuns it, then he might be able to get his cue ball to hit here. But he's going to have to jack up a little bit off the rail.
It's a little risky, Drew, to stay on the table simply because your area is so small when you're landing the cue ball that you can easily knock the 3 ball off the table or hit the 3 ball high on the table, and the cue ball goes flying.
Okay, so he's cueing down to the center.
Yeah. Drew was saying he had 4 feet of landing space. That's not the case. He had about this much space of landing space between, which was about
a foot and a half.
Yeah, maybe a foot and a half. Yeah, it was not a lot.
But for him to land right on top of the ball again, it's a couple of times he's done that now.
Yeah.
ERIK showing good patience, getting down in the shot, not liking it, standing up, walking away, come back in.
It's a difficult shot. You can overstun this and scratch. He's got to really play this. Perfect.
Well played.
Yep.
Nice, good angle, good straight line on the 6, because he doesn't, just a stop shot here on the 6 is really all he wants.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of room for error for him there, and it was he just misjudges how that ball's going to stun off of there. It could have easily been a scratch shot as well, or he could have hit the 7 and not had any shot on the 6 whatsoever.
And then right after that shot is successful, he goes right back into his routine, steps up and takes a look at the angle to the 7.
Oh, I see what you mean about his tip now. He's rubbing the rail to burnish it a bit. Oh no!
No way!
Again, he's just.
I saw some movement in his stroke on that shot that hasn't been there normally for him. There was a bit of movement on the follow through, and I think that caused the miss.
You know, what we're seeing, I believe, is that he's showing some doubt in himself right now, and every time he gets certain shots, he's starting to like almost get to the point of like, please go in, rather than, you know, this is going in. You know, and I think, you know, all these bobbles that he's been doing over the last 10, 12 games or so has just been a slow decline in his confidence.
No, that's what I do, Ken.
You know, I think everything. I don't think anyone's above it. I've seen Shane Van Boening miss straight in balls at the Moscone. You know what I mean? Like,
although for me, it doesn't take 12 games. It happens a lot quicker. No, you're right though. You're definitely right. Like it's you know, when he's confident in walking around the table and just drilling balls in the heart of the pocket, it's a totally different demeanor.
Yeah, when you're 100% confident with your stroke and you're feeling good, you just stroke straight through that cue ball sweet every time. But when you made some late game mistakes and
like watch how YUTO moves around the table. He's got a little bit of a spring in his step. He's engaged. He's sunk into the game. And he wasn't earlier. He was, I don't know what the best way to describe it. He was outside the game and he'd been kind of knocked out of sync.
Really not taking anything for granted here.
It's just trying to get that feel. Sometimes you can't get it out of your head that it's going to be this way or that way when you're letting it go. And he's just working through it until he gets that mental image in his mind where, okay, now that's in. Right. Whereas like Kenny said before, sometimes I've done it myself where I'm like, you're letting the shot go, but you're letting it go too early and you know it. And you're like, please go in.
Yeah. And something just doesn't feel quite right. Like you're a little tight, you know, your arm, like you just wish you could like shake whatever is in your arm out, you know, just to try to loosen up again. And just seems like it's just getting worse and worse for him. He's missed a number now, and that number is quite high. It's like, you know, 6, 7 of those where he's bobbled the pocket now and left the ball hanging.
And that puts YUTO at 25.
25-23. Well, let's see if ERIK can find it within himself here. Like he knows he let that one get away. He had all the balls were sitting, you know, pretty much as he wanted them. Just make this one pot and everything probably, you know, we have a different score here. Tie game, you know, so let's just see if he can find himself here and get back in this match.
Michael, I agree. I think even more as you get better and better, the game becomes like, I haven't described it as mental and talent, I've just usually described it as, physical and mental. And when you first start playing the game, it's more about the physical attributes of the game. How do you stand? How do you hold the cue? How do you stroke it? Then your physical pattern play. And then as you get better and better in the game, it becomes less about the physical aspects and more about the mental aspects.
Oh, he made a ball, but he's hooked.
And he's hooked on the one.
Yeah, just the story of this match.
I tell you what,
breaks.
if I was him after this match, I'd go run somewhere and take a breaking lesson. Wow. It's crazy. I've never seen such a good player have such a hard time making a ball on a break. It's been unbelievable.
It's been a rough breaking session for him, that's for sure.
You know what I wish we could get is interviews with the players after the match. So I just want to know, like, what was it like towards the finish line for these guys? How they were dealing with the fatigue and all of those things. I'd love to hear from the players afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, do you think there might be an opportunity to do that at the Don Weir? Are you guys going to be on location?
We are going to be on location. It's a possibility.
This isn't going to work.
He's left this.
Isn't going to work.
Yeah, he's left that hanging.
And it's far enough away from the pocket that I think he's got a pretty...
He's just got to try to get right around here somewhere, and then he can play this off the rail back out here for the 4 balls. So he doesn't have to come too far.
He's looking at coming around, but that cluster over on the other side of the table makes that an ugly proposition.
I wonder what the percentage of dry breaks that YUTO has a number of times.
What's going on here?
I'm not sure why he's jacking up on the rail like this.
He must be hooked.
What the heck?
Oh my gosh!
Why
he was hooked by that 5? He must have been a little hooked by the 5.
Even if he was, wouldn't he have just gone off the rail and taken his medicine on the 2? No, I guess not, because he wouldn't have been able to get shape from the 2 to the 4. But wow, he gets so high on that jump too. You see, he gets like almost 12 inches high on his jump. It's crazy.
It's a vicious game, isn't it?
It really is.
Navi Gill in the chat room. Hello, sir.
Oh, Navi, how are you? I ran into him at the casino in Auburn a few weeks ago. Not that I ever go to a casino.
No, never. Sorry, was that too quick? Now, can you get around the 9?
Oh boy,
he might be able to draw off the 9.
I'm thinking inside and just coming out, taking this maybe.
I mean, if you're feeling good, see, I think he was looking. You can
He's
come
looking
past
at it.
past that 5 into the 9 and roll up this way.
If he puts a lot of spin and like kind of slow rolls it, but with lots of spin, he may be able to spin out of there.
Well, I was thinking just come off the side rail and use the 9 or the 6 to angle the cue ball back up towards the 5. But he's drawing off of that.
Let's see what he's doing here. Oh, he got away with it, sort of.
He can see it.
Yeah, I like the sort of afterwards.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't. I mean, he's got a tough shot. There's no question. And if he hasn't been hitting the ball very well, this may not be the best shot for him.
No, either pocket. It does play to either corner pocket down here, but either one does not make for a great, easy position.
I think a lot of these I'm going to hit bottom right and play to the side rail and then just come out for the 6 ball with this one, I think.
I mean, you do have a big position window. It's just hard to get there still.
Mhm.
'Cause your
I don't-
position window on the 6 is really, anywhere in here.
Anywhere, yeah, anywhere
you're
in the
pretty-
middle of the table.
Yeah, and you're pretty good on the 6. Right, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like
But-
anywhere in that sort of cone, right?
It's just hard to keep the cue ball down at that end of the table from where he is.
But if he cuts it this way, he can come 3 rails, and that will bleed a lot of the speed off of it, right?
Yeah, potentially.
He's going down low, like I was kind of saying,
Yeah.
bottom right, and
Killing it on the side rail and
Yeah.
popping back out into the middle.
oh, he missed. Yeah.
He played
Oh, he
safe.
played safe.
Yeah, that's a really good save.
Wow. I thought,
Controlled the cue ball really nice.
I thought, wow, he missed that by a lot for a second, but it was a great shot.
Now, how tight is he to that 8? Does
He-
YUTO have an opportunity to go this way?
Yes, I would say.
I think he does.
Because if he can go across that way, there's the 2 or 3 railer.
I think you slow roll this, and just try to creep up on the 5 here.
Well, he's going 1 rail. Again, if you're gonna do that, just slow roll it, right?
Oh, he's liking the parallel shift. He likes to use that method.
It's been working well for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, slow roll it.
That looks
just get
good.
it.
That looks good. Oh, it's gonna hit the 9
No,
first.
yeah, it fell.
Yeah.
But it's still a good shot. I mean, like he's probably going to be hooked again on his next shot. But the game's not over yet, unless this combo's on or something.
No, I'd see the thinning this 5 ball, bringing the cue ball down here and back over, and the 5 is still stuck behind the. And if you're really good, you can get the cue ball up and really up close to the 8 again. If you want to risk getting that close to it, but
Yeah, he really wants to push the 5 towards the 9 and not leave an edge, so that if he does get his cue ball over here or something, that he doesn't leave an edge on the 5 or something.
yeah, tucking the 5 in between the rail and the 9, sort of, right? Yeah.
3 rails up in behind the 8.
Just like that. I mean, he couldn't have hit it any better. But actually, there
He's
might
left
be an
the
edge.
window.
There's an edge there. Yeah.
And
he's
it's
checking
not
to see if it's
frozen.
frozen.
It's
Are
not
you
gonna
sure?
matter because,
YUTO just declared it not frozen.
yeah. Oh, he's going one
Okay.
rail.
He's going between the 6 and the 7.
So almost certainly, if he hits it, he gets a rail.
Interesting that YUTO didn't take a ton of time with that one, considering the difficulty level of going between those
right?
balls and hitting it. He
I think it was pretty natural, though.
Right.
I
Yeah, he
think the
knew
9
right
goes
away.
on a carom here.
He called the 9, so
Yeah, I think it goes on a carom.
got to watch you don't double kiss the 5 and leave it stuck to that rail.
That's a strong possibility, isn't it?
Although generally with a carom like this, you should be going away from it, and that means you're pushing the 5 the opposite direction.
Yeah,
but
and the 5's going to probably bank across, so he might not have a great shot on the 5 afterwards, like this.
Yeah.
not ideal.
No, I mean, it's a shot, but I think at this point of the game, I don't know if he takes this on.
Okay, what's your alternative to taking it on?
I don't know. That I'm
Yeah.
kind of looking right now, but it's a tough shot, right? And
Depends on how thin he can cut it.
it's not only tough to
Sending
make the
cue
shot,
ball
but
into here.
it's tough because of all the side pockets in the vicinity to like keep it out of trouble. But he's not.
I don't think the angle that I had there was a very good angle.
Okay, so that was not quite where he wanted, and he's obviously left a full ball here for YUTO to play around
very
with.
close.
Bank
Very
it
close
right
to
back
blocking
here, and just get your cue ball in here.
I don't think you want to get too fancy. Like, it'd be cute to be like sitting right here, but if you miss that, then where's this 5 going? Right, it's going to be up here somewhere,
Well,
and then if you miss this, you're going to be in trouble. So
I think you can bank the 5 ball almost down right center, like down the table.
Yep, true. You could play that, but I would leave the cue ball just kind of down here. But he's cutting it thin on
On
this
the
side.
right.
Yeah.
He's banking the 5 ball at the 6
He
using
didn't?
the 8.
Okay, he's okay because I don't think the 5 is going to creep.
I
past
think
the
it still
6.
goes.
Yeah, yeah, it
Oh, he
does.
called it.
Yeah,
It's going to be
Yeah.
tight.
I mean, it's a little tough to tell from here, just with the distance in the camera, but it didn't make the 6 ball move when it touched it. Like not that I could see.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Eric called it right away.
Yeah, he looked at it and said he figured it would go, but
I agree, Zane. These guys have been working hard for 9.5 hours now.
yeah, this is oh, I thought you were talking about us.
We're sitting in a chair and we're thoroughly enjoyed and entertained. This does not work.
Does it even matter that my butt's sore right now?
You can feel your butt.
But this is a tough shot, like really tough, and he's gonna clip the 6. I don't know exactly. The 6 should go towards the pocket afterwards, and he should like make the 5, clip the 6, probably clip the 7 as well, and then if the 6 goes towards the pocket, then he should be good. Just make the ball. Oh, he missed the 6 altogether.
And
Okay.
leaves the 7 as a hanger. So,
Tielia, I hope I'm saying your name right, but Tielia in the chat says that YUTO has been trying to figure out the break prior to this for like hours daily.
And just not figuring it out, obviously.
Not getting it to work.
Okay, these are
Well, it's
are
a lot
not
easier
gimmies.
than it's a lot easier than we sit here yakking about. That's for sure. Or a lot harder. I mean, it's a lot
Yeah.
harder than us just sitting here. Well, do this for sure.
the successful break in 10 ball with a wood rack is a very difficult shot to be consistent at.
Mhm.
It
That's
takes
one of
a
the
lot
reasons
of
why it's been
practice.
so impressive for ERIK to do so well with it.
So are you digging out of this with draw, getting your sand wedge?
I think so, and I think you come to this rail and then back out again.
I think I'm not drawing this one out. I'm just going to play this
Like
with a little bit of
like
right hand spin
half ball with right hand spin,
Okay.
and just play the weight to come out to the center of the table.
just like this. Yep. Yeah, half ball. A lot of people when there's a ball around the pocket, they forget that you can just cut this in kind of thin. Sometimes they always think about drawing out and all this stuff, and yeah, you can just hit that thin and it'll just bounce.
Yeah, but sometimes when it's deep in the jaws like that, you can't predict how your cue ball's going to come
true.
off the jaws too well. So you're like, you know what? Forget it. I'm just going to draw off of this and try and draw it as straight as I can in that direction.
Yeah, and diamonds do have deep shelves. I think a standard pool table is about 1.25 inches for a shelf, and I think diamonds get to like 1.75 inches and stuff, so you can almost hide a whole ball in there sometimes. Oh, he did it
and he
again.
rattles it.
This is like the ninth.
Another one.
No
Yes.
way.
A late game error from Vargas, turning over the table.
This isn't a gimme.
one.
With that 8 ball deep in the jaws like that, he's not guaranteed to get position on that
No,
10.
you want to play this 2 rails and like just clip
Rail
the
first.
yeah right here, but you when it's this deep, you can miss this.
It's kind of funny. We were just talking about this shot, but this is one where your distance makes the draw not very appealing. You do want to be able to come rail first, but it is so deep in there.
Yeah, it's so deep.
And one of the other hazards when it's that deep is you can double kiss and ruin your position off of it, right?
He'd like to see something like this after this shot's over.
Yep, he's got to come right in close to it.
And a 1/16 of an inch can screw everything up.
Oh,
And there's a chance that he ends up over here with his cue ball.
right.
Yeah, he's just drawing out of it.
No, I don't think so. I think he's still.
He's digging in. He's elevating his cue, digging in.
Yeah. He's gonna have to power this. Oh, he did.
Wow.
Oh, he's gonna
And is
get...
he right on it?
No, it's a great shot. This is great.
Wow,
Perfect.
what an incredible shot to
Yeah,
draw
that-
from there, being jacked up on the rail. Not a lot of queuing space to pull off that shot, and he hit it sweet.
Oh no. Oh, okay.
No.
Calm down, Kenny. Calm
Yeah,
down.
I'm sorry. I
Okay.
thought it was
It's
too
okay.
wide. I was like, what? So
It didn't track as close to the side rail as I thought he was going to.
yeah.
And
So-
for a split second, I also thought it was a little wide.
So just as much as the story is Yuto's breaks here, the story is also ERIK just
Yeah, the
hanging
failure to
balls.
close them out. Yeah.
He's hung a lot of balls in this
In
at
the last
final
third.
stages. Yeah.
In the
Yeah,
last
and they-
third of this match.
And those hung balls came in critical situations where
Sure.
it was, the game was on the line, and they made the difference. All of them made the difference between winning and losing the rack.
And this
That's
is
a lot of-
this
that's
is
a lot
where
of
you
games.
start to really see the finish line. It's now 26 to 23. There's all like you only have one more ball or one more game than you to win, 4 games to win versus your 3 ahead. So you've almost doubled your lead
Mm-hmm.
on your opponent versus the number of games left.
And now we are 10.5 hours into this match. No, 9.5. Sorry. Math is hard.
I think we're doing good. I thought there was a possibility of us getting to 2 a.m.
Oh,
and I don't think
Now
we're
the-
gonna.
That's where you want to break dry.
I was just going to say that's the dry break that you're looking for.
That's unbelievable.
He's been trying to do this all day, folks. He's
Like-
finally nailed the dry break, and ERIK is in trouble.
You can't even push. I mean, your push is to just get the 8 and the cue ball out of there.
ERIK's just shaking his head like, "What the heck is this? How do you deal with this?"
You just, I think you aim towards the 2 ball with your cue ball, and just move it an inch or 2. I don't think you can get out of there.
Well, you push off the horn, right?
Oh, what's he doing? Let's have a
He
look.
called. He just waved his hand like a push.
But I still don't know what he's doing with it.
I think it's into that horn and into the 8,
Oh yeah.
just to
Oh.
kind of move the 8 out of the way. But he's
Oh,
going straight at the 8. But
I mean, you could
know,
foul there in a
he
push
could easily
shot.
foul this, right?
Yeah. That's why I said maybe aim. Yeah, so he's coming towards the 2, but he didn't want to freeze to it.
I think he's going to shoot again.
Yeah, he didn't want to freeze to it. That's for sure. Boy, oh boy.
I agree, Carlos. I haven't seen this many balls late in the rack missed by ERIK in any match I've seen him play.
So ERIK putting himself in this safety position, this is really tough to get out of. Kind of a no-brainer for YUTO to give that one back. 2 rail kick to the 1, or is he going to go 3 rails? Came in a little sharp. And still the problem is the 2 to the 3, and then the 4 is also an issue. So not a clean, easy rack to get out
No,
in this
not
one.
at all.
That middle sequence 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is up and down the table.
Yeah.
Like one side to the other and back again.
I do see a line here. If he can get his cue ball in this area for the 3 ball, that should give him a fairly decent line to come up through here afterwards. So that might be something that he tries.
That would work.
All right. So 1 to the 2. He does have a
Straight
position.
draw now. Just straight
Yeah.
draw.
Yeah, he got really straight on it.
And just back to where he is, maybe a little bit
Yeah.
further.
Right.
Yeah.
Just to
Yeah.
get a little better angle. I don't mind cutting these in usually, and just taking the bounce. So he got a little worse angle. So now I don't think he's going to play this.
That's very true, Stephen. That 4 ball getting bumped over by the 5.
So
Gonna be the
quickly-
toughest
making a
spot
decision
here.
quickly here.
He's drawing into that ball there, the 10 ball. Yeah.
Yeah, because it was a quick decision. So I'm like, okay, he's obviously knows exactly what he wants to do here.
Mhm.
I think that was
great
his
shot.
plan right from the
Yep.
get-go, yeah.
Well, it was probably his plan if he didn't get on the 3 any well the way he wanted, but he didn't. So I think it was just an easy decision for him to draw into the 10.
Keely, if he's working on that break and he's been able to make it work, that's insane. That would be absolutely crazy.
Nice. Okay, what do we got?
Still has work to do on the 4.
Yeah, this is definitely not a gimme. I don't know. I'm trying to see it. I don't see it right yet. I see a safety in my future.
That was a really good kick from ERIK.
Right? I mean, I actually
From
moved
where he
away to check
was?
the chat, and then I came back, and I didn't see the shot, but then I see the 3 ball rolling, so I figured he must have hit it.
Well, I just saw the replay on the YouTube stream that I've got on the other screen.
Yep.
And I didn't give that enough respect. That was a heck of a kick. Because again, like I was doing the same thing you were, Kenny. I just looked over at the chat.
Does this 4 ball play by the 5?
No.
I don't believe so. It might drop in through the side door.
You know, it might, because the halfway point's here, and if he can just cheat it just a little to that side, it might. No, he's just playing it safe. I don't like this because he actually leaves ERIK a shot here at getting out. You know, like ERIK can hit this, and he's probably going to, and he's probably got some percentage of a chance to make this as well, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's 50-50, but
no, but it's like
it's surprised if it's 20-80.
Yeah. I think
25-75,
If he would have gotten the cue ball on this side of the 5, right, locked to this side, then it really takes away
everything.
It changes the whole complexion of where you leave that 5.
Now ERIK's just trying to get a hit, but right now he's trying to make this.
Right.
Yeah, they both guys are breaking hard, but ERIK's breaks have been consistently making balls and lining up on the 1 ball.
And unfortunately, he might.
No, that's going to bounce and hang out.
So unfortunately, it went the other way, and now YUTO,
an opportunity for YUTO.
Looks like a great decision for YUTO now.
I think YUTO's made 2 balls on the break whole match.
It's been rough, hasn't it? I don't even know, and I don't think he's ever had a shot on his next ball.
I think he lined up on the 1 ball once, but I think the 3 and the 5 were messed up. So it's like, great, you get the shot at the 1, but you're not going to get far with it.
Side pocket? No, he's good.
It's like he's walked into the pool hall dragging the Sahara with him.
So he does have to get down there for that 6 ball. I think I don't know if he has too much angle, but maybe he just comes like straight through here and straight through here.
It's a little crazy, isn't it, Tiela?
So this would be a huge lead for YUTO down the finish line.
If you got to cheat this, I think. Sorry. He's got to cheat this to the left side of the pocket if he's going to try and go forward. Yeah, he didn't.
This is trouble.
Yeah, he didn't get it.
He's going to be okay.
He got it. Did he get it?
I think he's clear. I think he's got to look at that.
No,
6.
I don't think so. I think he's got it.
Sneaked, just slid. No, not quite.
I think he's got to kick at it now from the back. But it should be fairly easy.
He's looking at the lineup.
Yeah, he is.
Oh wow, that's a fortunate, because he definitely caught that ball a bit thin.
Yep, he looks like he's playing this like he has it.
It's not a bad angle to shoot this from either.
No, it naturally comes up table.
Yeah. I really don't
How's the
expect them to
speed?
miss those types of shot very often. The rail's a very nice guide to help you there.
Well, not now, but when it was 10-5 and Eric was coming back, he wasn't making those.
Hmm.
And it was more a case of the opposite of what's happening right now is YUTO was making the miss, and I think Eric's were a little bit longer finishes. Like he wasn't missing the 7 and 8, but YUTO was missing the 2 or the 3 or the 4, and then Eric would get out. And now the momentum is flipped again, and
I'm not sure if he's straight in here or if he's got angle that's going to push him to our side. Oh, he went with the draw. Nice draw.
Yeah, nice little power draw stroke. Got on the correct side of the 8 to get on the 9 in the side. He wants to be good on this 9.
Yeah, you got to roll forward now, and if you get a little funny.
Yeah, in fact, I don't think he wants to play the 9 in the side. I think he'd rather play the 9 in the corner so that he can stroke it and get over for the 10 a little easier.
But I think because of
don't
the
mind.
slight angle, I think he's just going to roll this and play it in the side.
I think he's got to play it in the side, but I don't mind playing it in the side because if you leave it there and you leave a thin angle, you won't have to play it hard, and your cue ball will get
right
over
here,
there
yeah.
for that 10.
Yeah, that's good angle to be on the 9 right there because it's nice and easy. It's natural. You don't really have to force
You're not
too much.
drawing it or something.
A
Yeah.
little bit of right hand side and just roll the 9 ball in and make sure you've got enough weight to come across table.
He made it. There you go. Wow.
Who was that had that big intake of breath? Was that
That
you,
was
Kenny?
me. Yeah, it was me. Sorry. I saw the ball bobble a little bit there, and I was like, oh. Okay, 27-23.
Oh, ye of little faith.
Yeah.
Very good out from YUTO in a 4-game lead down the stretch. This is a huge hill to climb for Eric, and looks like we're going to have maybe a quick player break. Just a reminder, you guys are watching this on the EvoSports live stream system. This is a player-run live stream system that we install in bars and pool halls. Players literally just start and stop the stream from the tablet themselves. They keep score by themselves. We can add in commentators remotely, and it's a lot of fun. So if you are sorry, I'm doing my shameless plug. If you are a pool hall owner or a tournament director or a general manager of a pool hall or a bar that supports pool, reach out to us. Be happy to give you a quote and get you information about how to get this system installed at your location. All right, shameless plug only.
We just rolled 190 people watching, and we've got 26 thumbs up now. So nice work, folks. Nice work, folks.
Where does it tell us? Or 180? Mine says 185. Maybe
it just dropped. It was at 190. It fluctuates anywhere from 165 to 190 is the highest I've seen it.
Gotcha.
I haven't seen it go over to 200 yet.
I haven't seen it 200 yet either, but I'm expecting it to top 200 by the time we get to the finish line.
As it gets closer, people will start telling their buddies.
Especially if Eric starts coming back.
Yeah,
Eric's a few more of it there.
He's got to dig deep. He's given up a few games in the last little while. He really needs to. Oh, I thought he made a ball. I was just about to do backflips.
That I gotta see.
Not even in a swimming pool.
Sorry, that's the only place I could do them.
Well, he's got a shot at this.
I'm not sure it goes. I think he's just gonna play safe, knock it to the one rail into the center of the end rail.
Oh yeah. Oh no.
He got hung up on the 7. He didn't sell it out though.
No, it's not a sellout. And the 3 ball's so buggered up at the bottom end.
He's not gonna like his next shot though.
Yeah, right now they're just kind of jockeying for some position here. That 3 ball is going to be a bit of trouble.
I think the 4 ball, if he cuts it on the right side of our screen for the 1 ball here, the 4 ball gets in his road. I'm not sure. Sorry, 5 ball. I'm not sure he gets around it. But if he cuts it on the other side, the 6 ball looks like it's a problem.
Oh, I wonder if he was doing a little utility shot there to try to nudge out the 3 ball or anything, something like that.
bank the 1 onto the 3 and tuck the cue ball in behind the 4.
Yeah, I wonder if that was his thought.
Well, whatever he was thinking, ERIK probably does not have healthy designs for another look at the table for him.
I think he's called it. Yeah, he's looking to make it.
Yeah, it's pretty good bet that if he's calling the 1, he can use the 7 to slow the cue ball. Not sure how thick he'll hit the 7.
I don't think he's trying for this, to be honest.
Oh,
yeah.
he was trying.
Yeah, it's funny.
Kind of a two-way.
Yeah, it didn't look like he was really giving that 100%.
Yeah, kind of a good two-way. If you do miss, because you're probably going to end up like this, and if you make it, there's a good chance you'll have something on the 2 because it's kind of hanging. So I like the effort to take a shot there.
Hey, Min, thanks very much, sir.
Who's that? Is that Hans?
Min Trin.
Oh, Min.
Great
Hey,
jobs,
Min.
great job, guys, on the commentary. Thank you very much. It's a lot of fun doing this, man. Getting to sit down and chat with other people that know about a pool match. Not having to explain everything. It's wonderful.
So this might be that little shot again where he tries to chip the 1 and send the 1 up behind the 310. Oh, no, he got the other side this time.
Yeah, that did not
Oh,
work
he's
out.
not going to like this.
No, he's going to be frozen behind that 10 ball.
Yeah, he's maybe tucked right in
Break out the
between the
tin
3
cup.
and the 10.
Yep.
Going to be banging this one on the bars.
But I think that's what he was trying. He was trying to come off the rail and chip the right side of the 1. Oh, yeah, look at this.
Ugh.
Yeah. Get a little cue ball sandwich between the 10 and 3.
One rail.
He might have left him the 1 rail to the left side on the long rail.
He hasn't even looked at it yet. He's just checking.
How much can I spin this? That's what he's thinking. How much can I spin this?
He's climbing on the table to see what it feels like.
Hey, this isn't Buffalo Bills. Come on now.
You know, 1 foot on the floor.
Oh, Buffalo Bills. You don't even need 1 foot on the floor.
No, Buffaloes. Yeah,
Buffalo's down in Louisiana, I think it is.
Yeah, where they have the 1 pocket event.
See Alex climbing all the way up onto the table.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hit the 10 first.
He didn't even look at going to the other rail where the 3, the closer rail to where his hand was just then. I thought he had a chance of getting it from that side.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, he's got the better vantage point, right? He could probably took one look at that one. No, it's facing away.
Yeah.
There's no way.
We do. I mean, maybe not these guys so much, but we do get blinders sometimes, and you have an idea in your head, and then there's no other idea. You know what I mean? And you don't give yourself time to look around. He didn't seem to look at anything else other than what he was doing there.
I got to think this is ERIK's moment right here. Right?
Yes, do or die.
As things have been not going well for him the past, several games, he's got the opportunity. He's got to close out this rack right here and lay down a good break and get a run started, right? This is his opportunity. And I think, I just have a feeling if he doesn't get out of this rack or hangs another ball, it's not going to be good for him. That's for sure.
He's perfectly capable of hitching things up and getting it going. Like he can snap off these 4 games and we could have a tie game.
Yep.
He needs a good run out to kind of get his confidence back and let himself believe in himself again. He's missed a lot of shots in the last little while that we here
this
we
is
go.
Gonna go in behind the 10.
No, he's good.
It holds
he's
up
good,
to
but
the 4.
he's
Wow.
struggling, right? Like he needs a few good shots in a row to kind of get back into it mentally, and he's just not getting them yet.
Yeah, agreed. He's just hasn't had that rhythm going since the score was in the teens, right? He just hasn't been in stroke.
Soft inside here a little bit. Oh, he's hitting it harder with inside. Okay.
That'll work.
Yep.
He's gonna shoot the 6 from there, though.
No, it's not ideal, is it? He's gonna probably draw back 6 inches or so, and take it from there. those are the kind of shots that he's been missing. So I'm wondering if it's playing on him a bit. Yeah. So this is the type of shot that he's been hanging in the last little while.
Very important for his game right now to just pot this 6.
Straight across. A little bit of maybe top right.
It's overcut.
Oh, he missed.
It's overcut.
There it is.
And another late game error.
It's in his head. I mean, he's just every shot when he gets to these right now, he's just I don't know. He's just,
yeah, the open table runouts, the open table closeouts have just not been working for ERIK the past 10 racks or so.
I wouldn't be surprised if we, in another couple of months, we see this get run back.
Another one, yeah.
Well, I know there's a lot of people that would love to watch that as well. It's a very entertaining pool.
Around the 7.
Oh, beautiful.
Are you guys having stream problems or is
Nope.
Okay, I'm gonna refresh. Okay, guys.
Oh, sounds good.
Thanks, Zane. Much appreciated.
I think Kenny just wanted to get a new commentator drawing tool color.
I just wanted to get rid of my lavender.
Oh, now I was going to say you got rid of your color, but now you're red. You got the same color as Colin. We're not gonna tell you guys apart.
Mine will be right. Just kidding. Sorry, Colin. Love you, buddy.
No, I deserve that. I've given you a couple digs today too, so that's fine. That's fine. If you can't take him, then you shouldn't be giving him out, right?
Telia says ERIK owes money to the left corner pocket.
Yeah, he does.
He's left some money in that pocket for sure.
Yes.
And Michael M. He says, "Darn, y'all getting me in trouble. My wife yelling, 'Go to bed.' No way, I'm here to the end."
I've been there many times. Just you can still watch when you're in bed, though.
There's just extra chores to do tomorrow.
That's right. That's tomorrow, guys' problem.
Yeah, this
right?
was a very unproductive day. All right, so looks like he's gonna pinch this back for the 10 in the corner. Nice.
Well done. And just piling on the lead is YUTO Otsuka, taking now a 5-game lead. He only needs 2 to get the prize, and ERIK needs 7.
With a guy like ERIK, though, if you get your foot on the gas, you cannot let it up.
Yeah, but
of confidence.
Yeah,
it can come back in a heartbeat.
I mean, I'm not saying it's too late, but that rack was critical. When he got the ball in hand, he played the safety. He got the ball in hand. He had the open out, and again failed to convert it to a win. At this stage of the game, that's really, really tough to come back from.
He's definitely got some mental blockage going on certain shots at the moment, and he hasn't been able to figure out a way to fight through it up to this point. And he's just running out of games now. He's just to figure it out.
It can switch on a dime.
Okay, did he make a ball? No, he did not.
It's another dry break.
like I said, YUTO seems to have brought the Sahara Desert into the pool hall with him.
He did, and the one ball is very playable, but this is a mess right here. What are you doing with this stuff?
As little as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you're going to have to figure something out because the one is very playable. You're going to have to figure out maybe a good safety.
A 2-railer forward does go right into those balls, so I don't know if he's willing to try that right now.
And take a stab at it early?
Yeah, I mean, why not, right? Look, here he goes. Yep.
Okay. Oh, this is the worst case scenario. Is to break it out.
Miss it and break it out.
He hasn't left YUTO a good queuing position on this cue ball, though, so he might not be able to do much with it unless he can cue down beside it. Like play
Yeah.
bottom left and get underneath the two sort
You
of
can
thing.
just slow roll this one ball in, I think.
I agree. I think
Yeah.
the slow
Pretty
roll is the
thin.
shot. Yeah. I think you can hold it. I mean, you as long as you're holding it anywhere in here,
And
you're really,
even
you're
here,
really going to
because
be good on that too.
you're straight in the side and straight in the corner. I mean, from there.
Yeah.
Is doing
Yeah, I
red
mean,
and white snowmen.
Oh,
technically,
he's
you
gonna
can
go
hold it
back.
here.
Okay, back and forth. That's
Yeah,
probably the real smart way. Remember we talked. You know, if you have a choice to go, if you're not sure if you can hold it,
Go
go the
2
long
rails
way. Yeah.
or go the
Yeah.
extra rail.
Yeah, but as soon as you have that doubt that you could hold it, go ahead and take the extra rail.
Yeah.
Yep. It's almost always the right thing to do. So he's drawing, playing in the corner with draw, and going to play the 3 in the side. Oh, he's playing it off of the ball. Wow,
What?
that was creative.
I don't know if the 3 passes
And-
the 5, but he can
No, but
easily
it's
get a
the-
combo here.
The combination here and just play that 3 ball to thin off the 5 and back out to the center of the table.
Yeah, and
So you
maybe
can
play
take
the combo in the
side.
6 after.
Yeah, he's
It
looking at the
might
safety.
pass. But the 4 doesn't go anywhere if he makes this, so I think he is going to roll up on this 5.
Yeah, a safety shot here. Nice and tight on the 5.
Ooh.
He's still got trouble with the 4, regardless if he gets a ball in hand or not. It's still not an easy 4 ball to work out.
That is
True.
something I have to work on is I'm too aggressive. Like I didn't even entertain the safety on the 3. And it's definitely the right shot. As long as ERIK doesn't make this and get shape on the 4, then it was the right shot. But you know, the odds of that happening are pretty slim.
The safety was the easiest shot by far to be successful with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that to me is the right shot, right?
Yep. And when your opponent's struggling, it's okay to let him, continue to struggle, right? And keep piling on the difficult shots and the frustration, right?
Yeah, you're not supposed to let up on him.
Right? Don't take an offensive shot that's high risk when you're ahead, because
it can be that spark that gets your opponent going.
Yep. When they're gasping for air, you don't give them oxygen.
I just took my first aid course. I thought that's what I was supposed to do.
Not in a pool match.
Right. Only at work.
Right. Yeah.
So he's probably going to spin this and go 2 rails. Kick in the back. Yep. Oh, I just missed.
It's hard to believe he would actually be able to go around it, but he did. And now we're going to find out how YUTO is going to be getting on this 4 ball, or is he okay with the combo with the 4-7? I don't think so.
Is he good enough? Do you think he plays it right here? That's what he looks at. Yeah. So.
Yeah, he's looking at short side over there.
I mean, I shouldn't say is he good enough. I mean, is he brave enough to try and
all right.
He's clearly good enough.
One of you guys has to change your pen color, because I can't tell the difference now between the drawings.
Colin gonna jump out.
Colin's he's decided to give up red.
Back. He's red again. What's
he's going to be pink this time.
Purple.
Oh, he doesn't like it. He's going to go back.
There you go. Green.
Green. That's all right.
That's better.
Favorite color anyway. So there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's coming. Here he goes.
Tried to get short side.
That's not bad.
A little fast, but
that's not bad.
Pretty good result.
Now you can play this with a soft bottom right, or you can play it with a middle ball left as well and go round them.
It's just the video on my browser just a little stuttery since I refreshed. I mean, it's still perfectly watchable. It's just a little bit funny.
Yeah, I think he stuns this over to the long rail and goes around the 7 a little bit. Oh, he's digging in for bottom right.
Yeah, just trying to pull it out past the 7.
He did. That's what he did. Bottom right there.
A heck of a shot to hold that cue ball like that, coming up 7. And the 5 and 6 are hangers now. everything's looking
That-
good for YUTO to go on the hill with this clearing.
It's that 6, 7, 8 sequence that's going to be the real tell, as you have to move the cue ball so far.
Okay.
I think he's just going to draw straight out of that with what he's done before. Maybe he'll go into the left side and spin it back up table, little bottom left, going to the side rail.
Yeah,
No, not even close. He
This
just
is
rolled it up.
what I thought he was going to do. Yeah. And now he's just now he's going to have to spin it and go 2 rails around here and try to come. He's probably going to try and come right there.
Right where his cue is pointing.
Yeah. Well, right. The middle dot is always a good idea. You just, whenever I try and play these, I always try and play him. So he's going to drag this one over a little bit more, probably like that.
Yeah, a little steeper.
I like how that the lines on the table fade out, and you don't necessarily always have to wipe them away right away. They'll go away on their own.
Yeah, drag it over here and go right to the middle dot. It seems like it's just such a natural thing to do, you know, and you can never be in trouble when you do that.
It was absolutely perfect.
Tough to find a pocket in the middle of a rail. Going on the premise, there's 6 rails on the table.
Mm-hmm. Great shot.
So YUTO with a commanding lead already, making it even more so.
Yeah,
Is he going to hold it there? Or is he going to try and draw it back? He's got a little bit of angle. He might draw for the 10 in the right-hand top corner pocket.
He did, yeah.
Yeah, it looked like it was a little steep of an angle to hold it there.
I think he almost would have had the same shot if he just pinched it in, just from the other side. But I think I like shooting it better from this side if I'm a right-handed.
That's true.
That was the thing. The only thing I was going to add is from the right hand, being a right-handed player, I'd rather shoot from this side of the table. A right-handed, slightly rounder player.
You know, and players that don't play on 9-foot tables very often, they don't realize that it's very impactful which side you're on a 9-foot table, because it can make the difference of being incredibly uncomfortable or very comfortable.
Try playing Scotch with the left-handed partner. It's quite a thing.
I was just going to say, and if you're going to play Scotch doubles, make sure you pick a partner who's the same hand you are.
Yeah.
Because the first time you leave them a right-handed shot, when they're left-handed, they're going to be looking at you a little cross-eyed.
Yeah.
So YUTO here on the hill now.
Yeah,
Erik Vargas has got to win 7 straight racks against a guy who's playing pretty damn good, except for the break. Other than the break, he's playing pretty darn good. And yeah, I mean, this is
the break. This is the break where he gets the 5 and the right, or the 6.
I don't think he's made a ball for at least a half a dozen breaks, right? Like
and no break and runs for YUTO because
he's never made a ball.
He's had very, very few successful breaks.
Come on, YUTO, take something off this one.
Wouldn't that be something if this was the one when he's on the hill?
Come on, take something off.
He is breaking a little right of center now.
Take something off. I mean, just watch what Erik does when he breaks. I wonder why he's not trying to emulate it. Nope. See, gives it full. Look at this scratch. Because he's trying to slam it.
So here you go, Erik.
Okay, buddy.
One more opportunity.
This is the march back. But
Let's see the 7-pack. Let's see the 7-pack here, Erik.
2's a little tricky because he's got the 3.
How awesome!
He's got to be like perfect, like right here almost.
How awesome would that be to get back to Hill?
That would be insane.
It'd be freaking standing.
I think he's going to want to have this cue ball going towards the 8. Yeah, just so he can't scratch or like hook himself behind it. Try to go straight at it.
I think he's got the angle to go inside the 9 to come forward for the 3.
With some check, with like stun with a little inside English and come off the bottom rail. And
I think he can just go straight forward.
Oh, okay. Seemed to me he had more angle, but he had that obviously fit.
It looked like it until you kind of judged, like if you drew a line through the pocket, through the ball, through the cue ball to the side rail, it kind of seemed to straighten out.
Okay, he's a little straighter on this than I think he wanted to be. He wanted to come out and go off the side rail for the 5 in the middle of the table. I think he's short.
that's a
He's
little
short.
short.
Yeah.
Right
And
off the get-go, that was going to
wow.
be slow.
He's just a broken man, I think, at this point.
And
He's
still 10 times the player I am.
Yeah, he is. Yep, absolutely. I'm not saying anything about him. This has just been it started about 10 games ago, and it just hasn't gotten any better. He was playing so great up until about when he got to around 20.
Still cut this in.
Yeah, do you try it now? I guess why not, right? Yep, good shot. Just hold it with inside and just don't get hooked on the 9.
It's going to be behind the 9.
Yeah, that's just rotten luck because going back and forth, that's the only place that you didn't want to be is behind the 9. It's the only ball that could have blocked you. And that's exactly what he got.
If you do masse this and catch the rail over here, you know, you're going to end up with great shape on the 7 ball. You just got to play a baby masse, I think, and come around. It looks like he's not fully hooked behind the 6. Oh, he's going the other way.
He's going off the end rail. Got to watch the double kiss.
I don't know. I think the baby masse is the right shot here,
or the in off. You can easily scratch on this.
Yeah, it's a good safety.
It's not going to get there.
So what do you just split it now and send the 6 over here?
I think that's the safest bet. And that's exactly, he's just checking the points. Where does he want these 2 balls to end up? So
yep.
I think that's a good call.
YUTO playing a safety battle now for $33,000.
One mistake from ERIK and it's all over.
Yep.
Yeah, perfect.
Good weight control.
Yeah, really nice.
Did he leave the left edge of the 6? It looks like ERIK might have the left edge of the 6.
It's possible.
But what's he going to do with it? Like, if he doesn't have a lot of the left edge, then the 6
has got to get it down here.
Yeah, he's really got to. Hopefully, he can hit a little more than this. There you go. That's pretty good.
Needs that cue ball to run though.
Yeah,
he's left enough. Yuto's got a cut in the corner.
I think you're right.
Yeah, he's got the cut in the corner, but to get shape on the 7 from that,
you drag this one all the way down, and you if he can get it, I think you just play a bottom drag shot, and it'll hold for the 7. But he's playing the safe.
Yeah, just go past the side pocket, please.
Ooh, there's a window.
Don't hit that horn and pop out.
There's the window, though. You did give him the window on the 6 to get the hit. Does he have enough to make it? He could bank it, but I think he's looking for a safety.
Oh boy.
Needs to keep rolling.
I think
but
the
even
6
then it goes by
here.
the 6.
Yeah, I think the 6
goes
passes
by the 7.
Yeah, YUTO taking a look at it.
I think you go for this. Just a little inside so you don't scratch and go back and forth, just like ERIK did a few minutes ago. And really, you don't even have to play shape because going back and forth, you're always going to have shape on this shot pretty much.
And this could be the $33,000 shot.
It's tight. He's probably got 3/4 of a pocket here. He probably doesn't have the whole pocket.
I think he's got the whole pocket there. Like that line there.
It's close, right? Yeah.
Like you're going between the shadows on the ball, so it's close, but I think he's got the whole pocket. It's just not an easy shot for 30 grand.
Right.
Oh, overcut it.
But he
Yeah,
missed
got away
good.
with it.
He missed good, yeah.
But he's got a little bit of a roll. Now, Eric will just long bank this. That 10 ball makes that pocket a little bigger.
I agree. Yeah, the 10 ball definitely makes that bank shot a lot juicier. I mean, you've got a huge margin of error. You could be anywhere in this area.
Yeah, and you can leave your cue
With your cue
ball
ball,
kind of
yeah.
over here somewhere. So
It actually opens up the pocket for the 8 ball, so your shape from your 7 to the 8 will be a little easier.
Yep.
Unless you go in clean. That's in.
Yep. Didn't get the ideal shape.
Yeah,
on the
he needed to be. This would have been much more ideal for him down in here.
Yeah, and he's hit a couple just extra soft that just didn't quite get it enough movement to give him the best shape on the next ball. So here we go. 7 ball.
He can't put a lot on this because he'll miss it. Yeah.
I was
Overcut
going
it.
to say,
Oh,
and
no.
this is the pocket, that bottom left pocket and the 7 ball.
Been biting him.
Yeah, it's been a real struggle for him, and that could be the match right there. That really could be the match.
If YUTO doesn't get out here, I think that might be the spark that Eric needs. It'll be that last, holy cow, I got away with it.
I'd be floored if YUTO doesn't get out here, because he's
been hitting them so good. Yeah,
and I don't think the pressure of the moment's really that affecting him much. Like Stephen Follin said earlier when he was commentating, it's like the guy's got ice in his veins.
He's pretty calm.
Yeah, he does seem very calm. He doesn't seem to get upset when he makes errors. Just accepts that it's part of the game and moves on. And yeah, he's been.
And the little conversation I had with him there a couple weeks ago at the tournament at the Metro, super nice guy.
He's putting bottom on this, so maybe he's drawing over to the side rail here.
And he's going to play the 9 in the side.
No, it came out. Yeah,
that's it.
Okay, that's pretty good.
Is.
See, that's one of those shots that you get comfortable with.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, especially if you're under pressure, you're going to go back to that shot that you know that you're comfortable with, and you're not going to push it or try something new if you know you can get there with that same.
He's going to draw this all the way back. Look at this. Good shot.
Just to add a little extra flavor to the match.
And then he's going to move the chalk again. No.
No concession from Eric.
There we go.
There you go.
Congratulations to YUTO Otsuka.
Hell of a match.
Big time win coming from Japan to represent BC in this big time matchup. Race to $33,000 in the middle. YUTO over Eric Vargas, 30-23.
That was one of the best pool things I've watched in a long, and I was so happy to get a chance to commentate with you guys. So amazing. It was such a great time. Colin, you're always great. You got such a lot of insight on what the guys are going to be doing, and you're right way more than you are wrong. And Patrick, it was great to get to meet you and play.